He cleared the most impossible game in human history, but the price for that win was brutal. His body gave out, getting erased from reality. Waking up, the nightmare was just kicking off, and that's where it gets crazy. He respawned in a world where the tower is real, tossed right at the bottom like some random newbie. The universe handed him the ultimate cheat code, hitting a 100% success rate on any upgrade. Trash drops became weapons forged to take down gods. Upon awakening, the hybrid Demon King class, those stats shattered the logic of the entire system. Want to see him wipe the floor with the elite? Drop a like and subscribe. Everything kicks off with a massive live stream of the Tower of God's Supreme Tournament, where player Subai is trading blows with the final boss of floor 999. In the chat, some random guy tells another to zip it so they don't break God Subai's focus. Smashing the keyboard and mouse with zero mercy, the MC's hands move at physics-defying speeds. The crowd huddles behind him, super nervous, until someone shouts the good news. The boss's health just dropped to a mere 10%. On screen, the avatar is giving the big bad a beatdown, making damage numbers rain everywhere. Zooming in on the clash, the character, a white-haired warrior, takes him on in a pure one-on-one. This demon boss, refusing to take the L, glares at the player and drops that classic villain line, "You really think you can handle me, punk?" Without missing a beat, the character replies that if the gods step in, he'll wipe the floor with them too. And today, the boss is going down. Blade in hand, the avatar charges up that final strike, glowing like he dumped all his mana into one skill. That hit was so cracked, it took the big boss out for good. Cheering wildly, the crowd loses their minds, yelling that someone finally cleared floor 999. Subai stands up with his fist in the air, feeling like the absolute MVP, thinking he's built different and the only one who can wipe the whole tower. But out of nowhere, his victory smile turns into the face of a guy who just stubbed his toe on a table. We see the MC's silhouette flying backward like he just took a massive punch. Slumping into his chair all twisted, he writhes in pain while his friends rush over to see what happened, clueless as to why the gaming god is crashing hard. As the PC screen cracks with a victory message, someone screams in a panic to call 911. Amidst the chaos, the crew can't believe the guy just clocked out of the blue. One of them points out the tragic irony of beating the game and his own life at the same time. Subai's consciousness floats in a digital limbo, hearing the boss's laugh. He's super confused, wondering if he just bit the dust and what on earth is at the end of this tower. Cutting to a woman teaching the class. She explains that the Tower of God spawned on Earth 10 years ago and flipped the whole world upside down, throwing humanity into an era of superpowers. She keeps rambling, saying the world now has monsters, demons, you name it. But despite the danger, the tower hands out top-tier loot, and humans have already climbed 99 floors. The lore explains that thanks to tower items, humanity leveled up big time in a short span. Tech took a massive leap. She asks the room if they're ready to face the Tower of God or if they're gonna chicken out. With a dumbfounded look on his face, the MC just sits there, while another student gets all hyped up. Suddenly, he's bewildered, looking around and thinking, wait, didn't I just game over? Next to him, some buff dude yells that he wants an SS rank crystal to become an absolute beast in combat. A skinny kid roasts the big guy, telling him to chill because in 10 years only 10 of those crystals ever showed up. The guy claps back that dreaming is free, while the MC just sits there, frying his brain over this whole tower thing. Everyone is buzzing with hype. One already picked a class, another dreams of being elite, and a third points out you can only change classes at level 10. As the backstory reveals, the country is the Yan Nation, and getting into the tower is no joke. You gotta be an adult and pass a training course. A light bulb goes off in the MC's head and he thinks, hold up, isn't this that game I was addicted to? He starts connecting the dots about the classes and crystals. Looking at the scoreboard saying the highest reach is 499, he realizes he might have transmigrated into a world where the tower is real, but everyone is kinda noob. Our guy gets all smug, figuring that if he cleared floor 999 in the game, he's gonna be a total god here. The teacher tells everyone to quiet down because the moment of truth is here. She warns them to mentally prepare to receive their teleportation crystal. The teacher hands a glowing pebble to a student and tells him to crush the thing. The kid, super pumped, grips the crystal and shouts for the tower to get ready for him. Chuckling, she wishes him good luck, while another student celebrates holding the crystal like it's the World Cup trophy. Subai stares at his crystal and tells the tower to bring it on. He vows that this time he's reaching the top no matter what. Gripping hard, the MC's hand crushes the blue crystal, turning it to dust. Inside a digital space, a welcome message pops up, but then the system throws an error, saying there's already a registered account. The MC thinks, oh snap, if my old account works, I'm set for life. Sadly for our gamer, a giant deleting data warning shows up. The system says compatibility failed and wipes everything, leaving the kid salty because he lost his progress. The system then reboots everything and drops him in the beginner city. The MC recognizes the spot instantly. It's where noobs buy their first rags. Out of nowhere, an unread message notification pings. The MC finds it weird, wondering who would text him at a time like this. Reading the message, it talks about the reward for clearing floor 999, a supreme item called the Clock of All Things. Our boy almost has a heart attack out of sheer joy seeing he scored a supreme item. He's dying to know what this clock actually does. As the lore explains, items have rarity colors. White is trash, gray is mid, then green, blue, purple, and orange, which is legendary. The item window shows that the Clock of All Things has no level requirement, and the effect is simple. Upgrade. It says it upgrades anything with a 100% success rate, but it costs a little fee. Back in the city, the MC finds the description kinda vague, and since he has zero gear, he decides to walk around and check out the town. He follows the smell of booze to the tavern, wondering if the owner still remembers him. The system drops a notification that the Yan Nation gets a 10% stat buff. Some big-eyed girl mentions the drink is great for boosting HP, while a drunk guy brags he's climbing the tower today. Standing outside, our MC wonders if the buff is from the clock, but realizes this little push is going to be essential so he doesn't get bodied right away. All of a sudden, the clock pings, detecting items to upgrade. His short sword and cloth shirt, both white and painfully trash. Curious, the MC stares at the floating screen, wondering if he can actually buff these items that feel like they're made of cardboard. The display shows the sword can gain points in every single stat. The kid freaks out with joy seeing the success rate is 100%, meaning there's zero chance of failing. With greedy stars in his eyes, he's already picturing turning this noob set into divine armor. His smirk screams that he's about to break the system. Except, right then, the system hits him with insufficient funds. The MC freezes, remembering he's completely broke. Stepping into the bar, he decides his top priority is making bank. After all, in this world, cash is king. The shot shows the Tower of God, a massive structure piercing the clouds, covered in floating rings, looking totally otherworldly. We see the players in the starting zone where they only get 7 days of protection. The lore warns that if you don't change classes in a week, you're out. Showcasing the pure panic players are begging for class crystals. People are literally on their knees crying that they don't want to get kicked out. Inside the packed tavern, the MC walks up to the bartender and turns on the salesman charm, says he's got some cocktail recipes to trade. The owner, a blonde elf, gives him a "who is this clown" look and asks if she heard that right. He confirms it and offers the recipe for a rare beast blood wine. She doubts him, but acting all cocky, he asks for a pen. Handing over the pen, she warns him that if it's a scam, she'll smash his head in. The MC, cool as a cucumber, guarantees it's the real deal. Without wasting time, he jots down the recipe and drops the price tag, 5 gold coins, non-negotiable. The owner agrees, but threatens him again, saying she'll test it, and if it's garbage, he ain't leaving alive. The MC just says, relax. Flashing a sly look, he thinks to himself that this recipe is child's play, and he knows way better ones. 5 minutes later, the elf is staring at the red glass, looking like she just witnessed a miracle. She says the drink is pure beauty. Already hyping it up, the crowd starts bidding on the drink, offering copper scraps. The MC just watches, grinning from ear to ear. The owner smacks the table hard, telling everyone to shut it, announcing that the glass belongs to her. Without a second thought, she downs the glass in one gulp, Viking style. Leaning on the counter, the curious MC asks, "So, is it approved?" The elf licks her lips, loving it, and asks how many recipes he's got, saying she'll buy the whole batch. Our guy flashes that deal-sealed smirk, saying he has 5. He offers a buddy discount for 20 gold for all of them. She digs his vibe and says she likes his style. She tosses the money bag right into his hand. The lore explains the currency. 1 gold equals 100 silver, which equals 10,000 copper. The MC grips the cash super stoked, figuring 20 gold is plenty to start playing around with the clock upgrades. As a nice bonus, the owner hands him a free dagger so he doesn't leave empty-handed. He's caught off guard by the quality gift. Popping up on screen, the window shows the dagger is green, high quality, and packs some solid damage for a beginner. He thanks her and says he's got stuff to do. She yells out that if he gets more recipes, he better bring them to her. Waving over his shoulder, he tells her she can count on it. The elf watches him walk away and mutters that the kid's a smooth talker. Outside the tavern, the MC draws his new dagger and decides it's time to spend. Step 1 is buffing this blade. The screen shows the upgrade will grant some monster stats, but it takes 10 hours, unless he drops 720 silver to make it instant. He thinks it's pricey, but time is money, and he needs to get strong fast so he doesn't get booted from the tower. In a close-up, his finger smashes the confirm button with zero hesitation. The system chimes in that the cash was spent and the upgrade was a hit. The dagger is now glowing brighter than neon. With a juiced-up weapon in hand, the MC feels like Rambo himself, figuring clearing floor 1 is gonna be a walk in the park. Facing the tower, he wields the dagger and shouts that it's showtime. The scene shifts to some players fighting over scraps. One screams that the rabbit is his, looking like a total playground brawl. 3 grown dudes surround a tiny rabbit, and one of them announces he's having rabbit for dinner tonight. Walking up judging them, the MC asks why it takes so many people to kill such a dumb critter. He strolls off into the forest, dropping the fact that rabbits give 0 XP. A nerdy girl stares at him, shocked by his guts. Panicking, she screams for the crazy guy not to go there, warning him it's a danger zone. The MC glances back, completely missing what all the drama is about. In the blink of an eye, the absolute madman steps on some creature's tail. He wanders into the brush, completely blind to the giant snake slithering around. The level 1 wind serpent lunges from the trees, trying to bite his head off. Screaming her lungs out, the girl warns him it's a wind serpent, fully expecting him to drop dead. Our guy grips his dagger and thinks with pure disgust, that's it, barely even a warm-up. With a ninja-like move, he thrusts the blade and slices off 25 damage from the snake. The other players are left with their jaws on the floor, clueless as to how he killed the beast so fast. One of them points out it happened in a flash. Running over with her friends, the girl asks how he pulled that off. The MC, playing humble, says it was nothing, just a light tap. Glasses girl gets all worried and warns Subai to stay sharp, because if the wind serpent lands a crit, it's instant game over. Her friend agrees, reminding them their gear is trash, and if they get wiped, they're done for. Moving swiftly, the MC tosses a copper coin into the air, looking cool as hell. He thanks her for the heads up and flicks the coin to her, telling her to take it and stay safe. Right after that, he turns his back and walks off. Watching Subai bounce, the girl thinks he's insane, while her friend, laughing hard, complains they helped the dude just to get the cold shoulder, betting he won't last 5 minutes. As he heads deeper into the forest, the MC figures that player traffic is way lower outside the safe zone, just like he thought. Out of the blue, a giant black snake with red eyes lunges from the shadows, out for blood. The MC raises his dagger's blade to dive straight into the fight. Agile like a cat, he lands a solid hit on the snake, dealing another 25 damage. After the strike, the snake turns into dark dust and drops a copper coin, which the MC catches midair. He looks at the coin and sees it's exactly like the Tower of Gods game, but thinks leveling up this way is slower than dial-up internet. Right then, multiple glowing-eyed black snakes spawn from the trees, completely surrounding the MC. Not even flinching, the kid faces the swarm with a mocking grin, draws his dagger and challenges them to a brawl, saying he'll give them exactly what they're asking for. In a flash, the MC dashes forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes, slicing up every snake in his path at an absurd speed. A notification pops up on screen announcing the 10th season has started. All beginner zone records just reset, and there's crazy luxury loot for anyone who beats the pioneers. Deep in the woods, the MC grips his dagger super hyped, thinking that since the season kicked off, he's got to speedrun his level ups. Flashing a confident smile, he realizes that with the divine clock of all things item, nobody is stealing his first blood rewards. Out in an open area, players chat about the new season, trying to guess who will snag the first clear, but one guy says it doesn't matter for irrelevant noobs like them. 3 players are talking and one claims the East Region prize is going to one of the 3 big rich families. Another agrees, mentioning he saw the Lin family daughter flexing a full legendary set. The dude points out her outfit costs millions and she even rolls with high-level bodyguards. Glasses girl and her friends accept reality, saying that ain't their problem and go back to hunting rabbits, patting each other on the back near a dead critter. Back to the brawl. The MC spins his dagger and slices 3 snakes at once in a master stroke. Having dispatched the monsters, he lands firmly on the ground. Suddenly, an energy aura wraps around the MC and the system congratulates him for hitting level 2, making him the 83rd in the region to pull it off, rewarding him with a dark iron chest and 2 stat points. The kid celebrates, stoked to finally level up and score a reward chest, thinking this whole setup is awesome, but the hype doesn't last, because he checks the leaderboards and is stunned by how many people are already level 2. Noticing the rank 1 player is almost at 3, he realizes he wasted time studying the clock, but swears this lead is just temporary and he'll be the one having the last laugh. The MC reaches out in front of the chest, ready to open it, super curious about what's inside that dark iron chest. Popping the lid, he gets a basic cloth armor and 30 coins. Genuinely surprised he managed to score some gear too. A screen pops up asking the player to pick what he wants to upgrade. Holding the dagger in one hand and the armor in the other, he ponders what to focus on, concluding that since early bosses hit weak, it's better to dump everything into attack. The system shows it's upgrading the refined dagger and asks him to select the quantity, capping out at 8 times. Our guy's finger smashes the confirm button on the virtual screen. A prompt asks if he wants to confirm the upgrade, warning it'll cost 50 copper coins. System chimes in with congrats, announcing the upgrade worked, and he now holds a refined dagger +1. Thinking fast, the kid decides to just go for the max upgrade all at once. He calculates it's gonna cost a fortune, but decides he can afford it. The screen confirms 7 upgrades will cost 9 silver and some change. Without flinching, the MC hits confirm. He smirks holding the blade as the system processes it all, shooting light rays everywhere. Announcing total success, the system congratulates the kid on his brand new refined dagger +8. The status window reveals the dagger has turned into a killing machine, with physical and magic attack stats sky high and a speed bonus. Analyzing the glowing weapon, the MC notes that only the first upgrade tweaks the base stats, the rest is pure raw damage. Out in the forest, he slashes the air leaving a yellow trail of light testing his new toy. Satisfied, he sees his total attack is near 100. Even as a common weapon, it's rivaling rare gear, proving his clock is way too OP. With a mischievous grin, he declares it's time to raid the first floor and dashes off, telling the boss to get ready to meet its maker. Lore states the boss only spawns 10 times a day, and the one who kills it gains tower access. Competition is fierce and only the fast secure a spot. The MC stops in a rocky clearing, feeling like he found the perfect spot. Suddenly, he hears the sounds of a brawl happening nearby. Getting worried, he wonders if someone arrived first and picks up the pace, yelling that he won't let anyone steal his kill. The fight is intense, with a group of adventurers clashing against goblins. One screams to kill them while another begs for help, because mobs are spawning from the ground. Hiding behind a rock, the MC watches the skirmish, and is blown away by how much money these guys have, noticing their gear is strictly top tier. But Lin Yu-chan girl shows up and the MC's jaw drops at her rare set, making his +8 dagger look like a butter knife. She orders the squad to regroup and hand out potions quick, with one of her lackeys confirming the command. Leading the charge, the crew pushes forward out for blood, screaming to attack. A blonde guy next to Lin remarks that at this pace they'll hit the first floor in no time. But Lin stays serious, warning him not to sleep on the other rich families because the competition is coming in hot. Quickly, she notices something feels off. At the sound of a rustle, the pink-haired girl snaps around and demands to know who's hiding in the bushes. Stepping onto the rock, the MC drops a casual hi. The blonde guy immediately calls him a level 2 noob and asks what team he belongs to. The kid answers that he's a lone wolf, telling them to keep fighting because he's just passing through. Lin Yu-chan glares at him suspicious, saying it took them half an hour to cross the forest with a fully geared squad, calling BS on him being alone. Tossing out a good luck, the MC tries to slide out quietly, waving as he backs away. The blonde guy points at him screaming it's a trap, accusing the MC of trying to use them as bait to steal the boss. Getting pissed, the girl orders her squad to stop healing and focus on the MC, commanding them to take him down by force. She refuses to let anyone snatch her first clear from right under her nose. From a top-down view, we see Lin's squad closing in while the MC just stands there. The kid grips his dagger, complaining this is so annoying, not getting why they dragged him into their mess. Sporting a villainous smirk, the blonde guy mocks him, asking how a noob dares to resist. He tells them to finish the boy fast, so the boss lady doesn't miss her chance. The goons obey and charge, but the MC just smiles and says he'll play along for a bit. An arrow tears through the air right at the MC, who preps his dagger for impact. With a ninja reflex, he dodges not 1, but 2 arrows shot his way. Holding her crossbow, the pink-haired girl is stunned, clueless as to how he blocked that. 2 goons rush him with swords raised, yelling to finish the job. Smirking slightly, the MC mockingly wonders if that's all they bring to the table. In an acrobatic leap, he flips over the enemies, slashing them on the way down. The warriors are terrified by his speed and let out a scream like they just saw a ghost. That blonde guy watches the whole thing with his jaw unhinged, screaming there's no way this is real. Panic spreads fast. One of them yells that the noob dropped everyone and calls for a retreat. Standing tall and cocky, the MC admits they're tough for noobs, but warns them that taking him down is gonna take way more work. He dashes in and strikes 3 enemies at once, landing absurd crits that chunk their health bars. With several guys floored, a surviving goon complains about the damage while the rest scream in panic to run away. Furious, the blonde kid points at the MC and tells him to back down, asking if he even knows who he's messing with. glaring back coldly. The kid replies he couldn't care less about their status and warns that if they block his path, they're gonna get hurt. The guy is left speechless, stuttering from pure rage. Out of nowhere, the pink-haired girl yells, telling this Zhangfei guy to shut his trap. He runs over to her, calling her miss, while the MC just stands back and watches the drama. Stepping up with a serious face, Pinky proposes they make a deal. Still holding his dagger, the MC faces the group with a smirk, repeating he doesn't care who they are, and that getting in his way is asking for trouble. In the clearing, he looks at the girl and her downed goons, showing some interest and telling her to spit it out. Internally, the girl analyzes the MC, realizing that reaching this spot solo and fighting like a demon means he's built different. She extends her hand, saying that since they already threw hands, they might as well get acquainted, and asks him to name his price. The blonde guy complains, outraged. They're giving a solo player the time of day, but she tells him to shut it and asks if he can guarantee the mission's success if things go south. Turning away, the MC says he'll let it slide, promising not to attack anymore, but in exchange he wants a protection fee of 1 silver per head, calling it a fair price. Blondie loses his mind and yells, asking if the kid is crazy or hit his head. The MC stares at the group and says that's the price for their lives, asking if there's a problem. The girl tells Zhangfei to shut up again. She tosses 3 gold coins to the boy, saying the change is a token of friendship, and suggests they add each other. The MC, acting like a total mercenary, says adding him costs another gold. Shocked by the audacity, the blonde guy glares, but the lady just agrees and hands over 1 more coin. Zhangfei accuses the MC of daylight robbery, but the girl ignores him and proposes Subai team up with them to hunt the boss and grab the first clear together. Thinking it over, our boy realizes this first clear must be worth a ton to these guys. He replies he's down, but has one condition. The girl, intrigued, asks what it is. Hand extended, the MC drops the bomb. He wants to call the shots for the whole group. The goons are floored. Zhangfei yells that the MC is tripping and asks if he really thinks he has the right to lead the Lin family's elite. He gives it to them straight. Either they follow his lead to take down the boss or forget it, because he doesn't want anyone messing up his run. Blondie tries to sway his boss, saying the MC is a total stranger and can't be trusted. But the lady decides to let the kid do his own thing, just without giving him the commander role. Wasting no time, the kid drops an "alright then" later, turns around and tells him to count him out. But as he walks away, Lin calls him back and asks if he wants to reconsider, offering 100 gold coins. Already leaving, the MC replies that the first clear reward is worth way more than her pocket change and tells her not to waste his time. Zhangfei starts mocking him, saying the kid is dreaming big, thinking he can solo a world boss, and Lin Yuchan agrees, saying even she can't guarantee a win, let alone a solo player. Cut to the MC, who's just chilling on a rock down by the river. With a little smirk, he opens the menu and figures that since he's got cash in his pocket, it's time to tune up the gear he snagged earlier. The screen shows the common armor is at level 2, but to skip the 10-hour wait, the system charges a mere 1,650 silver coins. Since patience isn't exactly his strong suit, the MC decides to skip the wait and hits the button to spend the cash. Eyes closed, the kid sees the purchase confirmation and feels the power surge, with his strength, agility, physique, and spirit instantly spiking. Now with his armor maxed out, the MC opens his stats, seeing his HP crossed 300, which makes him way more confident about tanking the boss. Back at the tavern, players are chatting about how the rookies are going full throttle, and one guesses the first clear is about to drop. Wiping down a glass, the bartender wonders if the Yan Kingdom has any shot at claiming the Tower of God record this year. A customer complains that last year they got completely bodied by some monster from the Pharaoh's kingdom, and wonders when an SS rank will finally spawn in their lands. The MC blitzes past some goblins, thinking he's got a race against the clock to secure that first clear. Hitting the brakes at the cave entrance, the kid is shocked to see someone beat him to the punch. He strokes his chin, takes a sniff of the air, and recognizes the smell of stealth powder. System lore explains this powder hides a user's scent, but it only works on weak mobs and is totally useless against strong beasts. Realizing it's a cheat version of the powder, the kid notes there are too many rich players in this game, guessing that stuff costs a fortune. Inside, a squad is putting the beat down on some goblins while a giant orc boss watches from his throne, and the MC just stays hidden taking notes. Sneaking past the mobs, he thinks he lucked out. The boss is still chilling, otherwise he'd have to wait an hour for a respawn. One of the guys from the Revel squad spots the MC and asks his boss, Wang, if they should block the kid. Playing it cool, Wang Zishi, some rich kid from a famous clan, replies not to worry about it, says the boy is rolling solo. On the flip side, Li Yuran, another snobby heir, calls the MC crazy for trying to snatch what's theirs. Two players are completely mind-blown when they see the MC is about to pull the boss all by himself. The giant orc just watches our boy, who instantly leaps forward. Eyes glowing with rage, the monster lets out an angry roar, revealing a dagger buried in his chest. The system flags the beast as the Goblin King, and the MC, back turned, calls the big guy out for a one-on-one. From a distance, a goon asks Wang if they should jump in and steal the kill. Wang, acting all arrogant, says the MC is gonna get flattened in seconds, and the girl next to him agrees, calling the kid suicidal. Looking even more savage now, the Goblin King attacks with a roar, saying he didn't expect to see the kid again. The boss opens his mouth full of rotten teeth to scream, but the MC doesn't even blink, telling the beast to stop barking and accept that today is his funeral. Using Lightning Step, he lands a hit that shaves off 100 health from the monster. The kid's foot slides across the dirt, kicking up dust with the sheer style of the move. Feeling that blow, the Goblin King drops to his knees while the MC preps his blade for round 2. The boss tries to crush the boy with a club, but the MC dodges easily and even roasts him, calling him slow. With an upward slash, the kid lands a beautiful 100 damage crit, tearing through the beast's chest. Staying focused, he remembers the Goblin King's weak points are the chest, back, and eyes. In pure disbelief, Wang's squad watches, with a goon pointing out the kid is dodging everything and the white-haired woman saying this is impossible. Wang asks this sexy girl what's going on, and she thinks to herself how the kid fights so well and only lands crits. Shocked, Zixi reflects that this kind of fighting skill is something even pros struggle to master. While the brawl rages on, a lackey asks if they should just finish the kid off. Leader Wang flashes a grin and tells them to hold up, explaining the MC won't be able to one-shot the boss. He says to wait for the perfect moment to strike when the kid is worn out. Mid-fight, the MC jumps at the Goblin King's neck, yelling he's gonna chop him up like veggies. The monster shrieks in some weird language, eyes glowing red. Our guy doesn't back down, saying screaming won't save anyone, and warns he's slicing the beast's kidneys, taking another 100 health with a crit. Then the Goblin King roars that he's killing our MC right now. The beast glows bright and roars loud, putting the MC on high alert for what's next. Seeing the boss's little show, the MC gets serious and suspects he's calling in his mob. And that's where it gets crazy. The monster keeps yelling, and out of nowhere, Wang's crew finds themselves swarmed by a goblin army. Freaking out, one of the guys panics, screaming how all these mobs spawned if they already cleared the zone. With wide eyes, Zixi shouts that the boss summoned his personal guard. Wang tries to keep his cool and orders everyone to form an attack line to carve a path out by force. Amidst the chaos, one screams to listen to Zixi, another yells to hold the line, turning into a total mess. Holding her bow, Zixi doesn't know what to do and blames the bastard MC for this goblin rain. Surrounded, Wang barks at the squad to focus and punch a hole through that wall of enemies. From above, you can see they're stranded. One of them yells "Roger that," and another tells Zixi to hang tough. Two members fight side by side, one swearing they'll make it out and the other screaming for Wang not to give up. Wang figures there's still time, fully believing the MC lacks the damage to finish the boss and that his scroll will secure the win. Looking back, the MC realizes they were planning to steal the kill at the very end. He notices Wang brought a pricey magic scroll and points out the perks of being rich, while the playboy challenges the kid axe in hand. Sporting a psycho face, Wang pops the scroll and screams for the kid to become barbecue right alongside the boss. The scroll glows and unleashes the fire explosion technique, a mid-level magic spell. Exploding massively, the blast consumes everything, kicking up smoke and tossing rocks everywhere. Zixi tears laughing and the lackeys start hyping up their leader, thinking they took the W. But staring into the flames, the leader notices something is off and wonders why the system hasn't pinged. And no one saw that coming. The system broadcasts to everyone that the Goblin King got wiped by player Subai. The squad is left in shock, with Zixi refusing to believe Subai came out on top. As the smoke clears, there stands the MC, Subai, right on top of the boss's corpse, making Wang scream in pure rage. His face twisted in anger, Wang questions how the hell the kid managed to land the last hit. Subai turns around calling them idiots, explaining he stacked damage on the beast's weak spot and wiped the last 5% in one strike. Internally, the MC admits he could have killed the beast earlier, but waited for the rich kid to burn his expensive scroll just to troll him. Facing Lang, he says he just wanted to teach these arrogant nobles a lesson, waves goodbye, and tells him to enjoy the respawn timer. That same notification about Subai killing the boss pops up back at the Pack Tavern. Going completely wild, the crowd loses it, with the bartender asking who this Subai is, and some guy guessing he's from a noble family. An elf points out it's the first time the big family's lost, and a dude suggests the kid must belong to some OP secret clan. Over in another corner, a group debates if it's that orphan Subai they know, but the guy doubts it, thinking it's impossible. Pink Hair and her squad also see the alert and she starts stuttering, completely in disbelief. Dead serious, she orders everyone to rush to the rendezvous point and the subordinates obey instantly. Wang is about to explode with rage, grinding his teeth and calling Subei every name in the book. His crew regroups looking kinda lost and the leader announces they'll rest up and try for the next boss in an hour. Out of nowhere a portal opens right in their faces and Pinky's group steps out, leaving Wang pissed, thinking they're here to steal another boss. The pink-haired girl and the blonde dude walk out of the portal, getting the alert. The MC finds out that killing the boss earned him the right to enter the Tower of God plus a silver chest. Another message pops up saying he hit the top 100 on the server and gets a bonus chest. Facing both chests, he decides to pop them right away to see if he snags a rare item before climbing the tower. System reveals the first one dropped the rare one-step boots and some spare change, and the second gave EXP potions and more silver. Grinning from ear to ear, the MC celebrates bagging the boots and potions. The display shows the boots grant several buffs and feature a skill that boosts speed by 30%. He holds the boots thrilled, but remembers his level is still low and the Season 10 leaderboards must be open by now. On the scoreboard, he spots his name sitting at 98 and finds it weird to be ranked so low. He figures he cleared everything super fast, but concludes that the pay-to-win players from other regions probably bought their way through first. System confirms he used the EXP potion, granting a 10% boost for an hour. The MC down the flask and thinks he really needs to rush and level up ASAP. Before a giant purple portal, he braces himself to see what the first floor challenge is. He steps through the gate and lands on a stone platform covered in ancient runes on the first floor. Scanning the darkness, the kid wonders if this dungeon is the infamous Shadow Labyrinth. The MC sizes up the challenge, knowing beginner dungeons vary a ton, but the Shadow Labyrinth is rated Nightmare for noobs, sitting at mid to high difficulty. Just then, the kid's foot steps on a floor tile, which lights up with a faint glow. He starts navigating the maze with a memorized pattern in his head. First forward, then right, and forward again. Running down the tight corridor, the MC notes the pattern is the same as always, thanking God he didn't forget the way out of this place. Suddenly, a creepy hand with huge claws bursts from the ground, almost catching him off guard. From a magic circle, a black beast with red eyes and a massive tongue lunges at the MC, who lets out a startled yell. The kid comes face to face with the ugly creature and wonders if that's a man-eating ghoul. System window pops up confirming it. It's a level 3 man-eating ghoul, normal type. Undead class with the sharp claws skill. Gripping his dagger, the MC enters combat mode, recalling that these mobs are agile and hit hard, so he absolutely can't let them surround him. The boots glow as he triggers the skill to slide super fast across the floor. Dodging the monster's strike, he lands a perfect counter. The screen flashes crit an instant kill, making the MC think they're a breeze one-on-one. Another ghoul tries to act smart jumping from above to catch him slipping, but the kid was already in his fighting stance. With a ninja reflex, the MC intercepts the beast midair, and the system calls another crit as the monster gets dusted. The notification pops up showing he gained 40 EXP and a +4 bonus. Bathed in light, the MC stands there receiving system congrats for hitting level 3 and scoring 2 free stat points. That satisfying little window pops up screaming, "Level up!" Checking his stats, now showing Subei at level 3 with everything updated, he realizes the king's EXP finally pushed him over the edge. The MC keeps moving through the maze, stepping past tiles glowing blue and red on the dark floor. Scanning the setup, he gets that the tiles lead to different paths. Red is hardcore mode and blue is a walk in the park. Without a second thought, he steps on the red, choosing violence because the kid knows tough missions mean fat loot. The boy walks down a long, gloomy hallway lit by torches toward a giant door with a red circle glowing under his feet. Over in the Yan Kingdom, at the Chu Dynasty Guild HQ, a woman tells the president that Mr. Jumsai is crushing it. The white-haired, goatee-rocking Joe Wang, guild founder, counters that a good start guarantees nothing. The real winner is whoever crosses the finish line with the prize. Smiling and sucking up, the woman says the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She adds that with the president's setups, the Rookie King title is in the bag for Mr. Jumsai. Zhou Wang looks kinda annoyed, thinking these people are way too naive. Facing the window, the president explains that the Rookie King is someone who grinds through blood and sweat, not a title for someone spoon-fed by their parents, and the woman quickly agrees. Shooting a serious stare, he drops that he hopes he won't be disappointed by the result. Back in the dungeon, the MC is in the thick of the chaos, dispatching 3 mobs at once with fatal crits that send them packing instantly. As the bodies hit the floor, EXP notifications rain on screen. 40 points plus a 4-point bonus for every beast killed. The window shows the kid's progress bar at level 3 sitting at 8,500 out of 10,000 EXP. He looks at his glowing blade, thinking it hasn't even been half an hour, and the loot inside the tower is already absurd. Seeing the monstrosity turn into light dust, he figures he finally cleared the whole room. All of a sudden, the floor turns into a glowing dance floor shining purple, yellow, and blue, leaving the MC totally surprised. A gray panel pops up and he realizes he found a secret room, thinking it's a massive find and that picking hard mode definitely paid off. Riding the light platform up like an elevator, the MC steps in curious to see what's hidden inside. Once he hits his destination, the kid's face shifts into pure shock. He comes face to face with a massive horde of ghouls and wonders why there's so many of them again, counting over 50 beasts. Wasting no time, 3 ghouls lunge straight at him, primed for the attack. Surrounded by the nasty mob, the MC dashes and weaves through the strikes, moving with insane agility. The lore explains that half an hour later, the kid wiped the floor with the mobs. System sends its congrats announcing the MC hit level 4 and scored 2 more free stat points. Alone in the empty room, staring at a red puddle, he celebrates finally leveling up again. Another window pops up saying he cleared the secret room with an S rank, absolute perfection, earning a gold coin and 1,000 bonus EXP. Checking his level 4 stats, the MC laughs seeing the boosted numbers and decides it's time to face the big boss. He glances at the season leaderboard, sees Joe Jungsai in first place, but realizes nobody has taken down the boss yet. The MC's foot triggers a red magic circle on the floor which starts glowing bright. With the giant stone door opening, the kid walks into the darkness leaving the mess behind, promising with a smirk that he's gonna update the boss record. Paused at the dark passage entrance, the MC grips his dagger, ready to face whatever is lurking inside. He steps into a colossal hall lined with dragon statues, the famous first floor boss room of the Tower of God. Sitting on a stone throne, there's a massive minotaur with flaming horns, but a bunch of ghouls come sprinting out to jump our guy. Dagger in hand, the kid yells at them to quit stalling and bring it on, because he doesn't have all day. In a split second, the MC becomes a blur and dodges the strikes from the swarming ghouls. Sliding across the floor, the boy ignores the trash mods and taunts the Minotaur, calling the big boss out to play. In a scary close-up, the Minotaur's red eyes flare up, showing he wasn't having any of that taunt. The window drops his stats. Minotaur, Elite Boss Level 5, 55,000 HP and 3 skills, including Charge, Stomp, and Berserk mode. The MC smirks and remarks that the monster is still as cold and cocky as ever. Wasting no time, the kid leaps into the air with his blades, ready to launch his assault on the big boss. With surgical precision, he lands his dagger right on the Minotaur's horn. Finally standing out, the boss grabs a giant axe that starts crackling with energy. The Minotaur slams the ground with full force, sending a massive shockwave across the whole room. To make things worse, 2 gargoyle statues decide to wake up and join the brawl. The MC flashes an excited grin seeing the stakes rise, thinking things just got interesting. Using his crushing charge, the Minotaur rushes the kid, who's currently boxed in by the gargoyles. With crazy agility, the MC dodges the Minotaur's charge, blitzing past him like lightning. Exploiting the opening, he triggers the vacuum trail skill and lands a crit that shaves 150 HP off the boss. Things get tight again, with the MC pinned down by the Minotaur and 3 flying gargoyles. Even cornered, the boy doesn't lose his edge, and knows they don't stand a chance of taking him down. In a slick vertical panel, the MC spams Vacuum Trail to unleash rapid strikes on the gargoyles and the boss at the same time, lighting up the whole scene. Advancing fast, the Minotaur tries to land a heavy punch on the kid, who's already prepped for it. From a top-down view, the boss smashes his axe into the floor, creating a shock ring, while the MC jumps to clear the blast. The Minotaur roars engulfed in flames, proving he's genuinely pissed. In a heavy attack, the boss leaps using heavy charge, coming down hard, and the MC wonders why he's already sweating so much. Staring down the strike, the boy calls the boss a dumb bull, telling him he's still a hothead just like always. With a quick move, the MC triggers the blink skill and spawns right next to the Minotaur's face, asking with a grin if he doesn't recognize an old friend. He grips his blade tight, saying he'll gladly jog the monster's memory. Landing a perfect shot, the MC hits a crit that chunks 1,000 HP from the boss. Even wounded, the Minotaur doesn't quit, and the boy finds himself swarmed again by 2 flying gargoyles. Taking advantage, the kid uses the trash mobs to farm some experience, gunning down the gargoyles and securing that EXP bonus. A notification congratulates the MC on hitting level 5 and snagging 2 free stat points. Wrapped in a golden aura, the MC celebrates finally leveling up. He checks his item screen, pops the boot skill, and figures he's just one step away. Yelling activate, the MC's boots start glowing, shooting out crackling blue energy. With his speed boosted, the kid moves like a blur, leaving trails of light as he dodges the Minotaur's strikes. Frustrated, the boss roars, completely unable to track the MC's speed. The Minotaur starts glowing with a red fury aura, and the boy notices the big guy popped his berserk mode way too early. Our MC says he'll have to play for real then, as the boss gets engulfed in blue and purple energy. The big bull starts looking all over for our guy. Popping up right behind him, the kid smirks and asks if the monster was looking for him. In a swift move, the Minotaur tries to strike, but a notification shows the berserk buff just ran out. Vaulting over the Minotaur's head, the MC announces he's right there. He unleashes a hail of rapid dagger strikes, tagging the boss multiple times in a row. Standing right in front of the bleeding Minotaur whose health is draining, the MC says he's still as dumb as ever for wasting his fury so early, adding that now he's just meat on a chopping block. The kid declares it's game over and he's got no time to play with a stupid bull. With one final strike, he lands a crit that deletes 3000 HP from the Minotaur. Stunned by the hit, the boss goes blank-eyed, drooling that red liquid. Dropping his axe, the Minotaur crashes down. A notification congratulates the player for beating the Minotaur boss, clearing the first floor, and scoring a ticket to floor 2. Then another prompt pops up congratulating a player named Lin for an S-rank first floor clear, a flawless run bagging 10,000 bonus EXP. And, to wrap it up, a final alert congratulates him for getting the first boss clear of Season 10, handing over a golden chest, an EXP orb, and 50 gold coins. A notification window pops up saying he finished in 58 minutes and 59 seconds, shattering the first floor record and bagging 50 gold coins plus 10,000 EXP. Smiling, the MC notes it wasn't too shabby. He remembers back in the day he'd speedrun it in half an hour, but right now the focus is hoarding resources and experience. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a massive explosion goes off showing things are really heating up over there. Holding the 10,000 Calamities Annihilation Cannon, this guy Joe Junkai praises his dad's weapon, but complains it costs an arm and a leg to fire, otherwise he'd be way faster. Rocking a maniac face, Junkai laughs and declares it's time to start the bombardment. Out of nowhere, an alert congratulates player Su-Bai for breaking the record and clearing the first floor. Junkai is left in shock, refusing to believe someone actually pulled that off already. The season leaderboard pops up on screen, with Su-Bai in first place, followed by Junkai and some girl named Lin Mengxuan. Furious, Junkai screams that time is impossible. He accuses the guy of hacking or cheating because there's zero logic to it. Back in the city, the crowd gossips about the wild news. A woman yells for everyone to look at how Su-Bai's level spiked and took over the top spot. Right in the street, folks debate where this monster came from, reminding each other the last one like him was Li Jiangxian a long time ago. They conclude the Rookie King title is already locked in. At the guild headquarters, President Zhou Wang demands to know who this mystery record breaker is. His assistant tries to smooth things over, mentioning his son, the young master, also did great. Yelling back, the president states a loss is a loss, period. Terrified, the assistant points out there are still 9 floors left for the kid to flip the script and aim for Rookie King. Wearing a scowl, the president orders an immediate background check on whoever just shattered the record. Seeing Su-Bai's name, the pink-haired girl Lin texts him accusing him of stealing the boss and the record, but quickly invites the MC to work for her family. Standing near the portal, Lin admits to herself that, at the end of the day, they definitely underestimated the guy. Facing a golden treasure chest, the MC knows this is first clear loot. Chuckling, he demands a perfect grade piece of gear, otherwise it's an insult to his stats. Popping open with a blinding flash, the chest lights up the whole room in gold. Our boy is stunned, wondering if the chest actually dropped the perfect item he wanted. From the glow emerges a golden hoe with a black handle, leaving the MC completely clueless about this joke. The system drops a congrats for earning the perfect grade item, the golden hoe. Resting the hoe on his shoulder, he laughs, recalling this item is legendary and super handy in the late game. He also spots an EXP orb that'll help him level up. Wasting no time, the MC crushes the orb in his hand, unleashing that golden energy. System confirms he popped the beginner orb and pocketed 60,000 EXP. Another alert pops up saying he hit level 6 and scored 2 stat points to spend. Checking his boosted stats, the MC figures he leveled up right on schedule and decides it's time to tune up his gear. Without a second thought, he taps the upgrade button on the screen. The one-step boots got buffed, but it'll take 12 hours. The system offers to double the speed or charge a hefty fee to skip the wait. Pointing at the display, the MC picks the priciest option instantly since money is no object for him. Deducting the silver, the system finishes the upgrade instantly, spiking his stats. Hyped about the new numbers, the kid celebrates and decides to run it back to get even stronger. The screen flashes another success with fresh bonuses added to his boots. Another 6,400 silver goes down the drain to skip the timer again and secure that stat boost. Popping up, the status window shows Subai at level 6 loaded with HP, mana, and attack power to spare. Looking over his equipped gear, the MC chuckles, feeling like things are finally looking pristine just the way he likes it. He grips the black card that serves as his ticket to the next floor. Ticket in hand, the MC turns to the portal and announces it's time to climb. Strolling toward the purple gate, he sets a bold goal to clear the first 10 floors in 24 hours. Stepping through the rift, he drops into a massive wasteland called the Naka Desert. System confirms his entry into the Naka Desert and warns that current progress is at 0. A 1-minute countdown kicks off, telling him to gear up because the first monster wave is incoming. Blocking the sun with his hand, the MC complains that surviving 10 waves is way too slow and decides he needs to speed this up. While the MC is distracted, a beast bursts out of another portal, kicking up dust. It's a level 3 sawtoothed wizard, and the system reveals it packs bite and poison skills. Surrounded by the lizards, the MC groans that this sluggish pace is ruining his record time. Blade drawn, he charges in, saying he'll have to take the initiative since they're moving like turtles. In a lightning-fast strike, the MC sends 3 lizards to the grave at once with brutal crits. Congratulating him on clearing the first wave, the system tells him to wait a minute. The MC thinks it's ridiculous having finished in under 2 minutes. Spotting the next batch on the horizon, he decides it's still not fast enough and he needs to hustle. The special effect of the one-step boots gets triggered by the system. With his speed turbocharged, the MC obliterates several lizards in a flash, determined to shatter all his past life records. 2 alerts pop up. The second wave is history, and the countdown for the third has begun. Another 2 messages confirm the third wave is done and the fourth is cooking. Clearing the fourth wave super fast, the timer starts ticking for the fifth. The fifth wave wraps up and the 6th wave countdown starts right after. Inside the boss room, the MC stares down a giant werewolf and asks if the doggy is gonna surrender already. He strikes the beast's chest with everything he's got, yelling, "Steel Slash," to send him packing. Standing with his foot on the defeated boss, he receives his congrats and the ticket to floor 3. Showing on the window, the Desert Fang, a level 6 elite boss, now has 0 HP. System drops an S rank for a flawless battle and hands over 11,000 bonus EHP as a gift. The MC gets crowned as the first to clear the second floor this season, scoring a golden chest and more gold. Another window displays the absurd time of 29 minutes and 42 seconds, shattering the historical record and yielding more loot. Out in the wasteland, the MC gazes at the glowing open golden chest, curious what treasure he'll bag this time. The system chimes in that he scored the bound purple gold armor, a perfect grade piece of gear. Detailing the armor, the screen shows heavy defense, high health, and an auto HP regen that is pure OP goodness. Giving him choices, the system offers to buff the bonus stats or uncap the gear's level completely. The MC decides to upgrade just once for now, figuring if the item level gets too high, he won't even be able to equip it. Costing 1 gold coin, the system confirms the armor is successfully +1. Whistling in awe at the new armor, the kid complains the little stunt cost way too much. Geared up and proud, he thinks this is what a perfect item looks like, laughing because the rest of his set looks dull next to this glow. Popping another EXP orb, he hits level 7 and gains more points, feeling like 50,000 EXP was a solid return. The status screen displays level 7 Subai with his top-tier items, and he decides he's ready for the 3rd floor. Walking toward the dark portal, the kid cries over the 100 gold coins he blew and says he needs to get rich ASAP. Stepping out of the rift, he arrives at a place called the Silk Cave, which is the 3rd floor of the tower. In the pitch black, he comes face to face with a swarm of red-eyed bugs making creepy noises. Grinning with his dagger ready, he sprints at the monsters, calling them beauties. Cutting to the 1st floor, that other guy fires the giant cannon at a minotaur to test its firepower. The minotaur roars in agony, getting caught dead center by the explosion and smoke. Alerting the player, the system states the minotaur bit the dust and hands over the ticket to the 2nd floor. The window shows it took him 2 hours, 25 minutes, and 30 seconds to wrap it up. Sighing in relief, the adventurer mentions it was exhausting, and he got lucky the boss didn't go full berserk. He's taken aback seeing the glowing sword he just scored as a reward. Congratulating him, the system reveals he obtained the exquisite longsword, a rare weapon. Gripping the blade with a smirk, the warrior flexes, asking who else could pull a rare weapon from a silver chest. His joy dies fast when he reads the global announcement that Subai already cleared the second floor, securing another W for the Yen Kingdom. Absolutely livid, he screams, asking how that's possible, yelling that 29 minutes is sheer madness. Falling to his knees, the guy admits he's still too weak and wonders who the hell this Subai kid is. Somewhere else, the MC vaults over a giant spider, ready to teach these mobs how to really level up. System broadcasts that Subai broke the third floor record in 25 minutes and 45 seconds. Now on the fourth floor, the Crimson Flame Desert, the MC faces down several lizardmen primed for a brawl. Another record shattered. Subai cleared the fourth floor in 22 minutes and 23 seconds. Down on the fifth floor, the Misty Swamp, the kid beats the brakes off a giant monster crawling out of the water. And boom, another notification. Fifth floor cleared in 19 minutes and 58 seconds. Back in town, the crowd goes wild over the news. Someone shouts, he cleared 3 floors in an hour, wondering if the guy is a genius or an actual god. Others debate if the floors are too easy or if Subai is packing an epic weapon, since even the guild leader's son took his sweet time. Cutting to a strategy group meeting, several warriors are chatting it up. A woman named Pei Lingshui remarks that this Subai character is a pretty interesting dude. Blonde guy Si Nantien replies it's more than that. He explains the kid has zero background and was strictly mid in school. Suspecting he found something OP in the tower, Nantien shares his theory, but Pei counters that epic gear is ultra rare even for their elite. Another member accuses Si Nantien of already eyeing the kid's weapon, even though he rocks a cracked spear, while half the room doesn't even have a full set. Suddenly, a long-haired man steps in and tells them both to drop the drama. Right then, Captain Su Chang drops a bomb. If Subai doesn't show up with an S-rank crystal, they'll negotiate for his epic weapon by force. Continuing his speech, the captain adds that if the MC does have the item, he gets a VIP invite to the squad, but a more level-headed member says to chill, suggesting Rookie should start at the bottom like everyone else. But Su Chang isn't having it and shuts him down, saying if Subai becomes Rookie King, he's worth the investment, leaving the other guy totally speechless. Flashing that, I run this town look, Captain Su Chang declares the subject is closed, period. Turning to the blonde dude, Pei Ling Shui gives it to him straight. He better mind his own business and secure his second class fast, or he'll get benched to the reserves. Cut to the MC, who's in what looks like a massive dark aquarium, heading toward a glowing purple orb floating in the water. Sitting on the floor, he checks his stats and sees everything is at 80+8. He figures his luck is peaking, but upgrading gear is leaving his wallet emptier than a broke college kid's fridge. Glancing at his inventory, he spots the sad amount of 300 coins. Doing some quick math, he realizes it barely covers the next upgrades and the panic sets in. Pointing at the screen, he calculates that clearing the 10th floor will net about 500 coins, and becoming Rookie King adds 200, which is still pocket change for his spending habits. Having a total meltdown, the kid pulls his hair, screaming into the void, asking where he's gonna get more cash, yelling that he's dead broke, but then lighting up with a genius idea. The MC remembers he's got contacts on his friends list. He pulls up a message from Lin Yu Chan, the rich girl, who's dying to team up, offering multi-million contracts, and even drops some apology cash for being annoying earlier. Our boy figures it's time to run some highly profitable business. In the chat, the convo flows. Subai asks if she wants transfer crystals and drops his price list, charging 1 coin for D rank and 5 for C rank. On the other end, Lin Yu Chan is mind blown, thinking the prices are a total steal. Wasting no time, she says she'll buy out the whole stock. The MC mentions he's got 30 right now and will farm more, giving her a 6-day deadline to pool the cash, sealing the deal for when he leaves the tower. Staring at the screen with absolute confidence, the MC realizes having loaded friends is the most OP skill in existence. Finger hovering over the trade button, he confirms the deal and decides it's time to get back to the grind, dashing toward a portal in a creepy forest. The MC yells for the 6th floor to get ready for him. The scene opens at the Wild Oasis, a place swarming with flying beasts that look like dragons, but are probably just stuck-up winged lizards. Standing by the water, the MC notes the difficulty spiked and the boss here is a pain because it never stays put, so finding the punk relies purely on luck. Pulling up the stats for his dragon crossbow plus 10. It's a rare item shooting triple bolts with a speed boost, perfect for anyone keeping their distance from danger. Holding the weapon, he feels like a tactical genius for packing a ranged option, until he realizes the tiny detail that he forgot to stock up on arrows. Seen from behind walking into the fog, the MC figures time is money, and he needs to conserve ammo so he doesn't end up empty-handed. Crossbow cocked, he pauses and lets out a sensing the chaos heading his way. Suddenly, he's surrounded by red-eyed Black Panthers popping up like they planned the gank in a group chat. 3 energy bolts materialize on the weapon. Flashing a slick smile, he says these beasts are gonna make great target practice. Ripping through the air, the bolts fly straight at a panther, which barely opens its its mouth to roar before eating the damage. Moving with cat-like agility, the MC shoots in every direction while the panthers try and fail to turn him into a snack. In a dramatic close-up, his face shows pure focus, proving he ain't here to play games. Spraying energy bolts non-stop, he snipes the jumping panthers like he's starring in an action movie. Standing amidst the mess of defeated mobs, the MC lowers his weapon and remarks the performance was way better than expected. Crouching down, he figures he can recycle the arrows a couple of times and plans to sell the leftovers to Lin Yu Cham later. Down by the river, he gets ready and deduces the boss must be following the current north, playing the ultimate nature detective. Then, the kid just starts sprinting across the water like it's concrete, completely defying physics. With a half smirk, he thinks the sound of a waterfall is the ultimate clue he found the right spot. Gliding over the water, he smiles and says, "Found you," oozing confidence. Hitting the brakes on the shore, he spots a squad of fishmen armed with tridents. The camera zeroes in on the monsters, revealing a massive leader and two smaller ones, all looking like they woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Checking the monster stat sheet, it's a level 9 amphibious fishman packing bite and harpoon toss skills. Nothing too fancy. Crossbow primed for the kill. The MC announces his shift just started. Swimming and fast, the fishmen get greeted by a hail of energy bolts from the MC, leaving absolutely nothing to chance. System chimes in that the mob drops some coins and a B-rank crystal. He rushes to grab it before it despawns. The display confirms it's a transfer crystal for the warrior class, which fetches a solid price. Holding the loot, the MC chuckles to himself, thinking the drop rate in this zone is an absolute dream. Snapping a pic for the chat, he texts the boss lady saying it's for a warrior and asks what she's paying. Reading the text, Lin Yu Chan realizes this kid is a literal farming machine. Trying to be fair, she offers 10 million or 100 gold coins. Being the hustler he is, the MC demands an extra 100 grand in cash to seal the deal, and she accepts instantly. Sprinting across the water while shooting, the MC thinks making bank like this is way too easy. Out of nowhere, he slams the brakes and spots a purple streak in the sky, wondering what on earth that is. Flashing a smile like he hit the jackpot, he recognizes the sound and knows the boss just spawned. Bursting out of the water with a growl, a giant blue demon fish wielding a golden trident appears, but the MC doesn't even blink. The screen IDs it as the Oasis Fish Demon, a level 10 elite boss, rocking 80,000 HP and heavy strikes. Looking totally bored, the MC clicks his tongue and remarks the thing is ugly as sin. Gliding over the water, he warns the boss he's gonna play around a bit before sending him to the grave. Letting 3 bolts fly, the kid watches the big fish charge with its trident, dying to crush the invader. Straight into the beast's jagged maw, the arrows hit the target as it looked ready to eat them for a snack. Popping lightning step, the MC pulls a ninja leap, dodging the trident that blows up the water right where he just stood. While still airborne, he snipes the monster's forehead, and the system flashes 3 1000 damage crits, an absolute beauty. Pissed beyond belief, the boss hurls its golden trident at the MC with full force. Pulling off an acrobatic flip, the kid dodges the weapon cleanly. Aiming his weapon again, the MC thinks the monster is still as dumb as a rock. Zero evolution whatsoever. Rushing in, he yells for the beast to kick the bucket. Charging up the final blow, landing a dead center hit, the arrows trigger more massive crits while the monster shrieks in pain. Dropping dead into the water, the boss goes down while the MC just watches. Notifications blow up his screen. Boss defeated, 6th floor cleared, 7th floor pass secured, and an S-rank finish gifting him 5 silver chests. And it doesn't stop there. Bagging the season's first boss kill earns him a golden chest, gold coins, the Fishman Hunter title, and another broken speed record. Glancing at the screen, the MC laughs, admitting it took a minute, but the bonus chests totally make up for the delay. Staring down the 5 glowing silver chests, he expects some prime loot. The reward list pops up, packed with potions, coins, and some fish demon bracers. Complaining it's a weak haul for the effort, he decides the bracers will do the trick and opts to upgrade them on the spot. The system pings that 10 silver coins just vanished, making his wallet cry a little. Now the bracers are sitting at +8, packing solid defense and water resistance, locked and loaded. Strapping them on, the MC clicks his tongue and admits the stats aren't something to sneeze at. Standing squarely in front of the gate, he shouts, the 7th floor is his next stop. Fired up, he plans to sweep 10 floors in 20 hours to lock down that Rookie King title, no matter the cost. Then the system drops a bombshell that player Lin Mengxuan just snagged an S-rank Berserker class. The MC is shook, realizing the competition is getting fierce. Over in a guild hall, gossip spreads like wildfire that this Lin Mengxuan is engaged to the famous Immortal Sword Li, making her the top pick for the title. At another table, a girl argues there's no way she beats Subai, who's already on floor 7. But her buddy argues an S-rank class completely completely flips the script. Nodding along, the girl agrees her father-in-law probably hooked her up, pointing out some people just ride their daddy's OP weapons to the top. The scoreboard shows Suzy, our MC, chilling in first, followed by Lin and Jo Junsai. In another corner, Jo Junchai realizes he dropped to third and loses it, asking where all these cracked players came from. Glaring at the portal, he vows to turn things around on the 5th floor. Arriving at the 7th floor, the MC steps into the Shadow Castle, a spot with gothic vibes and a super heavy atmosphere. Once inside, he leaves with a flying kick straight into a giant black armored skeleton, smashing the beast's back. He's thankful he remembered the skeleton's spine is made of glass, scoring a free crit. The scene cuts to Lan Mengxuan on the 4th floor, bringing her sword down on a mob of lizards. Wiping out the whole pack, she screams. She's not losing to anyone, completely out for blood. Over on the 5th floor, Jo Junshai finds a fragment and celebrates like a kid in a candy store, ready to swap his class. Locking in the SS rank gunner class, he feels like the king of the world as the new notifications roll in. Meanwhile, the MC is already on floor 8, running and gunning down skeletons like it's a walk in the park. Waltzing do the mobs, he hands out stabs and arrows with surgical precision. Sporting a winner's smirk, he calculates there's only 2 floors left to wrap this up. Lin Mengxuan is brawling a giant monster on the 6th floor, complaining she's lagging behind and swearing she'll catch up to first place. Hitting the 9th floor, the Nightmare City, the MC spots some freakish mobs and decides he needs to fly out of there because the place is just nasty. On floor 7, Lin Mengxuan squares up with the skeleton boss and screams Su Bei's name, swearing she's gonna catch him. The final shot shows the MC stepping onto the 10th floor, heading straight for a colossal demon boss. Facing down Nightmare Hermors, the MC smiles and says it's time for this nightmare to become a dream come true and secure his title. Dagger drawn, he rushes in, telling the boss he's got 0 time for small talk. Leaping straight through the boss's magic attacks, he yells that he's slicing this monster into pieces. Nightmare Hermors wraps himself in a dark aura, charging up a heavy strike. The monster roars about punishing anyone who messes with nightmares, but the MC is already at its feet, warning that Krusty move didn't work before and won't fly now, telling him to go to hell. With a rapid and deadly thrust, the kid pierces right through the boss's chest, leaving it in sheer disbelief, screaming that a nightmare is supposed to be unbeatable. The system drops that cheeky alert congratulating player Suzy for smashing the record and clearing floor 10, scoring another point for the Yan Kingdom. Popping up to rub it in everyone's face, another window reveals the total runtime was an insane 54 minutes and 23 seconds. And that's where it gets crazy. The loot rain keeps pouring, congratulating Su Bai as the first of the season to clear floor 10, handing him an SSS rank crystal and the Rookie King title. Gripping his prize, the MC reads off the ridiculous EXP and stat bus, laughing his head off because in his past life, he cleared almost 1,000 floors and never even sniffed this title. Standing before 5 golden chests, he decides to pop them all at once to see if his luck is still peaking. The first chest spits out the tiger sword, but he wrinkles his nose, finding the stats totally mid for his build. Next up is a lost treasure map, and now he's seeing the vision, thinking he can farm some absolute top-tier gear. Displaying an energy shield, the screen adds another rare item to his stash. From another chest pops the lightstone, and he cheers because that's gonna hide his gear's crazy glow and keep annoying stalkers away. Things get deadly serious when the Fire Dragon gauntlets drop, an authentic perfect grade item. Slipping the gauntlets on instantly, he thinks that, unlike the shield, these stats are borderline epic tier. The second he equips them, a blinding glow takes over, and he gets annoyed by how much attention it draws. Bringing up the status window, he checks his arsenal, featuring the new gauntlets and that OP clockable things. Laughing to himself, he figures if he buffs these stats with the clock, every single punch is going to be an instant funeral for his enemies. Eyeing his inventory packed with silver chests, he decides to crack the rest open and flip everything for cold hard cash. System pings that he snagged some refined shorts of excellent quality. Then out pops a basic iron sword, the kind you can buy on any street corner. Another alert drops the moonlight earrings, one more excellent grade item. Dropping 20 small EXP potions and 5 gold coins, the system pads out his balance. Wrapping up the bundle, he scores the dark green boots, also sitting at excellent quality. Making sure everyone knows, the system broadcasts that Su Bai is the first to clear the 10th floor and is officially the Rookie King. A second announcement blares that he did it in just over 17 hours, destroying historical records and claiming the SSS rank crystal. Down in the beginner's city, the crowd is losing it trying to wrap their heads around an SSS rank crystal, remembering the last guy to get one is the current world #1. The hype is so unreal that two dudes literally start thanking the heavens and praying like it's a miracle. Over in the meeting room, the strategy group stares at their screens looking like they just saw a ghost. Captain Su Chang completely flips out and orders Pei Ling Shu to stick to the kid the second he leaves the noob zone, forbidding any screw-ups in the recruitment. Blondie seeing Auntie and asks what they're actually bringing to the table, since talent like that costs serious bank. Sparing no breath, the captain yells to offer the absolute highest tier, leaving the girls shook thinking it's for the elite squad. Confirming it's for the main roster, he says spend whatever it takes because bagging an SSS rank guarantees nobody will ever mess with them again. Rocking a dead serious scowl, Su Shang sums up that losing a genius like this is entirely off the table. The squad members start dreaming big, claiming with this recruit, the only team they'd lose to is the rank 1 squad. Pei Ling Shu nods and promises to handle the mission, dying to shut up their arrogant rivals. At the tavern, everyone is chatting about how the MC pulled all that off without even changing his class, leaving the whole room floored. Out of nowhere, the door gets violently kicked open, jump-scaring all the local drunks. Two guys jump up furious, drawing weapons and demanding to know who the punk is. Strutting and completely unbothered, the MC walks through carrying a massive sack. The regulars instantly start taking bets on how long he'll last before the bartender ends his whole career. Strutting over with her pirate vibe, the owner notes he was quick on the draw. Taking a seat at the bar, he orders a shooting star, catching her completely off guard since that's the secret house drink. A couple in the back is totally lost, shocked the owner didn't turn him into ground beef for kicking the door. She compliments his giant loot bag and he fires back saying her beastkin nose never misses. Smirking, she warns there's no discount, it's 1 gold coin, and once he finishes his drink, he's out. Chucking the drink, the MC scores bonus stats, while the owner grumbles he downed it like water and didn't even savor it. Stretching out, he acts all buddy-buddy and asks Sister Dana to set up a room because he's running on fumes. Someone announces that the famous Lin Yuchan just stepped into the building. Walking in with her guards, she looks relieved she made it before things went south. Approaching the MC, he just grunts and tells her to check the merchandise. Staring at the massive sack, the lady is completely blown away by the sheer volume. Up in the room, the guards are stunned, asking if it's a bottomless bag, and the MC confirms everything is on the table to trade. Ripping the bag open, a blinding golden light flashes the entire room. Hand resting on a mountain of crystals, he lists off dozens of stones ranging from F to B rank, and no one saw that coming. Holding up a red crystal, he flashes that slick grin and drops the bomb that there's an S rank mixed in. Almost having a heart attack, the guards scream in disbelief over how insanely rare it is. Handing the treasure over to Lin Yuchan, the MC tells her to name her price. The screen verifies it's an S-rank class change crystal for Magic Scholar. Shaking in her boots, she stutters that she absolutely can't accept something this valuable for free. The camera zeroes in on her hand, gently touching the crystal like it's made of glass. Regaining her composure and dead set on buying, she asks how much this beauty costs. Explaining the rest goes for market price. He demands 10% in cash, the rest in gold, and hands her a shopping list to sort out. Smiling in relief, Lin Yuchan says buying stuff is exactly her specialty. Handing the list to a guard, the boss lady immediately orders her lackey to sprint out and get it done. Flopping onto the couch, the kid lets out a massive sigh like a huge weight just lifted. Getting back to business, Lin Yuchan asks for the price tag on the S-rank crystal. Being straightforward, she holds up 2 fingers and offers a clean 200 million in cash. The MC almost falls out of his seat, wondering if that rock is actually worth that much bank. She explains the price is completely fair for the rarity, and even throws in a mansion in Lingfeng City as a sweet bonus. Murmuring to each other, the guards note regular folks don't even dream of stepping foot in that city. Thinking it over, the MC concludes the offer is paying out way above expectations. For a second, our little MC just sits there deep in thought, but snapping up fast, he locks in the deal and asks if he can get paid in 7 days. Agreeing instantly, she whips out the contract ready to sign. Leaning over, he signs the paperwork while she watches completely thrilled. Contract sealed, they shake hands with that classic corporate courtesy. Catching that she has something else to say, the MC gives her the floor. She brings up that the whole world knows about his SSS rank crystal and drops an invite to join the Lean family squad. Flashing a smile, he dodges the question saying he's not planning on changing his class right now. Totally confused, Lin Yuchan asks if he isn't terrified of getting robbed walking around holding that. Turning his back, he laughs and tells her to chill because he's got a plan and dips to the other room to crash. Walking past the crowd, the regulars gossip about the lady's kindness and heavily doubt this dude and noob rags is the legendary Subai. The debate heats up, with one guy calling another an idiot for not realizing he's in disguise to keep a low profile. Owner Dana stares at the mess and decides the MC is ruining her business and needs a solid reality check. Up in the dark room, her shadow looms right over the MC who is trying to catch some Z's. Glaring at the freeloader, she confirms this is where he was hiding out. Having zero patience, she kicks the couch to wake Sleeping Beauty up. Rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, he asks how Nana got in there. Complaining about the lost profits, she tells him to fix the mess downstairs or things are gonna get ugly. Smirking slightly, he reveals a handful of gold coins. Tossing the cash her way, he asks if that covers the headache. Catching the money looking super happy, she says it more than covers it since she absolutely loves solving problems. He warns her not to kill anyone, and she claps back that she isn't some psycho. The MC grabs her attention again, stating he's got a business proposition. Piqued, she asks if it's another rare drink recipe. Whipping out a blue crystal that drops her jaw, the kid gets praised for his insane talent at finding top-tier loot. Holding the item, he drops the absolute bombshell that he wants to open the divine trial. Dana gets super curious, wondering where the hell he even heard about that. Cutting the chatter, he asks if he can just go in, thinking he's run this hundreds of times before, while she explains the reward is just a hidden class crystal. Gripping the crystal, the woman asks if he's absolutely sure, warning it's a one-time shot, and the item vanishes the second he commits. Staring dead ahead, the MC recalls failing this over 100 times in his past life, but swears he's not choking this time, and answers out loud that he's certain. Dana studies him for a second and, after a brief silence, tells him to set the trial up. She says, fine, if the kid wants to throw his life away, she won't stop him, but the MC tells her to relax, cause he's got a long life ahead and ain't planning on dying anytime soon. The camera focuses on the blue crystal, which suddenly starts cracking and shattering with a loud snap. Crushing the stone in her hand, Dana releases shards of energy and announces the real game is about to start. At that moment, the system pings that the divine trial has begun and asks if the player wants to enter, reminding him there's no turning back once he steps in. Standing right in front of the MC, Dana is centered in a magic circle that erupts on the floor, glowing bright and humming with energy. Turning around, she grabs the kid's arm and says if he's having second thoughts, there's still time. But acting all cocky, the MC asks, since when Nana became such a buzzkill? Pissed off, Diana yells, asking how he dares and tells him to get lost, kicking him straight into the portal with absolute pleasure while he screams in pain. Getting sucked into the energy vortex, the MC complains she used that same cheap move again. Watching the kid vanish into the rift, Dana wonders what he meant by again, and thinks that little punk brings a weirdly familiar vibe. The scenery shifts to a hellish landscape filled with rocks, lava, and a blood-red sky, where the MC is laid out on the ground groaning. Sitting up, he realizes he's finally back in the divine trial, totally recognizing that suffocating atmosphere. Checking the system screen, he confirms it's identical to his past life. The prompt states he entered the trial, his gear is locked, and buffs are wiped, but they'll return after the test. The MC starts walking down a narrow path right through the lava, passing a skull floating in the scorching heat. Stopping in his tracks, he sees a skeleton roasting in the magma river, guessing those are the remains of past adventurers who pushed their luck here. Looking dead serious, the kid thinks it's kinda ironic, but those failed adventurers are the exact reason he's standing there. Swiping on a floating screen, the MC checks his stat details. The stats show his weapon buffs are zeroed out and his inventory is sealed. He sighs, but realizes he lucked out and that golden hoe he grabbed earlier completely bypassed the system lock. So he whips out the hoe with the metallic clink, getting ready for whatever comes next. System sounds the alarm that a massive wave of demons is incoming and tells him to brace himself. The countdown starts at 59 and drops fast to 55. The camera zooms in on the MC's hand, gripping the tool's handle tight. At 54, he takes his stance and yells for them to bring it on, thinking he's way more OP than in his past life, and it'd be a total embarrassment to choke now. The timer flies from 5 to 2 in a flash, and energy portals rip open right in front of him, while he's already primed for a brawl. Hitting 1, the MC calculates the arena is tiny and he needs absolute focus. If he slips into the lava, it's game over. Creeping out of the portals, razor-sharp claws start appearing, announcing the mobs are here. The status window reveals it's a level 10 dungeon demon, packing 250 magic attack and annoying web and burrow skills. Multiple giant spiders crawl out of the rifts, and the MC, back turned, invites them to get wrecked. Flashing a determined glare, he realizes the bugs are multiplying fast and he can't just sit around. Dashing straight at the monsters, the MC is fully ready for the beatdown. Leaping up, he swings at a spider. The system calls a crit that wipes 500 HP. The camera highlights the MC's face, looking pretty let down by that weak damage output. Quick on the draw, he follows up with a heavier strike, thinking that first hit was absolute trash. But then a 2000 damage crit alert pops up, sending the beast to the grave in a single hit. Congratulating him, the system says he dispatched a demon and earned 1 point. Having dropped the first one, the MC lands just as another sneaks up behind him with pure malice. Dead serious, he thinks the system is being way too stingy with the points. Spinning fast, he pushes off the ground and launches at the next target. Popping a skill, the MC creates an energy web that locks the spider down. Following up, he unleashes a horizontal slash, cleaving the creature right in half. The system calls a crit over 2,000, killing it instantly and adding 3 more points. The lore explains that Steel Slash is a way to channel sword chi, just like other techniques that massively buff your combat power. With a slight smirk, the MC figures that without these tricks, even with his veteran experience, he'd never clear this trial, giving him zero room to breathe. More spiders push forward, making an absolute racket. Taking a deep breath, the MC braces himself for more chaos. Going all out, the system pings a crit that drops 3 at once. The counter goes up, hitting 10 points, and a tip reveals gathering 100 gives a chance to restore stats. Wearing a total psycho look, the MC screams he's gonna wipe every single one of them out. Cutting to the online forum, some nosy guy asks what's up with Subai and where his SS rank crystal is. Another claims he's just patient, while a third bets he's too scared to lose the item. The gossip keeps spreading, with someone dropping that Lin Wanjin is auctioning off top-tier beginner gear. The crowd connects the dots and assumes the MC sold everything, even the crystal. Back at the tavern, Dana is lecturing some players, warning if they go to floor 2 they'll get clapped. One guy argues Subai isn't there and his crystal is already dust. Totally shocked, a player demands proof, while his buddy insists it's impossible. Cracking her knuckles, Dana claims she crushed the crystal herself, offering to test her grip strength on their heads to prove it. Shifting to a strategy group room, a grumpy blonde guy is reviewing paperwork at the head of the table. And this is where it gets good. The long-haired guy bursts in, screaming things went south. He reports Dana said she shattered Subei's crystal, making the boss stand up in shock. The subordinates go into full panic mode. One argues if Dana said it, it's gospel, because NPCs don't lie, calling it a complete disaster. Over on the boards, a guy from the Tower Nation laughs, calling the Yan Kingdom a total joke for fumbling an SSS rank crystal so pathetically. Another troll from the Veggie Nation mocks them, saying the golden goose just flew away. In another corner, a blue-haired dude and a bald guy just watch the drama unfold. Some crazy dude from the Fey Nation claims the Yan Kingdom deserves nothing and the glory is all theirs. Then a Sakura Nation guy jumps in, calling everyone trash and heavily hyping up their own genius, Rainmori Hikaru. Back in the meeting room, the boss slams the table, absolutely furious, questioning if the kid really lost the item. A spiky-haired blonde kid, acting mad arrogant, says he warned them the boy was completely useless. Turning to Pei Lingshu, he taunts her, asking if she's crushing hard on Subai, but she tells him to shut his mouth, bellowing for them to stop fighting. The boss tells them to focus on the massive L. Spiky Hair defends himself, saying he wasn't the one who broke the crystal. Frustrated, the leader tells him to forget about it and focus on snatching the kid once he leaves the beginner zone. Blondie doubts the MC can snag another crystal, but the boss points out the kid clearly has special techniques to have shattered that record. Pei Lingshui kisses up to the boss's brainpower, but completely out of patience, he orders her to leave. Spiky asks if they should threaten or bribe the kid, making the boss super indignant, ordering them not to push their luck. The blonde boss demands they extract his techniques at all costs for the good of the kingdom. Back in the hellhole, during stage 1, the MC is absolutely deleting the spiders with crits, screaming for them to taste his blade. Surrounded by corpses, the system congratulates him for clearing stage 1. He sighs in relief, totally drained after 10 hours. Standing on a floating platform, the kid thinks this was just the warm-up with 9 stages left. He calculates he needs a clean 1,000,000 kills to secure that SSS rank. Pacing around, he runs the numbers and sees he only has 11,034 kills, meaning he's got a mountain to climb. The system announces stage 2 is here and his stats are back. It also warns a swarm of stinger demons is approaching and starts the timer. Deciding to restore his stats and push forward, the MC realizes his rookie timer is running out fast. When the giant wasps show up, he knows their poison is annoying, but they're absolutely perfect for farming. Whipping out a fresh weapon from his inventory, the MC is ready, but he quickly yells, "Swap," and pulls out a whip crackling with energy. The screen reveals it's a spiked iron whip. Watching a wasp dive bomb, he's thankful he can hot swap weapons here, figuring basic gear beats fighting barehanded. Cracking the whip into the swarm, the system registers a crit, instantly deleting 20 mobs. Laughing out loud, the MC calls the whip a total beast. He knows the wasps are fast fast, but their defense is literally paper. Screaming sword chi sweep, the kid clears the zone, slaughtering dozens of mobs as his kill count skyrockets. Skipping ahead 12 hours, the system tracks more kills, pushing his score up to 255,000. Standing amidst a mountain of monsters, the MC admits he's dead tired, but at least he wiped the area clean. Mumbling to swap weapons, he grabs a glowing spear. Climbing up some rocks, he figures 250,000 kills wasn't a bad run at all. Chilling on the stairs, he decides to catch his breath and recharge. System alerts that Stage 3 is starting with updated stats, warning about a wave of witch imps. Swapping to his bow, the MC figures for ranged mobs. This is the absolute best play. Swarming in, the ugly critters show up making a massive racket. Bow in hand, the kid stares down the imps and announces the party has started. Pulling the string tight, he aims dead at the ugly mugs. Moving super fast, he weaves right through the enemy spells. One imp screeches as it takes an arrow straight to the eye. Feeling super cocky, the MC thinks nobody beats Subai in speed. The system rings up more kills. From a distance, we see him raining arrows from high up while the mobs squeal down below. Dodging the flashy attacks, the kid is thankful for his speed, but knows he's going to have to hustle even harder. The scene abruptly cuts to the 10th floor of the Tower of Gods, where a woman takes down a giant boss in a massive explosion. System drops a congrats to player Lin Mengxuan for clearing the 10th floor on Nightmare mode. Surrounded by blue flames, this imposing redhead holds a sword that looks heavier than my conscience, surveying the area with that "I just crushed it" pose. Right then, the system drops her clear time on screen, 40 hours, 23 minutes, and 15 seconds, which is about how long it takes me to pick a Netflix movie. The redhead, named Lim Mengxuan, realizes she placed second and figures she needs a little chat with this Subai guy who stole the spotlight. Meanwhile, in a packed city, the crowd stares at a giant screen announcing day 6 of the trial. The news says over 1 million players qualified, and the Yan Kingdom has 6 S rank and 2 SS rank rookies. Standing in the crowd, some guy complains the kingdom always starts strong and then chokes, but a pink-haired girl claps back saying it's better than last year. And of course, a curious glasses-wearing dude asks where on earth Subai vanished to. Inside a tavern, the scene shifts to the pink-haired girl housing a piece of cake, while this annoying blonde guy questions why she turned down the elite invite. He keeps pushing, saying she shouldn't blow a golden opportunity over this Subai guy and that the Lin family could level up, but she just wants to know if her order is ready, ignoring his garbage talk. Answering that everything is set, he drops that classic mystery villain line, saying he's got plans she wouldn't grasp even if he drew them out. At that moment, we see her hand pointing at the friends list where Subai's status says abnormal, while everyone else is chilling online. Pink Hair stares at the holographic screen, worried about his disappearance and the rumors that the MC's crystal shattered. Shifting the view to some cloudy mountains, a sign announces the Trial of the Gods Stage 7, because the MC's life is never a walk in the park. 2 red-eyed stone golems, looking like they woke up on the wrong side of the bed, trade punches, and one just completely cracks the other by pure brute force. Out of nowhere, the MC spawns pulling his bowstring and shouting, "Ice arrow, ready to cool these big guys down." Multiplying midair, the arrow hits the stone squad dead on, shattering everyone. Crit notifications pop on screen, confirming 1, 2, 5 kills in a single shot. He mocks the mob's defense while surrounded by ice shards, figuring the harder they are, the easier they shatter with his ice. Sprinting up a floating staircase, he realizes it must be day 6 by now and he needs to hustle harder than a student late for finals, because there are still 3 stages left. Sword in hand, the system chimes that he hit stage 8 and restored his stats, but immediately drops a warning that a toxic bug swarm is incoming, starting a tense countdown. Finding himself swarmed by giant grumpy beetles, the MC screams a challenge and, with one nasty crit, sends 29 of them to the grave all at once. 6 hours later, our guy is staring down a massive horned demon with a flaming sword and actually has the sheer audacity to call the big monster slow. In a flash, he tags several flying demons, making kill notifications rain down, yelling that he's sending everyone packing. The system pings that he just crossed 1 million trial points but reminds him there's only 24 hours left on the clock, really turning up the heat on the kid. Lugging a giant sword on his back, the MC celebrates the 1,000,000-point milestone, figuring he only needs 1 boss left to platinum that brave achievement. He readies his blade as a sinister energy sphere forms right in front of him, shouting and calling the boss out to fight. A massive summoning circle with a red pentagram spawns on the floor, boxing the MC in with a seriously edgy vibe. Rising from the flames, a winged fire demon appears, ID'd by the system as a level 10 mythical boss, packing absurd stats and the hell hellfire skill. Fearless as ever, the MC smirks right in the fire and claims this is the exact challenge he ordered from the monster delivery menu. The furious demon roars, dropping that cliché villain speech about destroying the insolent human. Blasting a colossal energy beam from its mouth, the beast forces the MC to pull an Olympic-level jump so he doesn't turn into barbecue. Safe on the ground, the kid checks out the destruction and remarks with a little smirk that the beast is stubborn, totally worthy of a demon-tier boss. But then reality hits, and he figures that with his trash defense, he won't even be able to tickle the big guy. The MC decides the best play is to wait for the perfect opening like a patient sniper, while the demon charges up another fireball. Blue energy wraps around his legs, triggering lightning steps, because right now it's time to run faster than small-town gossip. Dodging the fire blasts, he thinks this is feeling way too much like a cat-and-mouse game, something he got completely sick of in his past life. He taps a gadget on his wrist and the system tags it as a grappling chain, basically the Manhwa version of Batman's grappling hook. The chain wraps around his body as he gears up, realizing the stakes are way higher this time around. Going full cheat mode, the demon summons flaming skeletons and the MC, perched on a rock, stares down with this "are you kidding me" look. A beam of light snipes one of the skeletons, snapping the poor guy's bones with a crispy crunch. Leaping toward a smaller version of the demon, the MC laughs and tells it to taste its own medicine. Beat to a pulp, the winged monster threatens to rip the kid's limbs off, but the MC fires back, swearing he'll avenge everyone this beast wiped out. Ripping the sword hilt, the MC's hand channels a blue energy blade, fully prepped to slice and dice. Sword drawn, he rushes the demon, screaming for it to go visit the underworld a little early. Slashing right across the monster's chest, the blade makes it roar in agony as it feels the sheer weight of the MC's strike. With a winner smile, the kid sprints, holding the flaming hook, yelling that it's showtime. He vaults right over the demon, drawing his bow mid-air totally Legolas style, and lines up the shot. 3 arrows land dead center in the monster's chest, making it roar from the nasty puncture. While the kid does parkour across the rocks, blue energy beams bombard the demon down below, giving it zero room to breathe. Piercing right through the beast's hand, an arrow makes it scream in pure agony, realizing today just ain't its day. Confidently smirking, the MC aims his bow and figures that once the defense shatters, even a god bleeds. Hovering among the boulders, the demon curses humans with every dirty word in its vocabulary. But the answer comes as a hail of flaming arrows, tagging the beast head-on and forcing it to backpedal. Clutching a fireball, the monster tries for one last counterattack, roaring in pure rage. It blasts 3 giant spheres that detonate midair against the MC's blue energy, putting on a total fireworks show. In the blink of an eye, the MC spawns right in the monster's face, ready to deliver the final blow. Dual-wielding curved blades, one blue and one red, he drops that mocking smirk and declares the party is over. Through a barrage of lightning-fast strikes, the MC slices the demon up, leaving it screaming as it gets turned into mincemeat. The monster's body dissolves into fiery feathers, leaving just one massive feather drifting down slowly, looking super poetic. Swinging between the rocks with his hook, the kid leaves the wrecked battlefield looking like a guy clocking out on a Friday. Exhausted and on his knees, the MC watches the system window, congratulate him for 1,082,000 points, announcing he unlocked the hidden class. Another notification pops up saying that by cashing in 1,000,000 points, he bagged the superclass title Champion. Jumping up hyped, the MC laughs out loud, figuring this title totally beats any SSS rank, and remembering this is exactly how he cleared the tower in his past life. He decides not to rush the class change and opts to test if the Golden Hole legend is actually real, asking for a little divine intervention. Standing at the cliff's edge, he tosses the golden hoe and a silver pickaxe into the abyss, praying the duping item isn't just false advertising. Parked at the ledge, the MC just stands there staring into the pit, waiting for a literal miracle to happen. Suddenly, the dread of throwing it all away hits him. He wonders, completely shook, if the items really just vanished. Checking his score, which hasn't budged, he wonders what kind of absolute scam this was. And that's where it gets crazy. 2 massive fire pillars erupt from the abyss with a huge roar, and the MC laughs in relief, seeing the legend was legit. Floating up from the flames, 2 crescent-shaped crystals emerge, one gold and one purple. The crystals fly right to the MC, parking on either side of him and radiating some absolutely cracked energy. Merging into a sphere of light right at his chest, the halves fuse and he absorbs the whole thing. With a scream of pain, the energy detonates into a blast of gold and purple light, creating an absolute festival of power. System drops a congrats to the player for bagging the dual professions of champion and demon king, literally the perfect combo. Wrapped in energy, the MC crouches as his entire body cracks, going through a glow-up that looks incredibly painful. His face twists, and one half turns into a furious red demonic mug, while the other side stays totally human. Standing on the cliff, watching a fire portal tear open, he admits that little stunt was pure torture. The stat window reveals he's now level 10, with a busted hybrid class, maxed out stats, and infinite mana, plus skills that wipe cooldowns and max out proficiency. Glancing at the gear screen, it shows perfect grade items, including his supreme clock and dragon gauntlets, the ultimate toolkit for someone about to break the game. He celebrates his new stats, hyped about being 5 times stronger with bottomless mana, laughing because now he's gonna steamroll everyone. In front of a bone pile, he vows to honor the will of the fallen warriors, acting all dramatic. Sporting a determined glare, he laughs, thinking that this time he's gonna try and body 2 gods with 1 stone. Pink-hair checks the friends list and almost falls out of her chair seeing that Subai is finally back online. Back at the tavern, a tremor hits that nearly knocks everyone's drinks over. One guy asks what's going on and another points upstairs. Dana pops up at the door, peering inside. Glaring at the MC sprawled on the couch, she asks, completely shook, if he actually pulled it off. He calmly says yes, and she screams in disbelief. Dana gets lost in butt, questioning how polar opposite classes can even coexist. Chilling on his back, the MC praises her sharp perception. Stretching out, he says he needs to go get some fresh air and invites Dana, but she passes, saying the outside world just isn't her vibe. The MC says cool and promises to swing by if he misses the booze, but Dana tells him to hold up and grab his trial reward. Snagging a badge with a slashed eye on it, he praises her generosity. The system flags it as an item to hide stats and stay in stealth mode. Dana warns him not to drop dead too early, pointing out that plenty of folks despise the Demon King, and flexing his power will only end badly. Flashing a pixelated hand heart, the MC laughs and says he knew she had a soft spot for him. With zero patience for his flirting, Dana just kicks the MC and tells him to bounce. The shot pans over Border City from above, the hub where everyone grabs quests and preps to climb the tower. Right in the middle of town, our MC, Subai, looks around with his hands in his pockets, dropping that "I'm back in business" smirk. Turning around, he spots the pink-haired girl and the preppy blonde guy walking up, honestly surprised by how fast they tracked him. She says she's been waiting for him, calls him Brother Sue, and asks where he's been hiding this whole time. Inside a fancy Lin family office, she invites the MC to take a seat, and he realizes her family doesn't mess around when it comes to luxury. Getting comfortable, he compliments her speed. She asks him to count the cash, noting it's all there, minus what he spent on supplies. Flanked by 2 guards, the girl gives a little fake cough to clear her throat before getting down to serious business. She asks what his current class is, and the kid, being a total veteran, instantly gets suspicious of the question, quickly explaining she isn't just snooping. She says there are heavy rumors online that he lost his class crystal. The MC acts surprised, wondering how the hell they found out he lost it since he didn't even tweet about it. Spilling the tea, the girl says the word is that Dana herself shattered his crystal. The MC confirms it straight up, leaving her baffled at how he's so chill about taking an L like that. She lets her imagination run wild, assuming the MC's power is so cracked that an SSS rank crystal is just pocket change to him, concluding he must have a spare. So, the MC drops a comment, completely missing the drama, asking if losing that crystal is really the end of the world. Cutting the fluff, he tells her to spit out what she actually wants. The girl reveals she wanted to invite him to the Lin Guild to farm some bosses together. The MC figures it actually makes sense, since leaving the beginner zone turns the Tower of Gods into an absolute nightmare of difficulty. Agreeing to lend a hand with the bosses, he makes it clear he isn't joining the guild and only guarantees a clear up to the 5th floor, demanding a squad of high DPS mages so no dead weight slows him down. The woman's jaw drops when he talks about breaking records, questioning how that's even possible since it usually takes a 20-man army to clear 1 floor. With his classic indifference, the MC says she can believe whatever she wants, but the record rewards aren't even all that, and he doesn't really care. Stumbling over her words, the girl says she was just surprised, quickly asking when they start and if they can use the guild's name for the squad. He replies that whatever works is fine and they can start tomorrow since he has errands today. The girl happily agrees as he turns his back and walks off. The jealous blonde kid steps up to the girl and starts spitting venom, calling the MC a total fraud and doubting he can pull off anything without the SS rank crystal. But the girl shuts him down fast, reminding him that back in the beginner zone, Subai could have folded 3 or 4 guys just like him, and if they'd fought, Blondie would already be 6 feet under. She then orders a masked guy Hai to round up 4 B-rank mages, announcing she'll fill the last slot herself. The lackey nods and goes to handle it. Blondie just stands there, totally salty and foaming at the mouth, praying the MC crashes and burns sooner rather than later. Cutting to the front of the Lord's mansion, a guard blocks the MC, yelling, asking if he's trying to get sent to the grave early. The MC asks what the problem is. The guard, named Wu Guai, warns that he must be a noob, and if he tries to walk in, he'll get turned into Swiss cheese by the other guards. Sporting a cheeky grin, the MC says he likes the guy's vibe and spills the secret to getting in. Only the strong are allowed through. Out of nowhere, a guard at the gate bows and invites the adventurer inside, dropping that the big boss is out in the training yard. Watching from a distance, Wu Guai's crew is left looking dumbfounded. One remarks the crazy kid actually got in, while another calls it pure insanity. The MC gets escorted by 3 heavily armed meatheads, crossing a massive dirt courtyard. Just then, the loud clang of metal echoes, signaling that a serious brawl is going down right ahead. The sound of weapons clashing keeps ringing out, proving this fight is definitely no joke. Parked at the bottom of the stairs, the MC just chills and watches the chaos unfolding up top. Playing the gossip as always, the system pops a window revealing one of the fighters is Captain Orlando Marin, a level 180 Earth Mage. Another window pops up snitching on the second guy, Lord Blake Ryan, a level 200 warrior, built like an absolute tank. Asking the honored adventurer to wait a sec, a guard steps back. The MC figures he hit the jackpot catching a story event, the perfect chance to snag some free skills since his roster is totally empty. Super hyped, he realizes the script is flipped this time. The system detects a C-rank sword technique and asks if he wants to learn it, making the MC realize this is a level 200 master's move. Right after, the system pings again with a D-rank earth spell, Stonewall, asking if he wants to bag that too. He recognizes Orlando's skill and thinks you can't beat free loot. System drops a congrats for learning Stonewall and immediately follows up offering a C-ranked piercing combo. Non-stop notifications keep blowing up his screen. D-rank, basic stone spike, and C-rank rising slash, all laid out on the menu for him to learn. Holding the holographic screen, the MC hits confirm on everything with a laugh like a guy who just hit the jackpot for free. 10 minutes later, the sparring ends, and the mages rush to heal the Lord. The MC thinks he almost took a nap waiting, but at least his skill loadout is stacked now. A guard lets Lord Blake know his guest is here. Blake turns around, genuinely surprised, wondering who this adventurer is. Staring down the MC, the Lord asks to see his ID with the utmost respect. The MC casually flashes his adventurer title. The Lord is completely shook, verifying a living legend is standing right in front of him. Instantly, Blake and the whole squad drop to their knees, greeting Adventurer Sama. The MC gets a bit awkward, says hi, and tells everyone to get up because the floor is freezing. Blake mentions he didn't expect to see an adventurer after a whole century. The MC questions this 100 years talk, remembering he heard the exact same speech in his past life. Launching into the lore, the Lord explains how every 100 years a hero appears to guide everyone to the light. The MC mentally rolls his eyes, wondering why every legend has to be so extra. He completely ignores the lecture and states he came looking for work. The Lord realizes the guy wants a quest, but is totally confused since he's only level 10. So the Lord offers a totally ridiculous quest, asking the great adventurer to find his lost dog for 10 gold coins. With a shadow covering his face, the MC asks if the Lord thinks he's some kind of beggar or a dog walker. Seeing the vibe get super tense, Orlando steps in claiming he's got better tasks paying out skill points. Blake realizes he massively fumbled with the dog thing. The MC accepts Orlando's quests, picking flowers, grabbing skeleton souls, and fetching a diary, all for solid payouts. He praises the mage's common sense, who thanks him looking super relieved. All of a sudden, the Lord mentions he remembered a quest that's way more up the MC's alley. Popping up is the Outskirts Disturbance quest, which nobody has cleared in 10 seasons. The MC recognizes the main quest and thinks about how everyone just focuses on climbing the tower while neglecting their basic growth. His eyes go wide, completely caught off guard by something new that just popped up. A notification glows on screen. Warrior's Guidance, a quest from Blake paying out a massive 50 skill points. Mentioning the rumors, the Lord says he heard anyone rocking the adventurer title is an absolute master in a brawl. Dead serious, Blake humbly asks if the MC wouldn't mind giving them a little combat lesson. The MC thinks to himself he really didn't want to fight a high-level NPC, but the payout is just too good. Blake says he'll seal his own level and asks the kid to go all out. Replying that they don't need to match him, the kid tells them to drop to level 30 and announces Orlando is joining the dance too. Both the Lord and the Captain are left speechless, absolutely stunned by the MC's sheer audacity. Orlando asks if he's really gonna tank them both at once without packing many skills skills. Having zero patience, the MC tells them to cut the chatter and just bring it. Trading looks, the Lord and the Captain accept the insane challenge. They step into the arena and politely ask to be handed an educational beatdown. While the MC strikes a combat pose, the guards gossip that this fight is going to be one for the history books. Flashing a confident smile, the MC gets ready and his adventurer title glows, adding some serious style points. Blake and Orlando unleash their auras. Orlando warns he's about to show him what real power looks like. Screaming to push forward, the Lord rushes in with a sword strike, totally hyped up. Blake throws out a fiery slash, but the MC triggers lightning steps and straight up vanishes from his line of sight. In the blink of an eye, the kid spawns right behind Blake, complimenting his reaction time while charging energy in his hand. Orlando pops Stone Spike, turning the floor into a deadly trap covered in jagged rocks. With that knowing smirk, the MC figures if he can't dodge it, he'll just have to get creative. Moving with absurd agility, he uses the spikes as stepping stones, running right over them as they crumble, looking straight out of an action movie. The crowd's jaws drop to the floor, whispering about how terrifyingly fast the guy is. Thoroughly impressed, Blake warns that things are about to get real and tells the MC to brace himself. Orlando casts Mud Swamp, turning the arena into a quicksand pool to lock the MC down. Seizing the opening, Blake goes all out with his flaming sword in a second stage attack. The MC dodges by bending backward full Matrix style and thinks, super annoyed, that they really need to use their brains more. Relentless as ever, Blake screams and charges at the grounded MC, ready for another round. Dodging the strike, the MC uses the Lord's Blade as a springboard to launch himself and unleash an aerial combo. Blake gets salty and yells at him to stop running, charging up a tracking attack. Super fast, the MC appears behind Orlando and takes him hostage with a blade to his neck. Blake is left totally frozen. The crowd murmurs that the guy is an absolute monster, taking down the captain in barely half a minute. Taunting Blake, the MC tells him to bring it. The Lord refuses to believe this is just level 10 strength. With his sword ablaze, Blake screams he's not backing down and preps his final move. He throws himself into a kamikaze attack, screaming charge, unleashing the fourth stage of his power. Lit up by fire and lightning, the MC's face breaks into a smirk, fully ready to return the favor. And no one saw that coming. Cloaked in electricity, he triggers a sword aura and blocks Blake's strike like it was absolutely nothing. Floored and defeated, Blake admits he took a massive L while the MC stands tall, looking like a total boss. Pointing his blade at the Lord, the MC coldly states he's way too weak to keep going. System confirms the quest is cleared and the MC scoops up the rewards, stuffing his inventory. Admitting he was ignorant to doubt the adventurer legend, Blake shakes his head. Orlando agrees, saying even at level 50 they wouldn't stand a chance. The MC says his goodbyes, praises their control, and promises a rematch later since he's got places to be. Walking away, he drops that classic one-liner saying he doesn't need any cheesy goodbyes. He vanishes in a single leap. Blake reflects on the destiny of the Dawn, leaving Orlando totally confused by all the poetry. The lore pans over Border City, explaining it's so massive most people just use teleporters to save their shoe leather. Deciding to learn his skills right away to avoid any hassle, the MC sees his leftover points and starts planning an infinite combo with his new kit. He unlocks the whole skill package. The kid figures that with bottomless mana, he's gonna turn into a literal spell machine gun and wipe out mobs in no time. The status screen shows he's a level 10 Demon King, packing absurd stats and infinite mana, plus the ability to learn anything instantly. The guy is essentially running cheat codes. Checking out his OP gear, he spots his divine clock, dragon gauntlets, and that cracked armor. He admires his spirit points, which let his skills level up on their own, and decides to hit the Spectre Badlands to test his new firepower. Arriving at the portal, he decides to head exactly where Orlando's quests pointed him. The guard charges 80 copper for the trip. The MC mentally complains that inflation even hit the game world. Bathed in the teleportation light, he figures he's gonna need sunglasses if he keeps traveling like this. Touching down in the Spectre Badlands, the place is ugly and barren. He notes the graphics are way too realistic, nothing like a regular video game. With a massive sword on his shoulder, he realizes he sold everything else and only has this giant blade left to defend himself. Shivering from the cold, the MC complains the game never had a temperature setting and instantly regrets not packing a jacket. At the sound of rattling bones, he turns around to see who's coming to crash the party. A horde of skeletons pops up, level 21, fully ready to become free XP for our guy. Staring at this mountain of bones, the kid figures they're just beefy warriors. Full of swagger, he calls them all out, dying to test his new toy. Our MC triggers Stone Spike, and out of nowhere, 3 massive rock spikes burst from the ground, aiming straight for the skeleton's jaws. Landing dead center, the spikes make the screen light up with that beautiful crit and triple instant kill warning. running. Pure class. The party keeps going with a hail of rocks, dropping one skeleton after another, while the kill feed just won't stop rolling. With his hand glowing, the MC flashes a massive grin, figuring that with 3200 magic attack, he's absolutely not playing around. Plus, he bags bonus EXP as a treat. Launching more rocks into the air, he laughs like a kid at an amusement park, thinking this is what a real farm looks like, none of that miserable noob grind. After sending everyone to the grave, the system announces he leveled up to 11 and pocketed 20 skill points. He's back in business. Staring at the screen, the MC recalls that in his past life, snacking 10 points was a luxury since F-class only got 1. He suspects having a dual class is doubling his payout. He checks his stats and gets a jump scare. Every level is handing out 50 points across the board, which is way more busted than any SS rank out there. At that moment, another batch of red-eyed skeletons comes charging in, practically begging to be turned into fertilizer. Wasting zero time, the kid unleashes a storm of spikes that fly like missiles, wiping the zone in the blink of an eye. He throws up a stone wall just in case and laughs, figuring that since he has no class limits, he needs to hunt down more quests that pay out skill points. A notification chimes that the quest to grab 1,000 skeleton flames is done, netting him 10 more points. He thinks it's a start, but he's still got a long way to go. Suddenly, a giant skeleton rocking a sinister aura spawns behind the smaller mobs, and the MC gets curious about who this big guy is. The screen drops the stats. It's the Fire Skull, a level 48 boss with 1,000 attack and 500,000 HP. This dude is tanky. Wearing that mischievous smirk, the MC gets ready, figuring the more enemies show up, the better the farm. He unleashes a massive wave of spikes that sweeps the field, handing out crits and sending dozens of skeletons packing. The rock shower doesn't stop, crushing the little guys and sending bones flying everywhere, with notifications flashing non-stop. Raising a flaming bone sword, the Fire Skull charges up a strike that promises some serious damage. The MC catches on to the move and laughs in the face of danger, thinking the monster is completely out of luck because his mana is infinite, baby. Sucking up the souls of the smaller skeletons, the boss leaves the MC shocked, seeing him use a sacrifice move to buff his damage. What a cheap trick! With a heavy aura, the Fire Skull glares at the MC, who mentally complains. What kind of psycho opens a fight by dropping their ultimate? The kid realizes that if the beast sacrifices everyone, he's gonna turn into barbecue, so he decides to switch up his strategy real quick. In a blur, the MC pops Rising Slash and launches himself into the air, aiming straight for the boss's chest, which practically looks like it's inviting him in for a hug. Smashing his foot into the ground, the boy shatters the floor and catches an absurd upward boost. With the Fire Skull suspended, the MC figures this is the exact moment to lock in that slick combo. He unleashes a barrage of multi-thrusts, raining down 5,000 damage crits right on the monster's chest, laughing because the fun is far from over. Pissed off, the giant tries to swat the MC, but he dodges easily, leaving the monster feeling like it's being clowned on. The boss goes for a direct hit, but the MC uses its shoulder as a springboard and precs another combo, saying that if it wants a beating, request granted. Keeping up the aerial combo, the MC thanks the heavens these skills have zero cooldown, so he can just spam them all day long. And this is where it gets good. With a brutal final blow, the MC lands a 20,000 damage crit, popping the boss's head like a watermelon. As the boss turns to dust, the MC lands with style and asks the remaining skeletons if they didn't train hard enough before becoming punching bags. Fire Skull's body disintegrates, leaving just a few pieces of flaming bone on the ground. Cleaning up the mess, the MC hits level 12 and gains 20 more points. Right then, he spots some glowing flowers and realizes it's another quest item. When he grabs the flower, he gets a solid surprise. The Bonefire Longsword and a D-class skill book, Necromancy, just dropped. The day is really paying off. System pings that he burned 10 points to learn D-class Necromancy. The description says at level 1, he can summon 3 level scaling soldiers, getting the MC super interested. Deciding to test drive his new toy, the kid gets ready to summon his minions right on the spot. 3 blue War skeletons pop up. The stat sheet says they copy the MC's attributes, meaning with his current stats, these guys hit as hard as level 40 mobs. Way too OP. Standing on a pile of skulls, the MC laughs, figuring they might be weak in a one-on-one, but for sweeping large battles, they're perfect. He yells that it's showtime. The system chimes that the 200 flower quest is cashed in, handing over 10 more points. While his minions put in the work, the MC celebrates that getting free loot is his absolute favorite hobby. Cutting to the Swamp of Death, a place that's painfully ugly and swarming with skeletal lizards, the kid watches everything from above. He stares at the lizards, clicks his tongue with a cheeky grin, and thinks he just found a brand new pet. With his skeletons on escort duty, the boy orders the squad to push forward and let loose on their new targets. The warriors surround a massive lizard, bringing their blades down on the beast while it squeals. Crouching on the ground wrapped entirely in a mystic aura, the MC runs the ritual to tame the beast. The window reveals it's a skeletal horned lizard, packing high defense and 6,000 HP. The kid is blown away by how incredibly tanky this thing is. Flashing an alert, the system says summoning the dead just leveled up to 2, catching the MC totally off guard. The kid hears some weird noises through the fog and gets curious to see what all the commotion is about. Looking completely unbothered, he decides to go snoop around and check out the action. The MC gets a jump scare bumping into a giant werewolf, wondering how many poor souls the beast had to eat to get that massive. Baring its rotten teeth, with eyes glowing red with rage, the creature lets out a roar that would make anyone's knees shake. The big monster stomps so hard the whole ground shakes, and the MC immediately goes on high alert for a brawl. While dodging a massive swipe, the MC thinks this has gotta be the work of some twisted sorcerer's ritual. Inside a magic circle, the kid preps a spell and announces he's gonna end the beast's misery real quick. The werewolf couldn't care less and brings its hand down to crush the MC, who holds his ground safely inside the magic barrier. Amidst the dust, the MC comments, genuinely surprised, that the beast actually hits pretty hard. Skipping the fluff, the kid draws his glowing sword, fully ready to return the favor. He screams like a madman, charging in and launching a brutal uppercut slash right into the monster's chin. The strike lands beautifully, and 2 notifications reveal the monster lost 3,000 HP on every single hit. Even mid-air, the monster manages to grab the MC and calls him garbage. The absolute audacity. Despite being pinned, the MC unleashes a brutal attack and an absurd 100,000 damage crit pops on screen. I felt that one. The close-up on the beast's face shows the raw damage, and it eats another 10,000 crit just to learn its lesson. With that signature side smirk, the MC admires his handiwork, while another 8,000 damage ticks up on the counter. Standing over the giant corpse, the MC complains that for a beast this massive, it took way too long to go down. In his hand, he holds a glowing white flower, the legendary skull flower. System drops a congrats for the Mad Sorcerer's Diary Part 1 and tells him to grab the reward. He figures there's still more to do, but since he's in no rush, he heads to his meetup first. Over in Westrum City, the MC walks around hauling a sack, being eyed by 2 guys gossiping about his loot and why his face is totally hidden. The scene zeroes in on the MC's hand, passing the cash over to someone else. Standing at a stall, he grips the coin pouch, realizing he pulled an all-nighter hunting just to earn a measly 20 gold coins. Yeah, questing definitely pays way better. Near a forge, the MC grumbles that his forging level is an absolute embarrassment and wonders where he can find a decent blacksmith. A gang rolls up out of nowhere yelling for Subai to stop, demanding the SSS rank crystal he lost and trying to confirm if it's actually him. Hiding his face, the kid thinks only the Lin family should recognize him right now. Spotting the crowd, he decides it's time to bounce. Already out of the city, the MC glances back and calls the guys absolute ticks for following him all the way out there. One of the chasers yells for everyone to look at the Super Rookie of the Year, while another straight up asks if he's Subai. Wearing his mask, the MC spits pure sarcasm, asking if they're looking for Subai and what Mr. Su has to do with any of this. A goon gets totally confused, but the leader, already furious, screams that there's zero difference between those names. Flashing on screen, the leader's name is revealed, Jing Pangtian, level 49. The guy demands an explanation about the missing SSS rank crystal. Subai pulls down part of his mask and asks if the dude has sawdust for brains, saying that if he lost his own item, he doesn't owe anyone an explanation. Surrounded, the leader drops some twisted logic that everything in the beginner zone belongs to the kingdom. Completely out of patience, Subai tells them to just throw hands because he's in a rush. Jing Pangtian wants to see the MC squirm out of this one and starts barking squad orders, yelling to attack, flank, and heal, already drooling over the loot he's gonna snag. Charging in, the mob attacks, and while the MC runs dodging everything, he figures this is a solid time to stretch his legs. He dances through the fireballs and asks if they really think this pathetic little squad can handle him. Fast as lightning, the MC pierces one of the goons, and the crit and instant kill notification pops up immediately. Bye-bye, buddy. The leader and his lackeys are left in shock, clueless as to how he dropped a level 30 guy in one hit without even casting a spell. Screaming at his shield bearers, Jing Pangtian orders them to get up front and hold the line. With a psycho smirk, the MC summons dozens of stone spikes that just float all around him. The spikes smash into the shields with brutal force, shattering their defense and making the guys groan in pain. Watching from afar, spectators whisper that his record definitely wasn't luck, and wonder if the kid is even human. Totally desperate, Jing Pengtian orders the mages and archers to unleash everything they've got to strike back. Right in the middle of the magic crossfire, the MC yells, "Stonewall," and throws up the barrier to shield himself. Hidden behind the wall, the kid mocks them, saying he knows how to play this game too. Then he unleashes Fireball, Water Sphere, Ice Arrow, and Stone Spike, all at the exact same time. Jing Pengtian panics, watching his men drop like flies from all the crits. He thinks this is absolutely ridiculous and decides it's time to bail. Seeing the crew run for their lives, the MC lets out a chuckle and asks if they really think they're getting away that easy. The kid triggers Lightning Step, flying low at an absurd speed and leaving nothing but a glowing trail behind. Running for his life, Jing Pengtian eats an energy beam right to the back that sends him face-planting into the dirt. With his sword glued to the leader's neck, the MC, completely out of patience, demands to know who sent him. Begging on the ground, the guy swears it was his own stupidity and nobody sent him. He begs to walk away, but internally panics that if he snitches, his family is dead meat. He feels the blade on his throat and realizes if he talks, he dies, and if he stays quiet, he dies anyway. In pure desperation, he pushes the sword away and jumps up screaming that he'll fight to the bitter end. Framed in a slick silhouette, the MC playfully dodges and lands a strike on Jing Pengtian, who just lets out that final groan of defeat. While Jing Pengtian lies there sprawled out, a female figure steps up and drops that even if he keeps his mouth shut, she'll uncover everything eventually. It's Lin, escorted by some masked mages and dragging the tied-up blonde guy, walking up and calling for Brother Sue. The MC turns around, kinda surprised to hear someone calling him with so much familiarity. Apologizing for the mess, Pinkhair says she brought the traitor on a leash, leaving the MC free to decide whether to send the guy to the grave or punish him some other way. With a mischievous smirk, the MC asks why Blondie was so desperate to wipe him out. The traitor, all tied up and outraged, starts screaming, asking why only the MC gets the young miss's attention and claiming he can't stand his arrogant face. Not even caring, the MC points at the girl and says he's her problem now. She nods, thinking a traitor has to face the music according to clan laws. As the traitor screams in pain, taking his punishment, the girl apologizes to Brother Sue again. The MC just tells them to get lost, figuring she's absolutely ruthless when it comes to discipline. Cutting to the portal for the Tower of Gods' 11th floor, the MC announces it's time to squat up, already knowing this floor is a nest of corrupted mobs. The MC scans the assembled team, 3 wind mages and 1 fire mage, all B rank and around level 20. Right then, the pink-haired girl asks him to check out their skills. Analyzing the spells, which feature Windblade and basic fireballs, the MC spots the Fire Demon Summon and thinks this Lin Yu-chan really hit the jackpot with that S-rank skill. Lin Yu-chan drops the truth. They might be weak, but anyone who disobeys orders is out. The MC pretends to agree, just praying this so-called elite isn't a bunch of dead weight. While the group preps to enter, some gossiping bystanders whisper that the Lin Guild is crazy for entering the 11th floor with so few people. The MC couldn't care less and tells them to push forward. Out in a massive open field, Lin Yu-chan asks Brother Sue if he's absolutely sure they don't need to call in more backup. The MC explains that from this floor up, more people means more monster spawns, and asks if he skipped that class. He adds he could clear it way faster solo, but since it's for a record run, he'll take the company. Dropping that annoying warning, the system says time is running out. With the countdown ticking, the MC gets into his battle stance and tells everyone to stay sharp. The timer hits 1 and a horde of level 13 monsters called Wolf Devourers spawns out of thin air right in front of them. Stepping up to the front, the MC announces he'll hold off the first waves. A magic circle glows as he readies his stone spikes. The wolves charge the group, drooling but run headfirst into a hail of razor-sharp rocks the MC prepped with extreme care. Hitting dead center, the barrage makes the one-shot notifications start spamming the screen. The MC thinks to himself that dungeon mobs hand out some deliciously fat EXP. With another volley, he wipes the field and gets congrats from the system for hitting level 14, scoring more skill points. The screen flashes almost 30 critical kills at once. Lin Yu-chan and the mages are left jaw-dropped, and the pink-haired girl assumes the MC must have hacked the game because his spells have literally 0 cooldown. Staring at the mountain of bodies, Lin Yu-chan admits she's never seen a mage deal damage like that before. The MC, rocking the fakest humility ever, replies, "It's no big deal, you just need hands," leaving the girl completely speechless. Whispering to each other, 2 mages joke they found a literal smurf to hard carry the squad. Meanwhile, the MC and Lin Yu-chan push forward. The group arrives arrives at the edge of a cliff, peering down at the treacherous path lying ahead. Out of nowhere, the MC gets boxed in by flaming stone spikes and instantly shifts into a combat stance alongside Lin Yu-chan. Lin Yu-chan wastes zero time and charges in with her weapon glowing, while a monkey monster leaps around in the background, reaching the so-called Choo-Choo slope. The MC tells Lin Yu-chan to summon her little pet, the fire demon. The girl nods and starts chanting the spell, pooling some seriously sinister energy around her. With a battle cry, she brings the fire demon into the world, a beast made of absolute pure flames. The MC yells for everyone to stay on their toes, and Lin Yu-chan excitedly shouts back that she's ready to brawl. Spawning in, a fresh wave of level 14 skeleton mobs appears, and their leader orders a ruthless attack. The squad fires back hard. The MC launches spikes, a mage drops a sandstorm, and Lin Yu-chan throws up a firewall. Dashing like an absolute madman, the fire demon looks like a literal meteor tearing across the ground. The beast spits a massive fireball that detonates right in the middle of the skeletal crowd, turning them into bone barbecue. In a dramatic close-up, the fire demon pushes forward completely charged, ready to cause even more destruction. The MC watches and thinks the little pet is doing a solid job. The more it kills, the more it multiplies. Prepped to fight, the kid figures this skill is way too OP since the demon can literally spawn an entire army. And, just like that, everything changed. The fire demon splits, and now there are 3 identical copies ready to rain terror. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yu-chan warns that when it splits into 8, it only lasts 10 minutes, but the cooldown takes half an hour. The MC, totally chill, says he already knew that. Worried, she asks what they'll do if the timer runs out, terrified of getting trampled by the skeletons. But the MC tells her to relax because he's got it all under control. One of the demons keeps burning bright, proving it still has plenty of gas in the tank. Suddenly, the flames surrounding the MC and Lin Yu-chan start to die out, a clear sign the fire party is wrapping up. Frantic, the girl screams they're screwed. The fire demon is turning into stone. With the summon going down the drain, the mages start getting boxed in by the relentlessly advancing mobs. Right as the thick of the mess, the MC flashes a confident smile and tells everyone not to freak out because he stepped up and is gonna handle it. Cloaked in a mysterious blue energy, the MC starts moving his hands, prepping the counterattack. On the ground, 2 glowing red eyes start taking shape, surrounded by that same sinister aura. The dark energy starts rising from the floor, like it's dragging souls right back into forced labor. Merging together, the energy rebuilds the fire demon, now rocking a total undead vibe. Lin Yu-chan is stunned, asking if that's a death summon. The zombie fire demon unleashes a blast of raw energy straight at the enemies. Rushing ahead, the creature steamrolls everything across the battlefield, leaving a massive trail of destruction. The MC watches it all with a side smirk, realizing how absolutely busted it is to mix the fire demon with his own magic. Completely dumbfounded, the 3 mages watch. One says she finally gets why the boss treats Subai so well, and another guesses the dude must be SS rank. Lin Yu-chan gets super hyped, thinking that in less than 2 hours they've already wrecked the place and the record is in the bag. Cutting to the Wang Guild Hall, some guy is furious, screaming that his subordinates are total trash for losing to a rookie and picking a fight with the Lion family. A white-haired woman walks up and tells Brother Zishi to chill, claiming that with the Li and Wang families teamed up, the Lin family is absolute garbage. She steps even closer and whispers this could be a golden opportunity, which definitely gets Zishi curious. Sitting on his lap acting super intimate, the woman lays out the plan, spread a rumor that the nation's sinner, Subai, lost the rare item because he schemed with the Lin family girl. Zishi lets out that classic villain laugh and says he wants to see the Lin family take a massive L. He calls the woman a master strategist and orders her to roll out the evil plan. Back in the tower at the Delta Snowfields, the MC warns that right past the cave they'll be staring down the big boss. The MC casts a wind spell to blow away some snow mobs, leaving Lin Yu-chan shocked to see he also completely masters the wind element. One of the mages asks if that was a literal tornado, and Lin Yu-chan, looking a bit awkward, admits it probably was. Displaying that their time is looking great, the system shows progress at 90%. The MC hypes the squad up, saying the record is theirs and tells them to quit slacking. Lin Yu-chan spots the mob cluster up ahead and asks what the game plan is. The MC tells her fire demon to tag along and orders the rest of the team to stand by. As the MC walks off, Lin Yu-chan asks if he's really gonna tank everything solo, reminding him he's a mage. He replies this is the final stretch, and they can just enjoy the VIP view. A mage asks if they shouldn't call him back, but Lin Yu-chan, totally serious now, says there's no need. With fire wings erupting from his back, the MC faces the challenge, and Lin Yu-chan realizes the kid has literally never failed once so far. the MC triggers Fist Aura, and his gloves start glowing. He figures that Dragon Gauntlet's passive adds a magic explosion, proving top-tier gear just hits different. While his fist catches fire, the system details the skill, which is strictly brawler stuff, not meant for a mage. Emerging from an explosion, the MC taunts the mobs, daring them to come taste his kung fu. A wolf tries to jump him, screaming, but gets swallowed by the flames in the blink of an eye. Totally floored, Lin Yu-chan watches his fire punch deal magic damage, and a mage wonders if he's also packing a brawler class. While landing a flaming haymaker on a giant bird, the MC internally celebrates that being multi-class is peak, literally doubling his combat power. Surrounded by a swarm of purple aura monsters, the MC figures killing them one by one will take forever, and he needs to rush straight for the boss. With a dramatic gesture, the MC summons his personal undead army, bringing some massive skeletons to the party. Smiling like a guaranteed winner, he announces the arrival of his personal guard. He hits the pose again for emphasis, declaring the skeleton squad has officially arrived. System pings that the summon skill just hit level 6 and now he's controlling 20 mobs. Backed by his army, the MC laughs, realizing this feeling of commanding a legion is exactly what he's always wanted. The mages are completely in awe. One praises Lord Subai. Another says this just turned into a war movie, and Lin Yu-chan smiles, admitting he's hard carrying the whole squad solo. Stopping dead in his tracks, the MC senses the real problem is finally pulling up. A giant level 18 snow bear spawns, roaring and clearly looking for a fight. With an excited grin, the MC notes the big boss finally showed its face. Keeping the hype going, he repeats that the boss finally showed up to catch a beating. The bear charges in throwing a punch, and the MC preps his fist to return the favor. He barely dodges a massive club that shatters the ice, laughing and taunting the boss to swing like it means it. Weaving easily, the MC lands several fire punches and complains the beast is just way too slow. Furious, the bear starts spinning its club like a killer fan, trying to tag the MC by any means necessary. Standing next to his demons, the kid admits the beast hits hard and decides to wrap this up before he turns into a popsicle buried in the snow. The bear roars, hoisting the ice club high to squash the MC like an absolute bug. With absurd agility, the MC triggers lightning steps and dips out of there faster than you can blink. Then he claps back with Fire Fist, throwing a barrage of punches that each chunk for 10,000 crit damage. Exploiting his speed again, he spawns right behind the monster, leaving a light trail and landing yet another heavy strike. Fist still smoking, he drops that signature side smirk and announces the bear is done for. Blasting the bear, a rapid, scorching combo connects, and those crit damage numbers just keep climbing. The boss bear screams in agony, eating a massive crit straight to the face. With the big beast floored, the MC declares the job is done and is thankful he was fast, otherwise getting buried in snow would have been highly embarrassing. Watching from afar, Lin Yu-chan's squad is completely paralyzed. One mage asks if the boss is already dead, while another can only mutter, "What the hell was that?" At that moment, a system window pops right in Lin Yu-chan's face, congratulating her for clearing the 11th floor in 14 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds. The poor girl can barely believe it and stutters that they actually pulled it off. The folks tagging along with Lin Yu-chan realize Subei barely broke a sweat carrying them. To them, what he just pulled was absolute madness. To rub it in the server's face, a global announcement flashes for everyone to see, congratulating Subei and the Lin Guild for shattering the 11th floor record of the Tower of God. The gossip spreads through Rim City faster than bad news. One guy asks, totally shook, if it's the same Subei, while another points out he botched his class change and can't fathom how he pulled off this magic trick. Two dudes are chatting with a big guy who looks like a tavern owner. One suspects Subei has some crazy secret, but the other bets the Lin family girl hard carried. The tavern owner, acting all high and mighty, claims she's just an S-rank fire mage and stands zero chance of breaking the Holy Paladin King's record. The rumor mill keeps churning. Someone explains the 11-4 mobs only go down to Holy Light classes, and another adds that not even the legendary Li Jianxian cleared that floor in under 20 hours. Cutting to the Yan Kingdom's war council, a long-haired blonde guy is ripping into a woman. Completely furious, he screams that he ordered them to find the record breaker and they can't even find their own noses. The blonde guy then demands results. The subordinate reports that, according to intel, Subei was spotted outside Rim City handing out beatdowns to a squad of level 30s, and since he traded an S-ranked item with Lin Yu-chan, he's definitely not your average player. Turning to the crew, the blonde boss declares Subai's threat level is SS rank. He orders them to find a way to contact him yesterday and, throwing red tape out the window, tells them to bump the kid's potential rating to SSS rank. Alone, the blonde guy pulls up Subai's profile, showing level 13 and an unknown class. He wonders who the hell this guy is and if he's running some kind of cheat, concluding that not even a relic could pull off a miracle like this. Out of nowhere, a subordinate bursts into the room looking like he just saw a ghost, screaming that things went south. Grabbing the clipboard and reading it, the blonde guy screams in shock that it's impossible, nearly falling out of his chair. On the tablet, another global announcement congratulates Subai and the Lin Guild for smashing the 12-4 record in a measly 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 29 seconds. The blonde leader loses it, completely baffled by how he was so fast. The story takes us to the 12th floor, the Shadow Abyss, where the boss is an aquatic beast named Gnarl, level 22. Back with the squad, the MC asks if they can handle the pace. Lin Yu-chan says his speed is unreal, and a mage suggests calling in backup as long as they're mages. Fired up, the MC says he's still got gas in the tank, and the mages agree. Someone points out having their name on a record is a lifelong honor, and another vows they'll fight till they drop dead. While the MC orders them to push to the 13th floor, Lin Yu-chan figures he must be an elite SSS rank monster, completely clueless as to how he soloed the bosses in under 10 minutes. Over at the Wayne Guild, Zishi is in full panic mode, screaming they're screwed, and the guy is an absolute monster. Another adds that every elite squad is killing themselves trying to recruit the rookie. Grabbing Yufan, Sishi claims she, the mastermind, set this whole thing up. She plays dumb, acting like she has no idea what he's talking about. Pissed beyond belief, Zishi questions her. With a coldness that could freeze hell, Yufan states their engagement was a joke and asks what world he's living in. Pointing his finger, Zishi reminds her the ambush was entirely her idea. Turning away, Yufan plays the victim again, leaving Zishi thinking she deserves an Oscar for that act. While Yufan dips out calling Zishi trash, he freezes, realizing he got played like an absolute fool. One of the lackeys stutters, completely speechless. The story skips to the 13th floor, the Field of Evil Echoes, where we see explosions and instant kill notifications spamming the screen. In the middle of the chaos, Lin Yu-chan and the mages are putting in work, with energy beams flying and mobs getting one-tapped left and right. The MC is holding a 1v2 against a pair of level 22 shrieking rabbits. He complains the beasts are annoying and the fight is dragging on way too long. Spotting some holes in the ground, the MC orders everyone to cover an entrance. The squad confirms they got the game plan. Reaching out, the kid casts a spell and hurls a massive fireball, shouting the attack name like he's the main character of an anime. 3 rabbits pop out of a hole, and the MC laughs, pointing out they only had 3 exits and wondering where they're gonna run now. Watching the explosion in the background, the MC figures wiping the whole nest at once beats the hassle of hunting them down one by one. Celebrating, the MC says that was super satisfying and tells the squad to gear up for the boss. Lin Yu-chan, sitting on the ground dead tired, wonders where he gets all this energy. They finally roll up to a creepy gate with a windmill and bats, signaling the real fight is about to kick off. Inside, Boss Winslayton, level 25, stands with his back to some terrified kids, while 2 demonic wolves growl ready to pounce. Waiting outside, the MC announces the boss is in there and tells everyone to hold up. Lin Yu-chan is totally swooning, thinking he looks incredibly stylish. With a solid kick, the kid busts the gate open and immediately tells Winslayton to get ready to meet his maker. Looking like a cheap vampire cosplayer, Winslayton gets furious about the break-in and declares their only destiny is the grave. Lin Yu-chan orders the squad to fall back. The boss starts throwing up hand signs and some weird music starts playing. The sound wave hits the crew outside and Lin Yu-chan screams in pain, complaining the noise is worse than terrible karaoke. Jumping right through the musical notes, the MC tells the old man that party trick won't work on him. Fast as lightning, the kid lands an upward energy strike, sending Winslayton flying across the room. Chilling by a campfire, the MC is sprawled on the ground, saying he's exhausted but happy. A mage comments that leveling up has never been this easy. Thinking he's totally wiped out, Lin Yu-chan offers him a chicken skewer. Subai says he's good because his physique is way better, and the girl thinks better is a massive understatement. Munching on the chicken, the kid pulls up the system screen to make sure his stats are all in order. The display shows the name Souza, level 15, rocking the Demon King and Hero classes. He notes the Hero class grants 30 balance points, while Demon King gives 20 purely focused on raw damage. He considers taking the Clock of All Things for a spin to buff his skills and hovers over upgrading the C rank Pierce. The system asks if he wants to bump it to B rank in 30 days or drop gold to speed it up. Seeing the prices of 2,500 or 10,000, he's shocked the thing actually works. Upgrade complete. A notification announces he bagged the B rank Iceblade Spear while he points at the screen with the squad resting in the background. Now the screen offers an A rank upgrade taking 90 days or costing 25,000 to speed it up and 100 grand to skip the timer entirely. The MC is appalled by the price tag, calling it daylight robbery, but admits it's worth it since A rank skills don't just grow on trees. Scanning the list, he decides to pass for now. He realizes he only has 8,000 gold left and getting rich is going to be a serious grind. Sitting on a rock, eating and staring at the fire, Subai realizes he hasn't had a decent meal since he left a beginner zone. Two mages eat and think that even as a triple S rank, the guy grinds like crazy. One recalls he basically lived on energy bars just to get this OP. The other mage reflects that if this monster farms dungeons like this, they have absolutely zero right to complain about being tired. Totally motivated, they jump up and yell that they're ready. The MC looks back completely confused, and Lin Yu-chan wonders if she missed some hot gossip. The kid hops off the rock and says if everyone's ready, let's roll. Back turned, the MC tells them to pack their gear so they can move out. Lin Yu-chan hits him with a super enthusiastic, got it. Flashing a little smile, Subei tells the squad to stick close to him on this floor so nobody gets lost. The team hits the 14th floor, the stone colossus, and instantly runs into a swarm of giant flaming beetles charging right at them. Amidst the chaos, the MC throws hands with the level 24 fire beetles, prepping his sword. Right after carnivorous vines burst from the ground trapping everyone, the MC draws his bow to handle it, while Lin Yu-chan just watches. Stuck in a dead end, a mage asks if they took a wrong turn. The MC claims he'd never make a rookie mistake like that, and tells them to guard the entrance and summon the fire demon. While the MC walks up to the wall, a fire demon spawns behind him, and the rest of the squad just sits back to enjoy the VIP view. Suddenly, Lin Yu-chan looks totally spooked and lets out a scream realizing something is wrong. Rising from the ground, two massive level 29 golem twins spawn. Smiling, the MC greets the beasts like they're old buddies. The kid summons an energy club covered in spikes and challenges them, wanting to see if their bones can handle the heat. In a tense close-up, the two golems, one looking like a monk and the other a demon, glare at the MC totally out for blood. With pure brute force, one of the golems stomps the ground, making everything shake. The stomp is so violent it completely cracks the floor, proving the beast isn't here to play games. Jumping with the club, the MC screams "Quick Strike" and goes all out against the giants. Landing hard, the kid unleashes an energy wave and calls the golems solid trash with absolute arrogance. The hit is so brutal that both golems get sent flying backward, completely bodied. We see the monk golem's face cracking, its red eyes glowing like headlights. The MC runs straight into a stone wall that spawned out of nowhere, blocking his path. Out of the corner of his eye, he wonders if the monsters are already pulling out their ultimate skills. Pushing forward at full speed, the kid leaves a trail of energy while the monk golem tries to block. Club ready, the MC mocks the golem's attempt to deflect the blow, calling it total amateur hour. With a single strike, he turns the wall into dust, proving that defense is literal paper to him. Through the dust cloud, two pairs of cross-shaped red eyes glow, looking for trouble. A massive red beam fires and the MC dodges at the absolute last millisecond. Watching the whole thing, Lin Yu-chan is terrified, realizing that kind of power is pure nightmare fuel. Rocking a cheeky smile, the MC steps up, club in hand, fully prepped for round 2. Throwing his whole weight into it, he leaps and brings the club down hard on the demon golem's head. The strike lands perfectly and the crit notification pops up exactly as the beast's face caves in. Standing right in front of the mobs, the kid decides to debut his new skill, and the air around them starts freezing. He activates Ice Blade, transforming the spear and pulling energy in his hand, ready to shatter everything. The energy detonates in a freezing blast that catches one golem dead on, turning it into absolute mincemeat. Pissed off, the monk golem fires back, shooting energy beams from its mouth and eyes. pulling some ninja flips. The MC dodges the attacks that are blowing massive craters in the ground. An energy beam slices through the air and tags both golems at once, completely dismantling them. Standing amidst the rubble, the MC announces he's ending this clown show for good. Lin Yu-chan screams desperately for Brosu to watch out, warning the rocks will merge and the boss will respawn. With his confidence through the roof, the kid replies there's absolutely no way that's happening. Snapping his fingers, massive ice crystals burst from the ground, freezing every single piece of the golems. The mage's jaws drop. One calls him a next-level strategist, and Lin Yu-chan realizes he froze everything just to block the boss's respawn. System screens light up, dropping congrats for clearing the 14th floor and announcing the new record of 30-something hours to the whole world. Totally hyped. Lin Yu-chan says that was amazing and pushes the MC to keep going, because there's only one floor left. Back in Rim City, the crowd won't shut up about Subai, comparing him to the sword Immortal Lee and wondering if he can keep this insane pace. A scene zeroes in on a pair of black boots walking fast across a wooden deck. It's Zishi's crew from the Wang Guild, stomping around looking like they're out for blood. They stop dead in their tracks, shocked by the news. One notes Subai blitzed through 14 floors, and another doubts the guy is even human. The system window flashes, dropping a global announcement right in everyone's face. Amidst the crowd of players, the alert hits congratulating the Lin Guild and leader Souza for breaking the 15th floor record in 6 hours, 29 minutes, and 50 seconds. And of course, some random guy gets completely pissed yelling if it's yet another record. Zishi, from the rival Wang Guild, is left looking like a total fool, speechless and just muttering under his breath, completely shook by the news. Up on the 15th floor, with a giant teddy bear that just bit the dust lying in the background, the MC says his goodbyes to the squad, announcing his shift is over and he's bouncing. Lin Yu-chan tells Bro Su to hold up, and says the guild made a killing this time, so she's gonna ask her dad for some compensation. The kid, with his money radar pinging, immediately asks what kind of reward they're talking about. While the mages exit through the portal, Lin Yu-chan gives him that side-eye with a look that says she's ready to make a deal. She puts it on the table, whatever he wants, a shop or gold, clarifying that if he picks gold, it's 10 grand per floor. Subai, who isn't dumb by any means, picks the gold instantly, and Lin asks for 3 days to pool the cash. The MC thinks 50 grand is an insane amount of money, and these people are swimming in wealth. Flashing that slick merchant smirk, the MC says cool and tells him to hit him up if they want to break more records, throwing in a 20% discount as a bonus. Popping into a super cute chibi version with dollar signs in his eyes, the MC figures he'll agree to whatever she says as long as that bank account keeps getting fatter. Lin Yu-chan's eyes light up, and she asks if the 20% discount is for real, immediately checking if they can book runs for the first 30 floors at that buddy rate. The kid's brain completely blue screens, and he instantly regrets opening his mouth, calculating that 15 discounted floors means throwing 30,000 gold right in the trash. Rocking a smile faker than a $3 bill and sweating bullets, the MC hides his internal pain and says it's all good, no problem at all. Lin Yu-chan thinks this is absolutely perfect and that they'll have to mortgage their souls to pay for it, but 20 floors of records guarantees the guild's success. Then she drops that she has one condition: she only wants him. The girl catches the double meaning, turns red as a tomato, and completely freezes, wondering what on earth she just blurted out. Lin Yu-chan tries to backpedal, saying that came out weird, and Subai, completely clueless, explains she means just the two of them in the party, with no dead weight slowing down the farm. Relieved she didn't accidentally propose to the guy, she agrees and promises to cooperate. She admits to herself it's true, since on the last few floors they were just glorified cheerleaders while he hard carried the squad. The MC seals the deal, saying it's locked in. Lin Yu-chan confirms the meetup for 3 days from now. Same bat time, same bat channel, before waving goodbye and dipping out. Back in Rim City, the MC checks his to-do list and spots quests dropping 20 and 10 skill points. He eyes the 30 total points, thinks the city's payouts are super generous, and decides to clear the entire map during his 3 days off. Standing right in front of the quest board, the kid decides he's gonna accept every single task available like there's no tomorrow. Quest paper in hand, he confirms with the receptionist that he took the job. Right in the middle of the town square, the MC puffs his chest out and confidently declares he's gonna wipe out everything in his path. Walking up to the teleporter, the guard asks for his destination. The kid shoots back that he's heading to the West Mountain Mine and skips the security check. The second he steps into the portal, a massive flash takes over the screen, swallowing his body in a blinding light. Arriving at the West Mountain Mine, the MC shields his eyes, realizing he forgot to blink, and complains the portal light is way too bright, swearing one day it's gonna make him go blind. Out of nowhere, the system throws a friend request in his face from some Pei Ling Xiu. He frowns, wondering if it's that clingy girl again. Having zero patience, he rejects it instantly, and as he walks away, mentally questions why this woman is so annoying. The camera cuts to Pei Lingjui's house, where she's sitting on the couch absolutely losing her mind. The girl screams in outrage that she can't believe Subai rejected her 27 times and says the kid has some serious audacity. When she tries to send the request again, she gets a massive no from the system saying she's been blocked. She smiles and vows she's gonna murder that bastard. The partner is losing her patience in her apartment, since the MC turned down the offer 27 times and she's not having that kind of disrespect. With her upload attempt blocked by the system, the mercenary adjusts her mask and warns the guy to just wait, swearing she's gonna corner him in Rim City. Stacking crits that wipe the area in a flash, the MC is having a blast, taking down a wave of skeleton swordsmen at the West Mountain Mine. Rare materials and some skill points pop up on the screen, while he checks out a random book with that smirk of someone finding this way too easy. Smoothly, the MC summons his own skeleton minions to wipe the floor with the enemy squad. Giving the marching order, the MC tells his army that the next target is over at the Guerding snowfield. He lets out a laugh while walking through the snow with his army, finally getting why everyone is so obsessed with leveling up, because commanding this troop is just too good. A ridiculous cold hits out of nowhere, making the MC start shivering and chattering his teeth non-stop halfway there. Out of patience for this ice, the MC summons a pair of fireballs in his hands to warm up real quick. Surrounded by a bunch of armed skeletons, the MC doesn't even waste time talking and gets ready for combat. Bouncy little furballs show up in the MC's line of sight, and he actually thinks these Yetis look pretty cute for a monster. These skeletons charge with no mercy, but the MC doesn't care and isn't letting anyone off the hook just because of their looks. Suddenly, more of these furballs start sprouting from the ground, rolling toward him like there's no tomorrow. With a quick hand sign, the MC launches 2 giant fireballs right at the incoming horde. The blast swallows the beasts in a single pop, but the MC lets out a frustrated sigh seeing the damage is lower than expected, missing that raw power from when he summoned the red demon. Checking the system menu, the guy groans after noticing that maxing out his techniques is costing a fortune for his beginner budget. Fires off an intense barrage of flaming projectiles to clear the path, wasting no time with the monsters. Flaming shots fill the air and pulverize everything ahead, turning that frozen landscape into a real field of destruction. By switching the magic element in his hands, the MC unleashes a volley of ice arrows that score instant takedowns on every single creature left. He cracks a satisfied smirk while celebrating his dual casting mastery, already planning to test higher tier spells for the next round. Unexpectedly, that dark blast shatters the ground in an instant and catches the MC completely off guard with the damage. This weird smoke starts corroding the ground and absorbing everything in its path, both the little beasts and the summons that fell in combat. At that moment, the MC realizes he stumbled right into the map's secret base, a place swarming with cursed souls and ghosts everywhere. And that's where it gets crazy. The threat level spikes when the MC realizes nobody had ever triggered this quest before. Sweating bullets, the MC remembers that only light or dark powers work here, with brightness being the weak point to land a crit on that creature. Turns on his heel and retreats without a second thought, since facing these guys with brute force and zero holy support in the inventory is just asking to get bodied. Sharp blades slice through the air while the MC summons a magic circle to block the skeleton attacks. Another hunter flies across the battlefield, screaming in fear that the black cloud can rip out the soul of anyone crossing its path. Fast forward 3 days of peace at the Lin Company HQ, and now the kid is eagerly rubbing his hands to see his luck opening the new items. Floating screens pop up in front of the MC, showing some pretty mid rewards, like a basic beginner sword and a few potion flasks that barely help at all. That trash reward gets the MC furious, tossing his phone aside while complaining about his lack of beginner's luck. Hiding behind the fancy door, the partner watches the whole scene, not believing the drama he's making. Without any hesitation, the redhead steps into the room offering to sell all that junk, and the kid agrees right away, stoked to get rid of that trash. The redhead leans charmingly on the desk, already scouting what's there to turn into cash. Arriving with stuffed briefcases, 2 guards step in, and the redhead keeps it real. She raised 100,000 coins to clear the debt and prepay the next round, leaving the MC's jaw on the floor with all that cash. Checking out the fortune with zero care, the guy bluntly says he wants to meet the partner's dad, which makes the redhead freeze up instantly at the wild request. Finally, the MC wraps up the chat and tells the pink-haired girl to gear up quick to climb the tower in a few. Mountains of old books take up the whole desk, and the MC dives into his studies like there's no tomorrow. They keep popping up non-stop in front of the MC, bringing a flood of new skills ranging from ice spikes to super rare holy shields. With a relieved smile, the MC lets out a laugh, thinking if he had this OP arsenal before, he wouldn't have struggled so much running from the snow base. The skill panel glows on the screen, showing off a cracked arsenal of 18 talents the MC stacked to wreak havoc. In a rush of pure hype, the MC hunks himself, laughing about stacking so much skill wealth that he couldn't even imagine in his past life. Suddenly, the piece is over for the MC when the door gets smashed open by a clean kick. Jumping up with sharp reflexes, the MC starts giving off destructive flames while the mercenary stares at the guy, impressed by his reaction speed. That intimidating presence right in front of him shows the mercenary is dead serious, leaving the MC no choice but to face the danger. The mercenary smirks at the kid's guts, checking out every detail, while the pink-haired girl freezes at the door, terrified of the intruder. In complete shock, the redhead yells to the MC that the woman on the couch is a living legend from the global top 100. Chilling on the couch, the mercenary mocks the fact that the MC didn't freak out or start drooling over her being there. He cuts the act and asks what she wants, thinking that, even though the mercenary's posture is flawless, her personality is just unbearable. Bluntly, the mercenary drops a spot on the elite team right in the MC's lap, leaving the redhead speechless at an invite not even the world's biggest big shots dare to dream of. With cracked calmness, the MC brings his hands together and turns down the invite flat out, leaving everyone's jaw on the floor. Furious, the mercenary snaps, calling the guy arrogant for turning down a golden chance, but he doesn't even flinch, making it clear he'd rather level up at his own pace without owing anyone. Swallowing her pride, the mercenary freezes, realizing the guy actually shattered every record, but he brushes it off and keeps the door shut on any alliance. The mercenary sweats bullets, insisting the top of the abyss is way too hellish for him to play lone wolf, while the MC keeps his cool, ignoring the warnings and plotting his next move. Without any small talk, the mercenary figures out the MC only does business if the cash hits his account, exactly like he's doing with the redhead. Tired of wasting time, the mercenary takes the deal but insists on an ironclad contract to make sure the goods get delivered, and she doesn't go back to base empty-handed. A heavy document gets tossed on the table, showing the mercenary already had everything prepped to seal the deal. Pen in hand, the mercenary slides the contract over for the MC to check the final terms. Scoreboard data scrolls on the screen, showing the crowd is panicking over the massive lead the other nations have. She breathes a sigh of relief, seeing the MC didn't even charge ridiculous prices to lock in the partnership. Not thinking twice, the MC scribbles his name on the paper and seals the deal. With the paperwork handed over, the guy promises to send the quote list real soon, leaving the redhead pretty happy with the closed contract. Hyped, the mercenary tells the crew to keep pushing and asks if she can watch the guy break the 16th floor record. Taking the challenge, the MC says that watching the crew work is the best way to learn how to keep up with his pace. Attentive eyes focus on the pink-haired girl, who notices the MC dead serious, analyzing her every move. That silence gets broken by giant crabs spawning at the bottom of the canyon, making a huge racket. Blasts of scorching fire start rising from the rocks, forcing the MC and the pink-haired girl to dodge to the side. His expression stays rock solid as the MC lifts a finger and casts a chaotic fire rain straight at those monsters. Destructive hits rain down from above, melting everything in their path in the blink of an eye. Monitoring everything up close, the recruiter goes into complete shock at the crazy damage, not getting how a level 20 newbie can hit that hard. Seriously, the wing leader checks out the scene in shock and admits to herself that this power is bordering on the absurd. 2 hours pass and the MC is already devouring a giant claw, enjoying the taste while his partner laughs happily at the sight. This look of pure terror takes over her face upon catching the brutal level of the combat. By looking real close, you can see a bright glow, giving away the exact moment the MC activates his ocular power to analyze what's left of all that mess. A global warning pops up on screen stating the guild beat the floor record in exactly 7 hours and 8 minutes. Eating that snack with zero worries, the MC enjoys the break time chilling with the pink-haired girl. The partner quickly contacts her boss, yelling that they found a cracked talent and they're gonna be filthy rich. Outside, rumors are running wild about the unbeatable duo that keeps wiping the maps with no mercy. On the screen, the phone alerts an incoming call straight from the partner's contact. News about the strongest players teaming up to conquer the 100th floor leaves the redhead in total shock. While the MC and the pink-haired girl keep putting on a show inside, the rest of the world is going crazy over their fame. That desperate crowd begs for a spot in the clan, while the team crew rushes to please the partner so they don't miss this golden chance. The elite players are teaming up to raid the 100th floor in a mission that promises to stop the world. They all start cheering in full support, while the master raises his arms to signal victory in front of everyone. The mage warns that to face the battle they gotta beat the level 80 summoner captain, and the kid agrees instantly, figuring it's way better to deal with the minion than to fight the level 200 lord. Looking at all that mess, the redhead drops her jaw at the MC's guts to face that brute without blinking. The pink-haired girl follows the MC toward the arena, declaring she's not missing this duel for anything in the world. Without wasting time, the pink-haired girl stares at the battlefield, wanting to see how far the kid's courage goes. The warrior rips off his helmet with a rough gesture and challenges the MC to go all out on him. Keeping his combat stance, the MC warns he's gonna drop a flaming rain just to warm up for the duel. Fearlessly, the MC summons his creatures in a flash and drops the warning that the show is about to really start. Everything starts shaking when the MC summons the dragon, the skeleton, and the bear, cornering the opponent all at once. She completely loses it in total disbelief at the power coming her way. Taking no chances, the MC raises his hand and casts an instant impact magic right in the opponent's face. The impact of this spell catches the opponent by surprise, piercing his defense with absurd ease. With a sarcastic smirk on his face, the MC activates the magic seal on his palm and preps the next hit. Lotus roots sprout from the ground in a flash and trap the knight before he can even react. Landing with a perfect spin on the ground, the MC slams his magic into the dirt and bluntly says the secret to winning is capturing the king first. The guards can barely believe what they're seeing, frozen by the MC's bizarre ease in throwing out these elemental spells. In a quicksand swamp, the MC sinks his enemies while watching the monsters struggle to get out of there. Vines squeeze the poor guy's body, who thrashes around desperately while sinking into the dirt with nowhere to run. Jumping high, the MC charges at the giant skeleton, going all out. With a mocking smirk, the MC raises his hand and casts a powerful magic circle right in the enemy's face. Thorny roots sprout from the ground in a flash and pin down the knight, who is completely paralyzed by the shock. He stares down the pinned opponent and keeps it real, asking if he's finally gonna throw in the towel. In a relaxed stance, the MC reaches his hand out to the opponent and thanks him for the practice. Respectfully, the knight drops his guard and thanks the MC for going easy on him in the fight. A tense vibe hangs in the air while the group watches the MC handling the whole mess with absurd chill. Shocked, the mage asks the champ if he really cast that technique without saying a single word. The guy gets hyped by the showcase, wasting no time begging the MC to teach him the secrets of that dual casting and silent spell. Some weird notification pops up on the screen, and the MC realizes the quest guarantees an exclusive skill, so he fakes a quick cough and accepts the challenge without a second thought. The pink-haired girl exchanges a quick look with the MC, nodding excitedly to tag along with him. Seriously, the mood gets heavy when the guard leader steps up to give that ultimatum, demanding total focus because the whole city's safety is hanging by a thread now. The guy turns down any extra help, swearing he can hold the south gate by himself against the attack coming in 24 hours. Completely shocked by the audacity, the old man asks if he really plans to face all that alone, but only gets a chill nod as an answer. The commander agrees to the madness, promises to hold the line out there, and swears he's going to announce the invasion chaos to all the people. Unexpectedly, a notification pops on the screen, bringing the news that the rewards doubled this time. The server rules show up on the screen declaring a state of emergency and locking everyone inside the city. In the plaza, the chatter takes over as the crowd tries to process if the guy's name was actually mentioned in all that mess. Desperate people pile up trying to figure out the size of the trouble caused by the newbie after he wiped the whole tower. While they walk, the pink-haired girl suggests calling the elite guild, but the MC fires back that a high level won't save anyone against the type of beast they're facing. Everything becomes a reason to argue, since the MC reinforces that level 100 doesn't guarantee survival, while the pink-haired girl insists that calling backup is the only sane way out. With the reveal about the game's hidden malice, the MC drops the bomb that the difficulty scales with the party's level, leaving the pink-haired girl's jaw on the floor at the discovery. Hyped about the plan, the pink-haired girl bluntly offers to join the defense. The tough MC spells it out and demands the pink-haired girl masters dual magic in just one day, or it's going to be hard for her to stay alive in this clash. That crazy task leaves the pink-haired girl paralyzed, feeling like the tight deadline is a straight path to failure. The partner checks the data and quickly questions the MC about the invasion status, but just gets a blunt, "Everything's under control." She lets out a sigh, admitting the guy handles himself way too well and regrets being stuck on the max floor, otherwise she'd dive headfirst into the fun with him. At the tavern, the crowd spots some crazy guy streaming the warrior's live feed and gets shocked seeing even the big boss praising the guy's tutorials. The pink-haired girl points at herself, visibly visibly confused by the crazy plan the MC just dropped on the table. Outside, the giant screen glows and the buff narrator opens the event, welcoming the folks tuning into the stream. Check out the reporter, who's got the audio tuned straight from the front lines so the crowd doesn't miss a single detail of what's going down at the South Gate. Lots of netizens are going crazy in the chat, wanting to know where the heck the MC went. It focuses on the reporter, who points up announcing the MC as the ultimate hope to hold back this chaos. Deafening screams take over the streets while the chat explodes in hype, swallowing any comments from the usual haters. Instantly, comments pop up on screen asking if the MC actually started streaming live, and way up there the MC shows up alongside the redhead to prove things are under control. Many there can't believe their eyes and start freaking out in the comments seeing the MC up close. And that's where it gets crazy. A giant red alert takes over the whole system, warning the beast invasion has started and making everyone shake in fear knowing the end is near. The whole stream freezes all at once and the crowd panics, thinking the reporter is a goner. With their eyes locked on the horizon, the MC and the pink-haired girl just watch the chaos about to kick off down below. Massive flames swallow the line of sight while the pink-haired girl keeps her eyes glued to the destruction, visibly shaken by what's going down. With a twisted smirk on his face, the MC reaches out and casts the flaming chaos rain to destroy everything. Heavy thuds echo through the place as the mutant lizards charge forward and tear up the arena ground. That broadcast shows the pink-haired girl keeping her cool as she realizes the beasts are nothing but level 26 minions. Focused, the pink-haired girl channels all the energy needed to blast the demons popping up ahead. The frustrated pink-haired girl warns her limit is maxing out and she can only hold off 9 more rounds of this wave. Sweaty, the MC takes the lead while the pink-haired girl keeps total focus on the magic. Extended hands make sure the MC and the pink-haired girl sync their power to cover the battlefield with explosive signs. Suddenly, hundreds of magic seals appear in the sky and start pouring a rain of lethal attacks over the battlefield. Not missing a beat, the MC raises his hand and casts double symbols, leaving everyone's jaw dropped at how easy he makes it look. Ravenous flames swallow the creatures trying to escape that ruthless offense. Everything playing on the screen leaves the crowd in shock, wondering if it's even real what the MC is doing solo with this absurd power level. In a clean move, the MC reaches out and drops the spell that makes an undead army rise from the ground in a flash. Hundreds of armed skeletons sprout from the dirt, leaving the stream chat simply not believing the size of that army. Wildly, the stream commentator goes into a total panic seeing the MC surrounded by this horde of sinister beasts. With the defense now running on auto, the MC tells the pink-haired girl to take a break because the war's gonna be long while his troops handle slicing up every lizard that shows up. While the pink-haired girl digests the info about the event lasting for days, the MC focuses on how to use the time to farm as much XP as possible. Magic circles spawn by the dozen way up high, turning the sky over the wall into a constant bonding zone. Breathing a sigh of relief, the kid is thankful he leveled up the skill since just 9 fire waves weren't gonna cut it. The broadcast focuses on the MC's cracked performance, while the redhead admires the raw power he throws on screen. She doesn't waste time and goes all out, summoning 2 fire creatures that instantly catch the MC's eye. With a smirk, the MC praises her effort and orders her to hold the front line, since way tougher monsters are on the way. Hours of intense battle go by and the group finally stops to recharge, with the partner serving up a solid meal for the MC. Meanwhile, problems start popping up at the base, with the underlings reporting the East District is unguarded and the influx of newbies is crashing the guild system. That rage from the clan boss boils over and he throws all the blame for the chaos onto the MC. Sitting in his armchair, the rich kid orders the team to scatter the new crowd to the other city leaders and the lapdog agrees on the spot. The rich guy keeps his posture on the phone, saying super chill that with this many people packing the plaza, the best move is splitting the event's weight among everyone. Suddenly, a worldwide announcement flashes on the screens calling the elite players to protect the guild base. Around the corners, gossip runs wild, and the crowd tears into the MC, calling the guy every name in the book for leaving them hanging while he chills. Some hooded guy goes off, claiming he'd rather roll with the famous clan than waste time with an egomaniac like the MC. Loudly, another dude agrees and kisses up to the guild, treating those guys like the only saviors who can handle this mess. Keeping up with the trash talk, the hooded guy claims you can't support such an arrogant dude, and keeps it real, saying he's ditching the team right there. turns his back, and the traitor cracks a sinister smile in the dead of night. Pretty satisfied with the plan working exactly as intended. The goons in a fancy room are terrified the plan will flop if the wall holds up, but the Green Mage swears the city's fall is guaranteed and mocks the idea of the MC holding it all solo. Smugly, a cynical smirk pops on the Green Mage's face while he trashes the MC's strength, claiming the wall defense is just a delusion before the catastrophe. Intense flames sweep the horizon as the MC watches the destruction caused by his magic down below. Raising his arm high, the guy summons that dark energy again to pull more skeleton legions straight from the dirt. Way up high, the pink-haired girl stares at the chaotic scene and asks the MC what stage of that monstrous invasion they're dealing with. Analyzing the battlefield, the MC blurts out the clash is gonna last way longer than expected, leaving the pink-haired girl shocked at the thought of holding the line for 5 whole days. The host listening in goes into a total panic hearing about the war's length, but the MC doubles down that not even 5 days would be enough to get the job done. Without even blinking, the MC drops that even if the difficulty multiplies by 10, he's not backing down, leaving the pink-haired girl's jaw on the floor. Suddenly, the MC says he'll be right back and throws himself off the high wall, leaving the pink-haired girl freaking out at the edge. Scenes of panic take over them, claiming nobody under level 40 survives that drop. Hitting the ground with brutal force, the MC lands without breaking a sweat, opening a crater that makes the whole ground shake. This shocked reaction takes over the guy while the pink-haired girl can't even hide her amazement at her teacher's absurd level of resistance. Wasting no time, the MC draws his blade and tears through the pack full throttle, slicing the monsters at crazy speed. The pink-haired girl follows the frantic battle pace from up high as flaming skulls fly loose across the line of sight. That scene on the stream leaves the reporter speechless, trying to figure out if the pink-haired girl is actually casting a magic seal in the middle of all that mess. Cheers and celebrations take over the whole city, with the crowd hyping up the MC while watching this magic show on screen. While the crowd goes wild over the performance, the guys on the bench watch the scene, not believing the MC's absurd power level. A blur shoots across the screen as the guy builds momentum and lands on top of the wall in a single jump. Right next to the narrator, the kid lands and leaves the poor guy in shock at how casually he strolls through the battlefield. The mood gets heavy and the leader warns the trap is set, starting a guard rotation while the MC volunteers for the first shift without a second thought. With his guard down, the commander orders to be woken up if they sense any threat, while the sidekick promises everything is under control. Any monster that touches the invisible barrier gets instantly blasted by a brutal lightning strike, with the MC securing the instant kill without even trying. The pink-haired girl barely believes the power of that spell, left in shock by the MC's bizarre strength. Exhausted from that mess, the MC decides to take a nap while the pink-haired girl watches him, completely baffled by the power he keeps hidden. 3 days fly by and the barrier starts showing signs it can't hold up anymore, with the crew on the wall screaming the elite monsters are coming to ruin the party. Meanwhile, scenes of pure panic unfold down below while the crowd watches the big screen, seeing the MC chilling and having a barbecue while the level 60 bosses charge in. Civilians packed in the plaza are shaking in their boots while staring at the screen, seeing the MC enjoy a barbecue right in the middle of the chaos. Adjusting his cap brim with that mocking smirk, the slick guy tells the scaredy cats that the real show is about to begin. After filling his belly, the MC stretches out all satisfied, swearing the seasoning was perfectly on point. Watches the pink-haired girl sweating to keep that protection barrier up with a full stomach and orders her to rest, since he's got the rest of the job covered. Without a second thought, the MC jumps from way up high with both blades ready to slice whoever shows up. The crowd in the middle of the mob is in shock, dying to know if the MC is gonna drop another one of those crazy traps while noticing the kid's flawless physique. On the stream, the narrator loses it and screams, not believing the guy is gonna face that pack barehanded. Slicing the air with precision, the kid flies past the werewolves and aims the edge of his swords right at those creatures' fur. The pink-haired girl watches everything from the back, flashing an ear-to-ear smile while dropping praises for her instructor, totally believing victory is already in the bag. Instantly, critical damage numbers pop on the screen while the MC slices the pack like paper, dropping the monster's HP in the blink of an eye. 9,000 damage points drop off the beast's health bar right away, proving the MC is on a level completely above the rest. Screams echo through the hall as the reporter claims he finally got the MC's secret, revealing to everyone that the guy is a monster and martial arts and magic, all at the same time. Meanwhile, giant screens show the MC tearing everything apart, while the master watches with the smirk of someone who knows he found a gold mine. Hyped by how the tournament is playing out, the master lets out a laugh, commenting that this show is way better than watching anyone clear the game's max floor. Quick cuts show the MC beating down the line with absurd precision, proving his mixed technique is on a level nobody expected. They follow the master, who was blown away by the kid controlling so much magic, and a skeleton army without breaking a sweat. Smiling, the master confesses that not even he could hold off a massacre of this level. Combos of magic webs and clean cuts turn the monsters into nothing, while the MC mercilessly slices everything in front of the wall. On the screen, the immortal watches the kid dismantle the lion with attacks that look out of this world. Some doubt hangs over the master, who quickly asks who taught the kid all those techniques, but the partner cuts him off, saying he had no teacher and learned it all the hard way, solo. Skeptical of the claim, the lackeys in the hall can't even buy the story that the kid achieved all that by himself. Seriously convinced the kid carries a natural gift, the immortal decides he needs to look into this legend personally. With a clean hit, the MC takes down the elite demon rabbit and keeps it real, saying any boss below floor 100 is just inflated trash. There's a quick backflip and the MC throws the big monster onto his summons, leaving him only the job of dealing with the rest of the horde. Explosions shatter the enemy skeletons, pulling an approving smirk from the MC for the efficiency of that suicide tactic. Landing super chill on the wall, the MC faces the pink-haired girl as she worriedly asks if he can really handle all that pressure. The pink-haired girl turns to the MC, warning that the bulk of the enemy squad is right at the door. While the cameraman panics over the missing level 80 beasts, the pink-haired girl loses her patience, seeing the MC just chill on the couch and munch on a skewer. Over at the rival guild, the big shots doubt the MC can hold his own against the elite demons, while the master stays ice cold, claiming the city's escape route is already locked and loaded. The clan leader, rocking unshakable confidence, guarantees his son left the high-level warriors on standby for any emergency, asking if there's anyone capable of holding back that apocalypse. The blonde guy gets a cynical smirk back from the leader. That old man doesn't even flinch at other people's worries, keeping his slick smile while blindly trusting the MC's power. Catching the master's sneaky trick, the guy figures the plan is to protect a spoiled son, but he'd rather swallow his anger so he doesn't catch any heat. While the redhead boils with rage at the blatant cheating, the master just watches the scene with the ultimate chill. On day 4 of the event, the kid simply wipes over 10 giant freaks using his golden skeleton army. Tired from so much effort, the pink-haired girl stops casting spells and lets the fire demons hit on auto while complaining that this nightmare has no end. Day 6 of the massacre and things get crazy, with the pink-haired girl giving up on casting and letting the fire demons hit on auto while mourning the end of the world. Reaching day 7, the mood gets super heavy and the MC drops an absurd spell on the ground to hold back the monster horde. With silence taking over the battlefield, the cameraman breathes a sigh of relief, asking if all that is finally over as soon as the MC jumps to the top of the wall. Checking her phone, the pink-haired girl says the internet crowd is going nuts over the MC's victory. His expression shifts instantly, and the MC drops a tense warning that the real headache is just starting. At that distance, the MC stares down the giants in the forest and keeps it real. The boss of this mess is coming to settle this for good. That notification makes the pink-haired girl and the MC freeze on the spot, with shock written all over their faces. Gigantic monsters pop up, destroying everything in their path, and rush the gate like a runaway train. Desperate, the pink-haired girl lets out a scream, warning that this colossal monster is simply the most dangerous creature in the whole region. Up in the high ranks, the suits celebrate the misery and claim the MC is going to turn to dust against that colossal enemy. While the destruction rolls down below, this master takes the chance to let out a mocking laugh, convinced his spoiled heir will come out as the big hero once the gate falls. Without hesitating, the reporter yells at the MC to get out of there while the rich kid clan takes over. But the boy just drops a smirk and admits he's at a disadvantage against that boss. That wicked smile of his gives away that the beast doesn't know the size of the trouble it's in. With a deafening boom, the freak slams right into the gate and makes the whole stone structure shake. A blast of pure energy comes down from the sky, cracking the target's skull before the final explosion swallows the gate. Instantly, the raw impact makes the beast evaporate on the spot, securing that 100,000-point crit on the MC's tab. The sight of the loaded cannons on the wall gives the MC the backup he needed to slaughter any beast getting close. Live, the battle broadcast keeps going and the commentator warns the beast wave is finally coming to an end. The pink-haired girl lets out a sigh of relief and asks if the danger has finally passed. That hyped expression on the pink-haired girl's face shows she finally realized victory was guaranteed. Fear takes over the pink-haired girl, as she wonders if this last showdown would bring a lord even more cruel than the previous demon. Calmly, the MC ignores the general panic and orders a team to prep the weapons, cause the final explosion is about to happen right up ahead. A massive explosion takes over the screen, leaving the crowd in total shock as the dust settles and reveals the impact's result. They advance going all out, two warriors wielding their weapons in a dead-on attack against the enemies. Sweating cold and with a shaky voice, the pink-haired girl asks if that nightmare finally came to an end. The pink-haired girl's eyes go wide, but the leader instantly kills the vibe, warning the war is far from over. Watching the horizon covered by that thick fog, the pink-haired girl gets ready, knowing the green mage is about to show his true colors. From the shadows with a cynical smirk, the green mage steps out and raises his staff to show the playtime is just getting started. The MC focuses on the forest full of giant shadows and warns that the map's supreme creature is about to show up. Looking at the size of the trouble, the pink-haired girl can't even hide her fear and freezes instantly next to the MC. A gray mass of pure muscle tears through the brush, jumping like a maniac, revealing itself to be the ultimate elite of the whole region. With a serious face, the MC watches the monster come full throttle while the pink-haired girl keeps total focus on the situation. That weird energy explodes in the middle of the woods, catching everyone by surprise while the MC analyzes what's happening. The green mage lets out a sinister laugh while blocking the attack, but the impact shatters his defense and sends the damage straight to his health bar. From above, the MC holds his pose while the silver cannons vaporize the Dark Lord in the blink of an eye. Far away, the green mage grinds his teeth in rage while staring at the screen, not believing his troop is getting wiped out this easily. Everything turns to chaos when the Time Walker shows up, blocking the hits with scary precision. With a cynical smirk, the MC raises his hand and says he used the enemy's own trap against him. Gasps take over the pink-haired girl and the cap guy, who can't even hide their shock at what's going down right in front of them. Suddenly, a terrifying transformation happens when the creature sucks all that energy into its chest and spikes to level 130, becoming a complete nightmare. The pink-haired girl and the cap guy watch everything baffled as the scene broadcasts to the whole world. At that moment, the green mage loses his mind and completely freaks out seeing his plan go down the drain. Scenes of pure despair take over the broadcast as the pink-haired girl and the cameraman freeze, seeing that monster become the biggest threat the city ever faced. Not impressed by the beast right there at the door, the MC mocks the creature's inflated level, but accepts the challenge super chill. The master watches the scene with total disgust, not giving a single care about the panic spreading around. In a brute strike, the green mage tries to crush the MC, who dodges with ultimate chill and even complains his summons aren't as strong as expected. Feeling his blood boil at the kid's perfect dodge, the green mage grinds his teeth and swears revenge. Heavy steps echo on the ground as the MC walks toward his opponents, totally unworried about the danger ahead. Pointing his finger with that mocking smirk, the guy makes it clear it's now his turn to call the shots. Shockingly, the partner and the rest of the group stare at the green mage, trying to figure out where that devastating attack came from. This is where it gets good. Under the hood, the green mage's face finally shows up to reveal he's the real mastermind behind that cursed invasion. With a scowl, the MC quickly spots the green mage as the real brains of this invasion and warns the crew not to slip up. Out of nowhere, a gigantic monster pops up to summon the dead and wreak havoc among the crowd. Desperate, the immoral preps his spell while begging the MC to get out of there before the fight scales to total annihilation level. Smirking, the MC brushes off any escape advice and fires off an intense blast of energy at the enemy horde. Blades of pure energy slice the air at absurd speed, sweeping away everything that gets in the way. Down below, the Dark Lord lets out a macabre laugh and congrats the MC for figuring out his whole scheme right off the bat. Full of confidence, the Dark Lord yells he's gonna devour everyone's soul to evolve and destroy the whole kingdom in a bloody ritual. Everything turns to chaos when the green mage realizes the MC drained all the local energy, leaving him totally vulnerable for the counterattack. A frantic charge catches the green mage completely off guard while the pink-haired girl attacks from above. With a little smirk, the MC points his finger at the villain and reveals he sucked all the map's energy using the invasion to own sacrifice seals. That level 130 monster freezes on the spot, not even believing he took such a loss without noticing. Cold as ice, the MC explains he set the trap combining basic spells to drain the boss's energy, who is still bragging even after falling for the trick. The monster, taken by blind rage, throws itself at the guy, trying to crush the kid with that giant punch. Totally out of control, the green mage charges him throwing curses, but ends up blocked by the veterans holding the line. Without hesitating, the MC counterattacks on the spot and deflects the green mage's hit with a massive energy explosion. The dust barely settled, and the MC already tells the immortal to go back up the folks who are struggling, making the master fly straight into the conflict. Spooked by the scale of the clash, the pink-haired girl and the sidekick ask to bail from there before the raw power of those two turns everyone into dust. Firmly, the MC keeps it real and orders the crowd to scram while he swears nobody gets past that wall. A magic barrier glows in the air, holding off anything that dares to hit it. He stares down the MC from above, dropping a cynical compliment about how smart the kid is to spot the danger from afar. Laughing at his own evil, the green mage mocks the captain while revealing the monster horde is nothing but a soul farm for him to level up and hand the city on a silver platter to his lord. With his staff raised high, the green mage starts sucking up all that rotten energy from the area. Any attempt to absorb turns into a total fail, leaving the green mage screaming in panic, noticing he has 0 souls to suck. With his nerves on edge, the MC takes the lead and charges the big monster with a crazy jump. Giant screens in the hall expose the MC's feet, showing he drained all that cursed energy with his sacrifice circles. Disbelieving, the green mage can't even believe the MC's audacity to outsmart him in front of everyone. Pointing his finger, the kid warns he mixed dozens of deadly seals into a giant train, making it crystal clear who runs the zone. Furiously, the green mage grinds his teeth in rage and stares at the kid with pure bloodlust for falling into such a humiliating trap. His killer aura explodes, and the green mage goes on the attack, calling the kid a filthy human while swearing he's gonna slice everyone up. With a snap of the MC's fingers, the space around the villain starts collapsing all at once. A dark energy pops up, blocking the hit, with the green mage promising to bury the MC and the whole city without any mercy. Silently, the master watches the broom that cracks the wall as the dust takes over everything. None of that works, and the smoke clears, revealing the wall didn't even get a scratch, to the green mage's total despair. Without hesitating, the MC drops the command and activates the corpse explosion to the bad luck of anyone nearby. Confused, the enemy flinches and asks what bizarre technique that is, while the duo tensely backs into the corner. Calm explanations follow as the MC clarifies the spell consumes the monster's souls, regretting the power wasn't enough to wipe half the kingdom. Quietly, the mercenary watches the Dark Lord shaking and figures out instantly that, with no souls left to blow up, he's totally screwed. With shock written on his face, the Dark Lord drops the magic and charges purely on hate at the MC. Slamming his staff into the dirt without hesitating, the green mage preps a pure energy shot to try and turn the tables. It was a piece of cake for the MC to block the attack, raising a raw ice seal and freezing the enemy on the spot, leaving the green mage in complete panic. Completely ignoring the opponent's panic, the MC takes a combat stance while the pink-haired girl watches everything, not believing his audacity. The MC's speed pierces the barrier in the blink of an eye as he charges the target with a devastating hit. Instantly, a mocking smirk pops on the MC's face while he shreds the enemy's defense like it was paper. The impact makes the ground shake, throwing the green mage away while the partner watches everything jaw-dropped, not getting how the MC can be so OP by himself. Desperate, the green mage screams into the air, begging the Lord to summon his demons once and for all. The quest finishes successfully, and the system confirms the S rank for the MC. She's there all hyped, but the MC has this look of someone who still isn't satisfied at all with that battle's outcome. Analyzing that horde of bizarre monsters, the MC lets out a mocking chuckle, treating the creatures like true toxic trash compared to the high-level demons he faced before. Many there are shaking in their boots, but the guy just laughs in the face of danger, swearing he's gonna sweep all that dirt into the trash as soon as he levels up. That argument boils over instantly, with the blonde guy telling everyone to stop clowning around and focus on the villain's goons. Wide eyes reveal the MC's surprise seeing the system pop up with a sinister new quest. Suddenly, high-tier rewards show up on screen for the MC, promising skill points and an evil grimoire if he manages to collect the spirits. Surrounded by allies, the MC listens to the bosses chatting about holding the wall while they handle the horde. A blue screen pops up in front of the MC asking to confirm a crazy quest to collect 10 million evil spirits. Confirming that blue screen is the only way to wreak havoc with this new skill. Many messages hit the MC screen directly, warning that the master and the whole elite troop are coming to get him right now. Messages keep popping non-stop on the screen, warning that the elite troop and the master himself are coming after him. Everything changes when the system drops a golden notification confirming the quest was completed successfully. The pink-haired girl doesn't hide her hype and drops a bunch of questions on the MC right after the victory. Brightly, smiles take over the guy's face while the camera focuses on the absurd rewards they bagged, getting free levels with the epic carry he gave the team. On that sidewalk, the crowd starts murmuring about the MC's bizarre strat, praising the kid like he's a true built-different idol. The MC ignores the chatter from the guys down below and bounces, leaving everyone hanging. She spots the MC and the pink-haired girl arriving, already prepping the ground for a not-so-friendly chat. The door opens and the immortal shows up without warning, leaving the MC face-to-face with a visit he wasn't even expecting. Seriously, the redhead steps into the game and shakes the MC's hand, locking in an alliance to fund the guest's reception with a lot of cash on the table. A meeting of big shots kicks off around the table with the MC staring down his new partners. With a chill posture, the MC throws himself in the armchair and stares at the group, wanting to know right away who there is, desperate to talk. A vibe of superiority takes over the room when the suit drops a scolding, warning that cocky newbies only learn by getting a beat down. Totally enraged, the lion takes it personally and tells the guy to shut his mouth, warning he has zero ground to lecture a Squad 11 member. At that moment, the veteran stares at the man in front of him and figures out that Big Shot is the real mafia boss behind the whole mess. Brushing it off, the guy stares at the blonde and drops a heavy mock about how the captain protects his newbies. The blonde ignores the mock, crosses his arms and tells the guy to mind his own business before saying what he shouldn't. Cutting through the tense mood, the partner takes the reins of the chat and makes an offer the MC can't refuse, promising triple the cash and a massive commission to secure the contract. Sarcastically, the MC lets out a dry laugh, mocking the offer, asking if she really thinks that trash-based salary of a second-class warrior is worth his effort. Without much fluff, the captain of that elite unit cracks a sarcastic smirk, making it clear he's not impressed at all with the pressure they're putting on him. He cuts the chat with a cold look and confesses he hates being controlled by limiting contracts, no matter how big the bag they offer him. Trying to win his trust, the bandage captain agrees to the freedom demands and insists the group doesn't run like a military prison. That offer becomes the main topic at the table, with the group pushing him to join Squad 3, promising flexible hours with no clock-in nagging. The green mage goes into shock, choking on his own drink at that sharp comeback. At that moment, the MC freezes at the tense vibe building up as the master steps in, cutting off the chat. 3 imposing figures cross the hall, led by the master, who keeps a serious and bossy look. Some folks in the hall try to convince the crowd to just focus on lining their pockets, while others swear that Squad 9 is full of single ladies. Locked eyes aim at the master, who keeps a serious look while staring down the mess. Out of patience for the chatter, the MC takes a slow sip of tea with pure mock and tells everyone to shut their mouths at once. Laughing at the kid's guts, the master lets out a real belly laugh while watching the scene with mockery. Smoothly, the MC keeps his cool and cracks a cynical smile while asking who was responsible for calling all those people to the meeting. The swordsman steps up in the meeting to make it clear that those guys are the key pieces on the main guild's front line. With his arms crossed on the table, the MC stares down the swordsman with a coldness that kills the meeting's vibe. Mocking the situation, the MC lets out a chuckle, pretending he's just enjoying the despair of those suits begging for attention. Many there didn't even have a clue about the absurd potential the MC was hiding before the mess blew up. That whole room turns into a boiling pot of tense looks as soon as the elite crew kicks everyone out, leaving the MC alone with the blonde for a not-so-friendly chat. The cynical smirk drawn on the master's face reveals he's already aware of the mess he got into. This is where it gets good. Without a single sign of fear, the master stares at the MC and keeps it real, asking if he can handle wrecking the final god's floor. Getting right away a solid answer, making it clear the kid isn't playing around. That threat echoes through the room while the guy, way in the back, makes it clear any mistake is gonna cost heavy, with the kid paying every drop of blood for this gutsy move. With a calmness that pisses off the lion, the MC adjusts his cup while dropping a sharp smirk, guaranteeing the win like it was a simple Sunday stroll. All the tension spikes when the blonde steps to the green mage, demanding he stops jinxing it and admits his own mediocrity if the mission succeeds. Taking the challenge, the suit swallows his pride and puts $1,000,000 gold on the table, demanding the kid proves his skills without using any dirty tricks. Completely ignoring the bickering going on in the back, the master leans his arms on the table and tells the MC to just pick his own reward for the secret guide. Without hesitating, the MC locks in his request for the 7 paths armor as payment for the info. That reveal leaves the master totally paralyzed, unable to hide the shock in his eyes facing such sharp insight. The MC uses the tense vibe to demand the blacksmith preps his new gear ASAP, leaving the bill for the guild's vault. Everything turns into a done deal when the master accepts every demand without questioning, sealing the deal right there. With a calculated move, the MC unrolls the scroll and exposes the 100th floor's secret to leave the master's jaw dropped, dragging the prize onto the table. The MC suggests dodging the classic rules and focusing on an impossible strat before the 3-day deadline runs out. The master feels the weight of the responsibility and crosses his arms in the corner, hoping the guy delivers what he promised in this crazy clash. By shifting the chat's focus, the master offers a spot on the elite team for the MC and the pink-haired girl to make some extra cash, as long as they wipe the tracks left on the server. That offer makes the master throw the contract on the table, sealing the deal with a solid thud that echoes through the whole room. Without wasting time, the MC just shrugs and guarantees the duo has plenty of talent to run the top at level 100. Stunned by her partner's firm answer, the pink-haired girl accepts the mission on the spot and swears absolute loyalty to the captain while locking in the partnership for good. Wasting no time, the pink-haired girl swears she's traveling the very next day to the imperial capital to sort out the money details, while the MC promises to line up the whole strat to make the plan work. Chat goes on. The pink-haired girl soon spills the beans about the brutal tournament to feel out if the guy is up for the challenge. That offer caught the MC off guard, leaving him with a smirk while the pink-haired girl watches him all suspicious. Hyped up, the pink-haired girl stares at the MC with that spark in her eyes, like he's the missing piece to make the plan work. Scowling and glaring at the scene with pure hate, the spy confirms the deal, swearing to slice everyone to pieces when the festival comes around. Non-stop energy blasts fly out as the MC slices through the pack of monkeys in the blink of an eye. With a quick move, the MC channels his power and reduces the whole pack to dust in a flash. He flashes a victorious smirk, drawing a magic seal in the air while hyping up the success of that brute charge. Instantly, the kid steps through the light portal and heads straight back to the city's safety. Crits sweep the monster pack while the MC exploits the opening to secure an instant takedown. Crowding the MC, some allies tell him the race tournament kicked off and suggest signing him up right away. The redhead shows the MC a panel, mentioning that the entire guild leveled up super fast during the 100th floor battles. Glued to his phone screen, the MC stares in shock at an inbox flooded with over 100 pending alerts. That pushy message from the Supreme Leader about the new clash doesn't even make the MC blink. Trying to calm the redhead's hype, he warns that registrations are locked down due to alerts that the tournament will turn into a real massacre. With a smirk, the pink-haired girl serves tea while the MC stares at the board, trying to figure out how the real and virtual worlds completely merged. TV broadcasts keep dumping rumors about the terror of monsters invading reality, ruining everyone's peace. Holding his cup, the MC watches the steam rise while digesting the news about the chaos taking over the planet. As the crowd falls into pure panic, the MC just watches the humans losing their breath over that wild magic display. Frantic messages flood the screens while the whole world freaks out over magic running wild everywhere. That barrier finally dropped, throwing the doors wide open to a brand new chaos. Everything changes when this reality of 10,000 coexisting races turns into a stage for wild beasts running loose. Giving the guy a blunt warning, the elf blacksmith makes it clear that his success relies entirely on what he decides right now. At that moment, the master stares at the horizon, realizing everyone's effort to reach the 100th floor finally paid off. Wild rumors spread through the taverns about the guy's power, and everyone swears the border invasion actually happened. Meanwhile, the master watches his allies get shocked by the mission's ease, considering the folks from other areas could barely move forward. The relic glows brightly in the master's hand as he preps his next move. Hype screams echo everywhere when the system confirms the master took down the elite boss and cleared the path for the crew. Curious, the pink-haired girl listens to the rumors and tries to figure out if the rival guilds actually have the power to dominate the other routes. Laughing casually, the MC pours some tea while stating they won by a landslide, leaving the competition in the dust with the 100th floor fully cleared. And that's where it gets crazy. Sinister shadows appear before her eyes, and the pink-haired girl can barely process the MC's reveal about the 3-day deadline until disaster strikes. Powerful electric shocks tear through the scene, leaving the crew paralyzed and speechless at the show of force. Panic takes over while the master keeps the group in check, forcing everyone to accept their fate with their heads down. Popping up on every screen, notifications confirm the legend hit level 100 and left the whole world shocked by the feat. Massive alerts show up for the crowd, throwing the orc, elf, and goblin portals wide open right in front of humanity. On that Pantheon calendar, the year 10,345 marks the moment humanity gets full access to the Tower of Gods, without needing any test or trial to become a player. Baffled looks take over the group as they check the info that just popped up on their screens. Way out on the horizon, the magic barrier just shatters, revealing an endless continent swarming with monsters ready to devour anyone in sight. Pacts between the nation leaders sealed the creation of an elite task force to raid the tower's 101st floor. Plotting the perfect plan, his mind races as the MC stares at the portal, knowing exactly that the Time Walker is falling right into his ultimate trap. While the MC checks the loot he scored from that risky bet, the portal opens up to a view of the new magic continent waiting for him. The pink-haired girl steps into the scene, walking quickly to the MC's side while analyzing the weird structure popping up on the horizon. Hitting him up with an urgent text, the immortal asks the MC how to deal with the other races wanting to make contact. The screen flashes with the immortal's message, leaving the guy clearly tense under the weight of the choice he's got to make right now. That shocked look on the MC's face gives away that he didn't expect to get caught red-handed by the pink-haired girl. In a rage-filled tone, the orc leader warns that if the orc princess keeps clinging to that trash fairy, her fate will be the same as before, leaving the girl crying softly out of pure fear. An imposing fortress appears on the horizon, signaling that the tournament clash is about to get serious. Without a second thought, the cat girl jumps into the air super clumsy, trying to grab that fairy flying right in front of her. Tumbling onto the ground, the cat girl can barely react while her dad loses his mind and threatens her to get ready for the tournament. With the lion demanding absolute obedience, the cat girl breaks down in tears under the weight of all that pressure. That guard wastes no time snitching on the cat girl, complaining to the lion about the princess wasting time with useless little fairies. Moving fast, the king scolds the guard and demands he stops treating the cat girl in such a pathetic way. Super worried about her daughter, the mom uses the moment to scold the lion, complaining he spoils the girl way too much instead of focusing on strict discipline. Hiding her nerves, the queen speaks up and declares the kingdom is ready for war, ordering everyone to gear up for the upcoming festival. Pissed about the situation, the cat girl glares at the lion and goes off, making it clear she won't accept this new war setup without getting any perks. Screams fill the room as the cat girl begs for a break, but the lion ignores the drama and warns that the new league is for the big leagues, threatening to punish anyone who doesn't deliver results. Feeling the heavy pressure, the cat girl finally gives in while her mom glares at her dad with an unfriendly look, demanding he drops the bossy attitude. Down on floor 63, the MC unleashes a rain of magic arrows that tears through the sky in a ruthless attack. The MC stabs his magic blade into the big monster and keeps it real. The move is perfect for taking out a stealth target before anyone even notices the hit. Thick clouds start getting swarmed by that pack of ugly monsters while the alarm on the MC's watch beeps non-stop. That hollow screen glowing on the MC's wrist shows the immortal's name, making the guy huff in anger for agreeing to contact such an annoying old man. Texts hit the MC's terminal suggesting an alliance with an unknown race, while the immortal wants to know if the kid is clued in on who these guys are. Scanning the data on the screen, the MC recalls that lesser races always rely on the superior ones, and trusting dragons blindly in the past only brought headaches and exploitation for everyone. In the system, the Sylvans pop up as a noble elf bloodline, being one of the oldest folks to settle the endless continent. Impossible to reach the sea folk right now, so the MC prefers to keep his distance from the dark elves since they're way too aggressive and proud. Out of nowhere, a notification pops up on the display, bringing a message from the pink-haired girl. That interface glows again, sending an urgent alert from the pink-haired girl to the MC's phone. 50,000 people in the first division, and another 300,000 in the second, lead the MC's jaw on the floor at the massive turnout. All that grandness of the Alliance HQ makes the MC recall his past life's failure, but he's dead set that this time the story is going to be way different. High up above, the angel appears looking majestic with her wings spread to announce that the tournament is finally kicking off. Flashing a super friendly smile, the pink-haired girl makes small talk with the MC, who tries to keep his cool even though he's visibly tense. While the pink-haired girl showers the winged leader's beauty with praise, the MC can only stare at her wings, computing how much it'd be worth if he ripped those rare parts off to sell. Offended, the pink-haired girl asks if he usually treats any lady like just another beast, while the MC just sighs that taking down the winged leader would ruin the rep he worked so hard to build. Changing the subject, the MC asks about the whereabouts of that new cloak, only to hear from the partner that the process is a mess, since the design took a whole month and the forging hasn't even started. With zero patience to wait that long, the MC complains that at this rate the gear won't even be ready in time for the first phase. As the rules scroll on the screen, the pink-haired girl gives thanks for the auto-translators and quickly asks what the MC's goal is for the championship, stating without blinking that he's gonna snatch first place. The MC leaves the pink-haired girl's jaw on the floor, asking if the goal wasn't just hitting the top 100 or top 10. The angel watches everything with a faint smile, while the lion ignores the scene with his usual air of superiority. In a corner of the room, the dragon shows up super chill, flexing her raw power stats for anyone who wants a look. That colossal creature over there, who usually hits 100 meters tall, shrunk down just to be able to show up at the event. The redhead asks the Dark Lord about his tribe's crew joining the lower divisions, but the big brute claps back, saying the big guys don't waste time fighting for crumbs with weaklings. Snapping at the giant to shut his mouth, the lion gets interrupted by the green mage yelling that brute force is all that matters, while the winged leader watches it all with a smirk like she's already predicting the mess. Calmly, the angel keeps her posture while watching the crowd argue, clearly interested in seeing how far the MC's potential can push these guys. Dick Tabor, a level 99 big shot, pops up in the middle of the crowd flexing that boss energy. With a firm handshake, the master seals an unexpected partnership to ensure their team-up becomes the game changer in this battle. Yelling orders at the MC, the captain demands total focus and insists he doesn't ghost everyone in the middle of the mess. Some team follower insists on challenging the MC's attitude, but the master shuts it down instantly, telling the underling to shut up before he drags everyone down. Watching the MC's every move, the master notices his crazy calmness and figures this chill vibe is going to be the team's trump card. Shards of pure energy fly through the air the moment the MC clenches his hands, wrecking the artifact in a brutal move. Without a second thought, the MC clenches his fist full force and crushes that glowing ticket right in the middle of the street. Screams echo down the street while the guy goes off on the crowd standing around. Staring right at the object, the MC shows he's not playing around and lays down the game's rules for his followers. He throws himself against the intense glow, ignoring the danger as the MC goes all out. A silhouette plummets, tearing through the air straight into the middle of the mess. With a brutal impact, the warrior slams his hammer into the ground and lets out a war cry, sending everything flying. Two soldiers look at the sky with a smile, blown away by the power display way up there. The MC shows up floating on a colossal blade, while dozens of sharp projectiles spit energy his way. Thousands of blades spawn out of nowhere, sweeping the battlefield in an unstoppable rain of steel. Giant elephants topple over with a deafening crash as the impact wrecks the enemy front line. Coming down from the sky, the master stares down the knights who are still trying to process the damage done. His chill posture throws the soldiers off, getting direct orders from the master to turn around before things get even worse. Some kind of doubt about the price of pride hangs in the air, while the master demands a final answer. The tension spikes when the master explains that those gnomes are already past level 90, leaving the fight completely unbalanced. With his eyes locked on the chaos, the master confirms the damage from those dwarves is on an absolutely absurd level, blowing past any defense they could prep. Keeping it real, the master reminds them that humans don't have that natural magic in their veins, and orders everyone to prioritize their own skin over some dumb pride. Screams echo across the field as the master orders an immediate retreat, forcing the squad to accept fleeing as the only way out to survive. He points his finger forward, and the master demands the march keeps going without any breaks. A deafening boom tears through the horizon, freezing the master on the spot while despair takes over the whole group. Intense flames swallow the whole horizon, leaving the crew in shock at what just showed up. Stepping out of the fire, the Shuro race warrior lets out a mocking laugh and asks if that bunch over there is made of humans, or if he needs to call everyone monkeys. Tattoos light up across the Shura's body as he orders everyone wiped out, leaving the squad terrified by that absurd power. The Shura glares at the group with disgust, letting out a sarcastic laugh while asking if there's really such a powerful race among monkeys, or if he needs to crown someone there as the true king. With visible rage, the MC grips his sword hilt with all his might to prep the strike. Pure energy shoots across the battlefield as the guy charges through, destroying everything, declaring he's dying for a taste of his prey. The master's eyes go wide, paralyzed, seeing his ally get split in half by a massive explosion. Holding a firm stance, the knight summons all his holy light and guarantees he's gonna block the attack without even breaking a sweat. He grits his teeth inside his helmet and orders everyone to get the heck out while he can still hold the line. With zero chance to react, the fighter gets blasted backwards with absurd force, crashing straight into the ground. Smoothly, the master draws his energy-wrapped blade and orders everyone to fall back as far as possible. Gripping the giant axe with brute force, the big guy declares everyone's end while getting hyped about how easy it is to drop humans. A wave of flame swallows everything around while the pink-haired girl watches the damage on the screen, totally shocked. Despair washes over the pink-haired girl as she stares at the screen, certain humanity is about to be wiped out right off the bat. While the medics try to save the fallen in the plaza, the crowd faces their own helplessness after getting bodied like that by just one guy. Without hesitating, the MC raises a bluish magic shield and tanks the hit with brute force. Leaping quickly, the MC dodges the lightning bolts crossing the battlefield trying to land a direct hit on him. He flashes a mocking smirk, warning that there's zero chance the beasts are dodging his magic arrows. Water blasts cut through the air and knock the lion down mid-run. With a sharp hand gesture, the MC jokes if the crew really thought that sneak attack was gonna work. Landing a clean hit, the MC sends the beasts flying while mocking their stupidity for trying an ambush in such an open field. The pack of beasts charges blind with rage, wanting to get payback on the kid at any cost. In a clean move, the MC dodges the claw and keeps it real, saying dreaming of victory is just an illusion. Energy blasts erupt upward, sweeping that entire horde all at once. Frowning, the lion roars at the pack, ordering them to stay sharp so they don't get caught off guard. Right away, the lion takes a water cannon to the face and gets blasted away before he even finishes his pose. Seeing their buddies in panic makes the lion's pack realize things got too hot, booking it out of there before they get bodied too. He locks all the corridors with water cages, staring down the pack and bluntly asking who gave them permission to invade his space. With his hands on fire, the MC declares that since these guys showed up, they're gonna become easy points for his score. A rain of fire rains down from above and fries the beast, screaming in agony. Up in the meeting room, the angel gets a front row seat to the massacre playing on the big screen. Sporting a hype smile, the sorceress showers the monkeys with praise for their performance on the battlefield. The green mage watches closely and quickly catches on that the guy isn't dual casting. He's just slinging raw power with zero cooldown. Wasting no time, the redhead snubs the green mage, saying he's useless with machines and still wants to throw his 2 cents into mystic arts. Furious, the green mage yells back, claiming that even as top-tier elite, he perfectly gets how a low-level brawl works. He casually chews his snack, cutting the nonsense to keep it real. The technique has nothing to do with speed. It's pure zero-coach magic, dropping everyone's jaws since that's impossible to achieve just by training. The angel nods, pointing out that that water arrow would never have caused that much damage on its own. That elven elite gets thoughtful, trying to figure out if the MC bugged just one skill or if his whole arsenal is running on zero cooldown. With eyes glued to the big screen, the whole crew realizes the situation just spiked to a dangerous level. Catching the gravity of it, the angel figures any basic spell in the kid's hands turns into a weapon of mass destruction, since he completely ignores cooldowns. Tons of strats cross the green mage's mind, but the kid ignores all logic and spams that magic combo right in his face. Fearfully, the redhead freezes at the screen, with a look like she saw the end coming, feeling that things are about to get real ugly. The green mage analyzes the situation and realizes that, in a long fight, the kid's absurd advantage becomes a nightmare impossible to ignore. Slowly, sweat drops roll down the green mage's face as he stares at the absurd power being unleashed right there. The redhead stares at the MC in awe, comparing the kid to a demon lord and wondering who in that universe would have the guts to break the rules like this. Dropping a dark prophecy, the lion warns the legendary villain will bring a massacre, bluntly suggesting they wipe out the competitor before chaos fully takes over. With total confidence, the redhead raises her arm asking for the mission, swearing she'll crush the apocalyptic king since the guy is at rock bottom. The angel brushes off that crazy theory, claiming the true enemy wouldn't act like that, betting all her chips on the MC as the only one capable of saving the world. Flashing a cryptic smile, the winged leader watches the immortal, standing by her bet that the MC is gonna leave the entire High Council jaw-dropped. That mystery voice interrupts the chaos, telling the crowd to hold their breath and keep watching the show with no rush. Praises start pouring in, with the crowd kissing up to the MC and already calling the kid Godsu for the clutch save. In the middle of that rush, the captain pulls up to the MC and asks what their next play is going to be on the field. Wasting no time, the MC orders the crew to drop out of the tournament ASAP. Many complain about the call, arguing the tournament barely started and the MC should keep carrying the team. The MC quickly cuts the nonsense, warning that nobody has to leave as long as they can keep up with the cracked pace he's about to set. In total shock, his partners immediately push back against the leader's decision to ditch the tournament. Outraged, the underlings question the boss because they refuse to waste a chance to climb the ranks by piggybacking on the MC's power. A lot of them choose to stand their ground and refuse to jump ship, even knowing the MC is dead serious. Smirking, the MC flashes that side smile while the crew in the back shakes with fear. With a violent boost, the MC shoots through the air wrapped in an insane electric charge. Right then, the MC launches himself so hard the ground cracks, leaving a trail of pure energy as he cuts through the sky like a rocket. The crowd freezes instantly, testing the MC's agility and seeing the guy move in the blink of an eye. Realizing the MC is an absurdly high-level mage, the guy freezes on the spot and decides to dip out of there ASAP. Uncontrollable terror takes over the tracker when he notices it's impossible to keep up with the MC's cracked pace, leaving running away as the only option. Sweating cold and shaking in his boots, the scammer insists on staying to blatantly keep stealing his allies' points. The master's authority overflows as he tears into the hustler for having the nerve to leech the newbie's resources in such a tense moment. With his finger pointing straight at him, the master gives zero chance for excuses and demands all the opportunists exit the arena immediately. Ignoring the whining, the master makes it clear the kid is hard carrying the entire squad and his victory is gonna skyrocket humanity's morale. His intent is clear, making sure humanity's name doesn't get treated like trash in the middle of this tournament. The angel watches it all from above, sporting that little smirk of someone calling the MC's win before the fight even starts. Holding a mug, the master goes off and warns that if it were up to him, that scum would head straight to military prison to rot. While everyone argues, the MC focuses on the scoreboard and spots the orc princess way up ahead, leaving him dead last with only 2 hours to turn the game around and hit the top 1,000. Authoritatively, the master presses the table, staring down the group to make it clear the real talk now is figuring out how to win this thing. That demonic figure flashes a cynical smile while calmly keeping the fiery sphere floating over his palm. 2 colossi show up ready for combat, carrying relics that promise to dictate the fate of that clash. The winged leader appears majestic, flashing a scroll that brings direct orders for the course of that dispute. Fearlessly, the redhead speaks her mind, leaving the immortal visibly tense about the offer. Maintaining a serene posture, the angel knows that every word she drops there is worth gold for the tournament's future. The lion freezes at the table while feeling the weight of all that pressure crash down on his shoulders. At the head of the table, the lion asserts himself and warns that everyone needs to stay sharp to face what's coming. Many there shake in their boots, staring at the MC, who steps into the scene without asking anyone's permission. An imposing aura takes over the angel as she tracks every detail of the kid's moves. Wasting no time, the MC locks the monsters in water cages and warns that nobody gave them permission to leave. Flames spark in the MC's hands, dropping the real talk. Since the monsters decided to show up and cause trouble, they're going to become guaranteed points for his score. Firing shards of pure energy, the MC turns the scene into a war zone where the creatures have zero chance to react. Over in the fancy lounge, the panel of big shots gets hypnotized by the big screen, watching that massacre not believing their eyes. The winged leader watches it all with a smirk, already considering making that kid one of the Alliance's elite officers. Meanwhile, the dwarf on the panel takes a sip of beer and decides to open bets on what spot the MC will hit in the final ranking. Sharp blades streak across the sky in a frantic charge, forcing the group to scatter so they don't get turned into Swiss cheese. An updated list pops up on the display, showing the MC way in the back, at rank 2581. With his aim locked on the monster, the MC doesn't even blink before dual casting his magic to counterattack. That brute charge from the creature doesn't even shake the MC's focus, who preps the counterattack without missing a beat. The winged leader throws a high-tier forbidden curse tome on the table, betting heavy that the guy easily hits the top 50. Shock. The old man widens his eyes in disbelief, asking if she lost her mind seeing the elite book, and doubting the kid reaches that level. With certainty in her voice, the winged leader guarantees the master that the MC is more than ready to climb the ranks. A sadistic smile pops on the lion's face as he stares at the battlefield, ready to show he's not playing games. Taking a good look at the guy, the wolf lord catches right away that the redhead and the angel are trying to buy the kid, knowing he'll become a puppet in their hands with those perks. Blades in hand, the big brute raises his steel high up, ready to lay the beat down. Analyzing the opponent in front of him, the MC lets out a mocking laugh, realizing the beast can speak the human language with zero effort. Without hesitating, the MC opens his hand and fires water blasts full force at the opponent. Instantly, the opponent spins his blade and slaps all that magic away without even sweating. That heavy blade starts smoking from the impact, but the lion cracks a cynical smirk, finding the kid's technique pretty interesting. The guy drops a sadistic smile while warning he's gonna use the newbie just to warm up before taking down the redhead. Unfazed, the MC fires several energy spears at the opponent, demanding he stops trying pointlessly. Dodging on reflex, the guy jumps back as the projectiles fly by and orders everyone to fall back immediately. The brood raises a circular fire barrier that blocks the ice rain instantly. Boiling with hate, the lion lets out an insane roar while prepping his dual blades to shred the opponent. He keeps the momentum of the charge, cracking a sarcastic smile while praising the enemy's defense. With the flames clearing out, the lion charges in full fury while the MC fires an intense blast to test the opponent's real tankiness. Sensing the incoming danger, the lion stops his charge and preps a desperate final strike to try and turn the tables. Ruthlessly, the lion unloads all his power into a massive flaming slash, trying to send the MC to hell once and for all. A wall of flames rushes forward full force, swallowing all the space, heading straight for the MC. Not even flinching, the MC deflects the absurd fire barehanded, feeling the weight of the enemy's slash impact on his skin. That mocking face of the lion freezes instantly, disbelieving that his strongest attack was stopped through sheer brutality. Freaking out with hate, the lion growls, calling the earthlings idiots, swearing he's still in control of the situation. A fire explosion lights up the place, swallowing the MC without any mercy. At that exact moment, an energy beam tears through the fire and hits the lion dead on, shattering his defense instantly. Chest puffed and eyes wide in shock, the lion feels the blow from the charge that just bypassed all his armor. Wrapped in a powerful aura, the MC stares down the opponent, who can't believe the raw power of a simple caster. Completely clueless, the lion falls back on his butt, staring at the trail of destruction on the ground, trying to process how the MC vanished from his sight in a flash. Dropping like a lightning bolt from the sky, the MC lands a clean hit that pierces the monster's defense, leaving the opponent with zero chance to react. The opponent drops to the ground, bleeding and unable to believe his own defeat while staring at the kid who just pulverized his defense. With a mocking smirk, the MC stares at the screen alert and mentally thanks for the unexpected gift that just hit his account. Rank 200 pops up on the display and the guy celebrates because his spot to advance in the event is more than secured. Once the stage is cleared, the timer stops and the MC watches that massive portal open right ahead, marking the end of the round. Packed bleachers vibrate with insane energy as the crowd waits for the show to kick off in the magic circles. Swarms of armored pigs surround the MC while he tries to keep his cool in the middle of all that mess. Covering his nose, the guy complains about that mob's absurd stench and grumbles he should have ended it all earlier to avoid this grossness. Hysterical screams take over the arena as the crowd points at the cat girl, totally won over by the opponent's cuteness. Upon entering the arena, the cat girl grabs everyone's attention and the guy instantly realizes she's a rare genius, everyone's darling from his past life. That boar carcass eats like a maniac in the stands while the MC watches the scene closely, already plotting how he's gonna bury the beast's face in the dirt. The giant screen glows in the center of the arena, drawing the first match and getting the crowd hyped for what's next. His turn is up, and the lion steps into the arena, ready to show why he's considered a cruel beast. With a smirk, the MC just analyzes the jungle map on the monitor, already calculating where he'll corner the next poor soul crossing his path. Recognizing the terrain's features, the MC knows he's up against stealth combat experts who don't play around. The MC watches the scene with total chill, crossing his arms while sizing up the challenge ahead. Down in the arena, the monster stands tall in the center of the ring, ready to show what he's made of. That cat girl shows off in the arena looking like a boss, flexing a confidence that's about to be shattered. A furious pig pops up in the middle of the arena squealing like crazy, while the MC just watches the scene looking entirely unimpressed. With his fist clenched and that big smile on his face, the MC is ready to put on the show the crowd's been waiting for. The system locks in match number 82, and instantly the guy cracks a smirk knowing luck is on his side. Mocking the situation, the MC stares down the opponents, mentioning that the beast is already shaking in fear just looking at him. Tired of the stalling, the MC challenges the bunch of grown men to bring it on all at once, since he wants to wrap up this fight fast. At that moment, the system throws out the offer to face 100 guys at once, and the MC takes the challenge without even blinking. Entire bleachers freak out, calling the rookie suicidal, while the crowd mocks if the human actually thinks he was born in a mythic tribe to tank the whole army. Hundreds of eyes lock on the big screen that confirms the suicide round, with 133 opponents coming at the MC, leaving the crowd in absolute shock. Rocking a massive grin, the kid celebrates being far from that smelly pig and even drops a compliment for the arena choice, feeling the good vibes of the open savannah. Swine beasts close to circle, calling the MC crazy and already laughing over the win they think is in the bag. With a sinister glow in his eyes, the MC opens his hands to unleash an AoE attack that sweeps the field in the blink of an eye. eye. Sharp blades spawn in the air, drawing a shockwave line that blasts the enemy horde away before they can even react. Feeling his skin burn from the water blades, the hooded mage freezes and drops to his knees, defeated before he could even move a finger. Desperate, the enemy yells that the MC doubled the spell time and throws in the towel. Furious, he couldn't even touch the guy who's being way too OP. Impact sounds echo across the field as the monsters get launched away with a strike that ends the fight in the blink of an eye. They push against the defenders as the monsters try to break the front line with all their might. Enemies group up to cast a magic barrier, trying to hold the line before everything blows up. Flying at that swine monster going all out, the MC jumps into action, dropping a raw electric blast right in his face. Meanwhile, inside the HQ, the vibe is super tense with the council on high alert, feeling the heat from this rough crowd showing up. Wasting no time, the MC summons his electrified spear to start the slaughter. Ice blades slice the air at insane speed, aiming straight at the targets popping up on the path. They surround the MC, but he ignores the squeeze and focuses on the instant counterattack. Suddenly, everything turns into chaos when the MC blasts all that energy to vaporize the opponents in one shot. Feeling the pressure rise, the winged leader hypes up the MC stance and bets that his win will finally pull humanity out of that humiliating disposable trash spot in the universe. An emergency meeting goes down with the race leaders trying to decide humanity's future while the heat turns up outside. Shaking with rage, the immortal complains that Earth's golden team flops when it comes to protecting the genius, only serving as dead weight for the guy's wins in the competition. That disgusted look on the lion's face reveals he can't stand seeing humans gaining so much ground anymore. The winged leader watches everything with a calm smile, analyzing the kid's every move. Staring down the lion in dead seriousness, the angel makes it clear she won't tolerate any attempt to twist the game's rules. The lion keeps staring at the table, trying to hide his annoyance with that whole situation. Casually, the pink-haired girl brags at the table while the shadows prep for the strike. A blast of pure energy sweeps the battlefield, shattering the opponent's defense in a blink of an eye. Without hesitating, the MC fires a volley of water projectiles that cuts through the battlefield like blades. The orc princess freezes in the stands, losing her words, realizing the kid is wrecking the opponent's magic structure like it's nothing. Watching every move, the winged leader cracks a smile, noticing the MC's technique is clean, totally dodging that dirty and unstable energy demons usually use. While the monster turtles up with the shield, the MC channels a flash that nukes everything around with absurd power. Way up high, the MC doesn't even waste time talking and charges in while projectiles fly everywhere. Signs of pure holy energy glow brightly, shutting the mouths of anyone who doubted his technique. With a precise move, the MC cuts the air and creates a shockwave that knocks the enemies away. The little devil's laugh echoes in the air as she pictures a wild future alongside the MC. Sliding with precision, the MC shatters the big guy's defense and raises a barrier that paralyzes the enemy crew, buying the time needed for his counterattack. Intense flames sweep the magic wall and turn the chubby invader into barbecue in under a second. Deep inside the cave, the group finds themselves cornered while the MC seals each of their fates with that crushing power. Magic shards slice the air as the MC wrecks the enemy defenses, forcing the opponents to their knees while facing their inevitable end. They charge in as a group of invaders roar and swear they're gonna tear the MC apart without any mercy. Weird things start popping up in the sky, leaving everyone shocked by the shadow of those giant ships taking over the horizon. Looking threatening, the creatures take over the deck, with eyes hungry for destruction. Up above, the crowd loses it seeing that bizarre structure glowing in the middle of the city. From out of nowhere, the imposing structure gets invaded by a chaotic energy, while the master steps into the scene staring at the place with a tension that makes the mood heavy. 3,100 points drop into the MC's account, making his rank skyrocket straight to the coveted top 800. Those creatures didn't even tickle for the level of bet the master was demanding. With the teleport closing, the crew drops exhausted right there, already far away from all that mess. Absolutely shocked, the look on the master's face is priceless. While he processes the total humiliation handed out by the guy, the master screams his lungs out, making it clear he won't accept that absurd failure no matter what. Sensing the setup, the master stands up from the table to warn that this scum is nothing but a bunch of rioters playing dirty against the planet. The winged leader even tries to step in, asking for backup for the kid, but the master cuts it off instantly, pointing out the boy hasn't even broken a sweat upset because he's so focused on the massacre. In that heated debate, the master reinforces that any legend has to go through hell to grow, asking them to stop spoiling the kid. The angel stares down the people at the table while demanding, with zero patience, that they take some action soon. Super hyped, the cat girl points at the sky, warning that the MC is about to pull a fast one on everyone and climb the ranks. The pink-haired girl interrupts the chat, pointing at the big screen, showing the guy is just watching it all with that look of someone who couldn't care less about anyone. It gets heavy in the room when the MC stares down the lion and his allies, dropping a mock that makes everyone's blood boil. With a cynical smile, the cat girl ignores the imminent danger and celebrates the MC's audacity in turning the tables on those guys. Right then, tension takes over the crowd watching the pick for the next round. The semifinals are about to kick off, and the system just picked the MC as the one to choose who's taking on the first round. All the cat girl's arrogance vanishes in a flash, cause he keeps it real, saying that if she's picked, he won't even need to try to win. The cat girl charges in for a quick strike, but the MC doesn't even budge. 3 of the opponents freeze on the spot, feeling the MC's pressure as the system clears the match to start. With a simple hand gesture, the MC summons dozens of beasts to shred the opponents in a flash and end this fight quickly. Up in the stands, the crowd freaks out, not believing the kid is gonna solo the whole army, while one of the team guys wonders why he didn't leave some glory for the rest. That heavy aura locks down the entire arena while the system sets the fight rules, leaving everyone speechless. Shocked screams echo everywhere as the competitors in the stands realize the MC is about to obliterate anyone who gets in his way. A legendary weapon spawns in the MC's hand, with the system confirming it can shapeshift whenever he wants. The whole crowd freaks out, calling the MC crazy, wondering if he thinks he has god blood to tank this many people. Charging with everything, the monster horde laughs, thinking they already have the MC in the palm of their hands. Monsters charge like starving beasts, but the MC doesn't even blink before showing that their nightmare is just getting started. Firing off the link technique with an absurd kick, the MC shoots the water beams up in a ruthless bombardment. Even under pressure, the MC doesn't even flinch, seeing the needles shred the enemy defense like butter. With the tension peaking, the leader orders the crew to hold the line while the MC preps to turn the tables in a single move. Drawing the new spear he bought, the MC turns the weapon into an energy blur, ready to wreak havoc and charge at the crowd. Through the fire rain chaos, the MC spins and throws up his magic defense to block the attack while charging full throttle at the enemy wall. The pressure spikes as the enemies get swept by the magic blast, vanishing into the debris flying on the live stream. Rocking a cheeky smile, the redhead claps her hands in thanks, leaving the master completely awkward behind her. Everything stops right there, with the tower crew paralyzed, trying to process how the kid managed to wipe the whole arena in a flash. Massive ships pierce the clouds way up high, stopping the breath of everyone looking at the sky, terrified of the invasion. Inside that glowing dome, the MC walks chill while the cat girl runs beside him carrying the sack of loot. Civilians shake, staring at those non-human creatures, clueless about why so much monstrosity is hovering over their homes and begging for help in pure panic. Looking at the scenery, the MC lets out a smirk, facing the danger like it's just child's play. With the cat girl already giving in to her nerves, the commander even tries to throw a fit, but gets held back so he doesn't give the game away instantly. Isolated cages keep the lion and other targets locked in the arena, forcing everyone to face the humiliation of captivity up close. Looking dead serious, the MC takes his stance, facing the challenge, ready to show that the sacrifice for humanity right there is the real deal. In the elite guild audience, the crowd watches jaw-dropped as the orc tribes resort to dirty hits, sparking massive outrage over the lack of honor in the tournament. A shark gesture is all it takes for the MC to channel the power and fire the magic projectiles straight at the target. That rain of projectiles shoots out in the blink of an eye, while the MC keeps his aim locked on sweeping anyone who dares to cross his path. Wind blades cut through the battlefield, slicing the enemies who don't even notice where the hit came from. Moving with impressive speed, the cat girl throws herself at the MC to try and catch him off guard. The MC blocks the cat girl's rush with surgical precision, stopping her strike right on his blade. A mocking look takes over the cat girl's face, while she stares at the MC with that sadistic smile of someone who can't even believe what she's seeing. 133 enemies pop up on the big screen, leaving the Colosseum's vibe packed with tension for the MC. The cat girl launches her attack with full force, spinning in the air to try try and hit the MC with a quick claw swipe. Wasting no time, the MC raises his sword hilt to block that heavy mid-air kick from the catgirl. The winged leader asks the crowd if they're just gonna sit and watch, while the old wolf grumbles that the MC's spotlight in the tournament only brings trouble for the earthlings. All that pressure doesn't even faze the guy, who smiles while blocking the catgirl's attack with absurd ease. While the crowd boos the opponent's cheating, the catgirl keeps her smug smile, acting like she's already got the win in the bag. With an ice-cold look, the MC keeps it real that the world is no joke and, in the law of the jungle, the strong crush the weak with zero mercy for these soft guys. Not hesitating for a second, the MC warns the catgirl he's gonna sweep that trash out of there, swearing to crush the opponent right after. A fierce strike comes from above, aiming at the top of the catgirl's head, catching the fighter completely off guard. Energy blasts cross the field, forcing the catgirl to face the overwhelming power she can barely keep up with. Mocking the situation, the lion lets out that scummy laugh, saying the kid is shaking in his boots and treating the fight like a free win. Super focused, the catgirl fires a visceral attack straight at the MC's eyes, trying to end the match right there. Not missing a beat, the catgirl leaps into the air loaded with energy, ready to drop the hammer on the MC. With a clean strike, the MC counters the catgirl's charge in a dead-on move that sends the girl flying away. A chaotic energy explodes in the air, covering the whole battlefield while the mages panic, trying to raise protection barriers. Right then, the MC gets blasted into the rubble, feeling the raw impact of a charge he didn't even see coming. Without hesitating, the MC summons an insane freezing power that overloads the big shot's dome and drops a rain of ice blades on everyone panicking in there. The catgirl charges in for an aggressive attack, trying to slaughter the MC with all the fury she's got in her chest. Blocking the hits with his own blade, the big brute yells desperately for the rest of the group to hold the line and call for urgent backup to the front. At the banquet table, the tension is heavy between the angel, the master, and the rest of the gathered elite. Lots of eyes judge the scene, staring at the MC while he draws his blade and channels energy to unleash a devastating strike that sweeps the crowd mid-tournament. Looking at the green mage over there, the MC shows he didn't come to play and blasts the damage in his face in a flash. Instantly, the MC holds firm against the catgirl's impact, feeling firsthand that the fight just got serious. The catgirl leaps at the MC, who already preps that flaming punch to drop the opponent to the ground. Pure tension takes over the duel as the MC deflects the catgirl's attack with surgical precision. A few quick moves cut the air, while the Time Walker vanishes, leaving only the trail of his phantom strike behind. Without thinking twice, the MC counters with a clean punch, forcing the catgirl to back off while he tries to keep his tough guy pose in front of everyone. The catgirl goes for all or nothing, grinding her teeth while trying to sink her claws into the air. Growling with fury, the lion bares his fangs ready to unload all his hate, but doesn't realize he just fell for the MC's trap. With a cynical smile, the catgirl ignores the danger and goes all out, determined to show she's not there to play around. Quickly, the lion goes flying like a ragdoll while the MC stacks up power to finish the job. An intense glow cuts through the scene, leaving the lion cornered while the MC keeps the pressure on the defensive barrier. At that negotiation table, the master gives the speaker a harsh look while tension takes over the room. That icy expression on the wing leader's face says it all as she watches the MC pulverize the wall with a brutal lightning bolt. Desperate screams slip from the catgirl as she gets launched away by the MC's brute force. With impressive agility, the catgirl pushes the attack, but the MC doesn't even blink as she flies at him, ready to land a fatal blow. The catgirl can barely process the counterattack while the Time Walker pops out of the shadows, launching sharp blades at the MC. Even feeling the hit, the catgirl raises her hand full of hate, unable to accept that the MC's power is greater than hers. Everything shakes from the impact as the MC walks through the dust, unleashing a sharp energy blast that brings the whole field down. Desperate, the catgirl tries to catch the brutal charge barehanded while cursing the MC's brute force. Without stepping back a single inch, the MC fires a devastating blast and tells the catgirl to stop trying to defend herself. While the catgirl stares at the ground with her pride in shreds, despair takes over every expression on her face. Tears roll down the catgirl's face as she raises her hands in a pathetic plea for mercy to survive. Right in the middle of the broadcast, the narrator smiles, seeing the catgirl is pureblood and pushes the limit to the crowd's delight. That winged leader doesn't even care about the crying and cuts the chat, leaving everyone in that stadium totally clueless about what's going on. Fasts echo through the stadium as the cat girl fantasizes about the insane idea of having draconic offspring with the MC. Everyone in the crowd goes wild at the news, celebrating like the victory had already been secured. Checking the updates on their personal screens, many in the crowd cheer and gesture wildly. Euphoria takes over the crowd while the pink-haired girl and the other allies celebrate their guaranteed entry to the next level. Deafening screams echo through the halls with the big brutes promising crazy bonuses for anyone betting on their win. With the MC locking in first place on the podium, the master lets out a mocking laugh while watching the opponents swallow hard at the total humiliation. Intense flashes take over the view while the MC and the cat girl hold those spheres of pure energy in their hands. A pure energy vibrates in the MC's hands while the fairy blocks access to the special prize and warns that only the grand winner gets the loot. That winged leader cracks a cynical smile, promising an ancient curse as a prize to give an extra boost to the clash. The winged leader shows up in the central courtyard accompanied by the lion, who carries the cat girl in his arms while the MC watches the whole scene closely. Many there freeze instantly seeing that tense conversation unfold in the center of the arena. Never losing his cool, the MC drops a comment about snagging something valuable in the competition, leaving everyone's jaw dropped at his luck. The MC gets paralyzed by the cat girl's sudden approach, who decided to sniff his scent right there. Flat out refusing any talk of splitting the profit, the cat girl doesn't even think twice before dipping out, claiming she doesn't have the guts to get into a mess that big. Legendary prize notifications start popping on the screen, confirming the supreme set and the final weapon that complete the MC's perfect combo. Satisfied smiles take over the winged leader's face as she watches the result of that risky bet. With the red crystal in hand, the MC demands the elf blacksmith to forge the perfect staff and guarantees the payment is sorted thanks to his partner's flawless performance in the combat arenas. And that's where it gets crazy. The MC's eyes go wide, feeling an unknown voice invading his mind and challenging him to the final clash. Way up in that isolated dome, the guild leaders gather in a totally tense vibe while tracking every step of the tournament. Summit meetings are usually boring, but this time, the angel called the MC for a tense chat while the lion watches everything looking pretty mad. The banquet is set, but the silence in the room is heavier than any clash in the tournament. A lot of people up there watch the ships flying over the place, but they're way more worried about the dirty tricks those guys are pulling to break the fighter's confidence. The angel stares down the MC dead serious, demanding he handles this mess ASAP before the elites manage to sabotage the outcome for the folks down below. The winged leader's fixed stare shows she already figured out that too much pressure only breaks the ones just starting to climb to the top. The MC drops his jaw, feeling the weight of the old man's words about how greed attracts danger right after victory. Smiling with a hint of mock, the redhead checks out the damage done and already predicts the chaos those big brutes are gonna face in the next rounds. Some of those leaders don't even hide their disgust, spitting venom at anyone who dares to challenge the rules set by the high ranks. Tired of all that small talk, the lion lets out a short growl while staring at the crew, clearly annoyed about having to swallow his pride in front of the humans. The angel watches it all with a calm smile, clearly fascinated by how the MC manipulates the battlefield. Out of patience for this clown show, the lion tells everyone to beat it if they don't want to end up bruised, while the cat girl, who is putting on an act for the crowd, ends up swallowing her tears under the raw pressure. While the MC keeps his serious posture, the winged leader uses the chat to drop that analytical look, clearly trying to figure out what the kid's next move is gonna be. Flashing that mystery smile, the angel points up, making it clear to the MC that her bet on his future is just getting started. In all that tension, the MC unleashes a wind blast so heavy it makes the opponent freeze on the spot. The winged leader watches the MC's every move as he gets up from the table, showing he's not interested in playing around at all. A few looks cross the table, focused on the moment the MC kills the meeting's chill vibe and puts everyone on high alert. While the cat girl backs off in shock after the hit, she curses the MC for wrecking her defenses and swears revenge, but swallows hard, getting launched into the air by the counterattack. With a face full of rage, the lion glares at the veteran, while the clash's tension hits the limit between those two. The master lets out a mocking laugh, seeing everyone's shock after the beatdown the MC handed to the queen's protege. That relic floats right to the MC, while the winged leader watches every detail of the scene with a satisfied smile on her face. Afternoon coffee flows freely in a tense meeting while the MC checks out the documents for the crew at the table. The pink-haired girl stares at the stairs with butterflies in her stomach, knowing the MC isn't gonna go easy on anyone around there. The MC keeps that confident look while the pink-haired girl tries to process what he just dropped. Treasures pack the room while the MC and the pink-haired girl stop to admire the result of all that fortune. With her hands up in a surrender gesture, the pink-haired girl looks completely speechless at the chill way the MC handles that whole situation. Notifications keep popping non-stop on the screen while the pink-haired girl tries to digest the massive amount of rare items that just spawned in their account. Notifications blow up on the MC's interface as he pulls out an insane streak of perfect tier gear. Laughing out loud, the redhead joins the joke and starts imagining what their bloodline's future would look like with all this power. Spinning that red crystal in his hand, the guy asks the girl to take the piece to the blacksmith to forge the highest tier staff possible, making it clear the bill is on him as a reward for her effort in the tournament's insane fights. Right then, a screeching alert cuts the silence and the MC freezes, hearing a sinister voice echo right in his head calling him out for combat. Guskidon, the Dark Lord, shows up out of nowhere to drop an intimidating invite on the MC. An insane tension takes over the MC as he stares into the void with that look of someone who just saw his own end. That monumental tower starts growing in a bizarre way every time the MC pulls a new planet into the battlefield. The imposing figure shows up on the throne, dropping that cold look while asking, full of mock, if the MC is enjoying the view from there. The Dark Lord flexes his threatening presence, asking if the kid actually gets how massive the trouble he stirred up is. Never losing his cool, the MC lets out a chuckle and bluntly says he has no clue what his deal is, asking if they bumped into each other before. The Dark Lord tells the guy to chill, saying he won't dirty his hands with this hero nonsense. Suspicions hit the MC hard, quickly wondering if there's a traitor leaking who he really is, but he'd rather keep it real since the secret's already out. Honestly, the MC drops the word that he's busy and tells the Dark Lord to stop rushing things, but the beast lets out a dry cough and keeps it real. They're key pieces. The tower needs to keep the show running right now. That was nothing but small talk, but the MC quickly realizes he needs to keep this Dark Lord in check. Figuring out that it's all just an illusion and not the monster's real body, the MC flashes that wicked smile, already plotting how he's going to take advantage of this situation. Crazy offers drop on the table, with the Dark Lord swearing he'll double the reward just so the MC seals the deal ASAP. Tripling the bet was the Dark Lord's final play, trying to force the MC to take the deal with no questions asked. A notification pops in the air, updating the goals for the MC with insane rewards for collecting evil spirits. Falling into the void, the kid lets out a yell while the light swallows everything around. Waking up with a jump, the MC sits on the bed gasping for air. Holding his head to ease the migraine, the MC complains about the lack of manners from whoever brought him and swears to charge triple on the next trip. The mercenary walks into the room without knocking, saying she took care of him after that blackout, and asks if the kid wants to eat something. 2 months of heavy training fly by, with the crew sweating their guts out non-stop in the base's courtyard. The system finally unlocks the starter zones and the crowd piles up at the counter, eager to secure their entry pass. In front of the colossal gate, the Swordmaster leads the group and pushes forward on pure brutality to break through the 10th floor. The MC shatters the 100th floor record with a hit so brutal it leaves everyone's jaw on the floor. High-tier meetings go down behind the scenes where the military elite plots the new patrol routes to make sure no civilian gets left behind in the danger zone. During the meeting, the Horned Warrior thanks the MC's negotiation to speed up the crew's entry, but the Immortal kills the vibe, asking if he thinks the game is already won, reminding them that entire races got wiped off the map because of bosses at this level. With a serious look, the Immortal makes it clear the Alliance only spilled the beans because of the weight the kid's name holds in the halls of power. 2 lions are right there on the beach sand having a tense chat about this rule of not fighting freely, insisting the right move would be wiping everyone out and clearing the map for good. At that moment, the lion points his finger at the MC and asks if that kid is really the target they need to eliminate. Mockingly, the elf drops a harsh comment, calling the MC level 2 wheat trash, but the lion feels his aura and decides to use him as a punching bag to warm up for combat. Looking at the crowd grouped up in the corner, the guy smiles, feeling that's the perfect chance to test his new powers with a straight-up beatdown. The system drops a global alert about the Time Walker's arrival and fully exposes the kill ranking for anyone who wants to join the brawl. Analyzing the beast level, the MC flashes a cynical smile, feeling like luck is totally playing in his favor today. The elf blacksmith stares at the tense scene, noticing the weaker adventurers are bailing so they don't get swept by the pressure closing in. Growling with rage, the lion steps to the MC and demands he gives thanks for the beatdown he's gonna take before things get really ugly. Standing right in front of the ocean, the MC decides it's time to stop playing around and unleash his full power with no holding back. With his staff raised high, the MC summons the power and fires a flaming blast that tears the sky with devastating energy. The The lion lets out a yell calling the kid suicidal, while his masked partner goes into a panic screaming the guy is crazy and wants to die early. While the lion yells trying to intimidate the guy, the MC just drops a side smile welcoming the visit with a chill vibe that leaves the elf right behind completely impressed with how the beef is unfolding. 10 scenes play out as the gray brute draws his sword, swearing the MC is going to pay a heavy price for having the guts to face the crew. A rain of magic arrows sweeps the field and the big guy lets out a yell while tanking the heavy punishment. Mocking the squad, the MC lets out a chuckle and warns that the crew right there is just some extra profit before getting ready to face the real boss of the moment. Amphibious monsters pop out of the water with their mouths wide open, ready to turn the coast into a real feast. Raising his staff, the MC fires a holy light beam that cuts the air like a blade against the danger. The explosion incinerates the monsters on the spot, making the smoke rise while the blast clears the whole path in the blink of an eye. Firing continuous blasts to his shield, the MC lets out a sigh wishing his weapon was a revolver to make the job easier. A lot of these guys go into total panic, seeing the ground turn into a swamp full of roots trapping their feet, while the green mage loses his mind over the attack's speed, casting another spell at them. The guy laughs and says he's serving up a side dish, while the enemies scream his name, full of hate for his audacity. Weapon in hand, the guy drops a complaint, finding it super boring to stay planted in the same spot. Opening up the wall with that magic circle, the MC summons a heavy rock rain that drops right on the guys' heads. With an agile jump from the top of the wall, the MC throws himself right into the middle of the clash. Flaming signs spread across the sky while the MC raises his staff, summoning a chaotic storm over the battlefield. A sarcastic smile pops on the MC's face while he stares at the chaos, commenting to himself how the partner would love a barbecue and a cold drink to enjoy this destruction show from the front row. That kill list pops up floating in the air, showing the MC in the lead, but the kid complains he hasn't opened up an absurd gap against the other races yet. The lion lets out a yell, calling the guy trash and swearing they would have scored more points without his meddling, but his ally cuts him off, keeping it real that without the kid's chaos, they wouldn't have even started scoring. Sadistic, the lion promises to spare the kid's body just to end his existence the second he gets his hands on him. On the screen, a warning pops up that the first wave is done, and the second is about to start, with the MC absolutely dominating the top ranking while chilling on the sand. Checking the virtual panel, the MC frowns thinking the point gap is way too small for his taste. From the top of the wall, the MC stares down the lion squad with a mock and keeps it real, calling that whole bunch of losers out for a fight. Foaming with hate, the lion almost charges in, but his sidekick holds him back and warns that it's pure bait to fall into a trap. With a scowl, the gray guy steps up, armed with his sword, yelling that the tap for that payback wasn't settled yet, laughing at the situation. The kid keeps it real, saying he wasn't even looking for them and still mocks them, asking what this bunch thinks they can do against their grandpa. At that moment, the MC flashes a cynical smile while shaping a complex spell in the palm of his hand, ready to show the crew fell right into his trap like sitting ducks. Swinging the blade full force, the monster attacks blinded by fury, trying to hit the MC dead on. The impact shatters the stone block, making the monster lose it and call the guy a coward who only knows how to run. Wasting no time, the MC channels massive energy in his hands, making it clear to the lion that it's the end of the line. A colossal energy silhouette spawns behind the MC, leaving the lion and his goons in absolute panic as they back away terrified. With a mocking smile, the MC warns that time is up and drops the energy hammer, crushing everything into the ground. A brutal shockwave sweeps the battlefield, tossing the lion and his allies away like paper. Looking at the crater he opened in the sand, the MC lets out a mocking laugh, flexing the strength he stole from the Dark Lord, and warning that the vacuum slice combo will make this damage look like just the start. Fallen inside the hole, the enemy mumbles in shock, not believing the humiliating beatdown he just took. Without any hesitation, the MC steps on the fallen opponent and wipes the guy off the map once and for all. While the crew retreats terrified, the MC drops one last mock to see if they run even faster. Growling with hate, the lion backs off deep in the back, swearing the guy's arrogance is going to bring serious trouble to the rest of the squad. With his eyes locked on the ocean, the guy raises his staff, noticing he just wiped hundreds of heads in the blink of an eye. That bizarre creature spawns from the water with a bunch of magic seals circling its shell, and the kid already celebrates, because it's the perfect chance to spike his score for real. Summoning the colossal avatar once again, the guy calls upon the beast's fury, leaving the crowd split between calling him suicidal and hyping up the chance to see the monster swallow him whole. Shrugging off the crowd, the MC throws that colossal punch that makes the air vibrate while charging toward the Black Sea. A brutal shockwave slams into the freak, making the water rise in a violent tsunami that swallows the whole coast. Pure impact. The MC's hit sinks into the beast's shell and makes the water explode everywhere in a chaotic scene. A notification pops in the air declaring the end of the second wave, while the updated ranking shows the MC standing alone in the lead. Checking the holographic panel, the MC adjusts his next attack to clear the rest of the area and bag more points. From way up high, the green mage drops like a meteor, screaming that the time to collect the dirty blood is finally here. Ninth wave cleared successfully, and the MC skyrockets in the lead, stacking over 1,300,000 points in his account. 3 giant skeletons close the circle, but the MC doesn't even blink and asks if the main event finally decided to join the fun. That notification pops on screen, giving the MC an ultimatum of just 1 minute to decide between throwing down in the final battle or trading points for rewards. The system chimes in the MC's face, showing data that leaves his jaw on the floor. Smiling confidently, the MC closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, totally ignoring the chaos around him. With a firm tap on the screen, the MC picks the option to face the final challenge without looking back. Those enemies over there don't even know what's going on. They just drop to the ground, sliced up without even seeing where the cut came from. Locked in his sights, the MC figures out the Time Walker showed up to cause some major damage. The system chimes, unlocking the pass for the ultimate brawl, giving the MC the chance to face the beast or run with the loot. Ignoring the temptation to grab the rare items, the MC decides to face the danger so the wall doesn't fall. Sheen up in a side smile on his face, the MC is ready to beat down whatever comes his way. Reinforced bones charge in like crazy, but the MC doesn't even blink and goes for the counterattack. The elf blacksmith freezes on the spot, staring at the blade slicing the air with scary precision. That sea creature barely had time to react before getting surrounded by the MC's ruthless attacks. The lion jumps full force into that blade rain to try and handle the business. Desperate, the elf blacksmith tries to dodge the cuts, but not even her fastest move can escape the lethal precision coming her way. Even feeling the heavy hit, that gray warrior lets out an agonized roar while the impact pierces his chest dead on. In total despair, the goon lets out an insane scream before getting swallowed by the explosion that blasts everything under his feet. Underwater, the beast starts charging an absurd energy, ready to unleash a destructive attack that spares absolutely nothing. Opening that monumental mouth wide, the creature drops a deafening noise that simply shatters the air around it. With a bright glow, the golden shield blocks the light charge and leaves the siren frozen, not getting how there's nothing left in the place. Laughing at that scene, the MC watches while the skeletons confirm those idiots fell for his past life's old trick, like sitting ducks. Locking his eyes on the lion, the MC lets out an ironic laugh while prepping to make him pay heavily for such petulance. With a violent stomp on the ground, the MC kicks up a dust cloud and makes the dirt shake under his feet. Totally cornered by the attacks, the lion lets out a desperate yell, begging the MC for mercy. Mocking his nerve, the MC calls the beast an idiot and warns that invading someone else's turf to beg for your life is the fastest route to the graveyard. Letting out an agony roar, the creature thrashes in the air, unable to figure out what exactly is tearing its skin apart. Knowing the battle leaves 0 survivors, the MC scans the battlefield to find the beast's physical body ASAP. Analyzing the scene, the MC figures out he's dealing with a Time Walker and catches all the cheap manipulation going on there. With a cynical smile, the MC strikes at nothing, celebrating figuring out the trick right off the bat. A flood of skeleton hits hammers the energy barrier. The MC holds firm to handle the pressure. Golden spells shoot from the MC's hands, celebrating that his strat to block the chart was totally spot on. Baffled, the siren freezes in place, seeing how the kid neutralizes all the phantom daggers with just one barrier. Screaming in sheer panic, the siren begs for the MC's protection, agreeing to sign any contract as long as he saves her from imminent death. In that fancy room, the cat girl asks the lion how the kid manages to destroy the blades just by hitting the empty air way up high. Eyes locked on the light screen, the lion notices the kid is hitting the air like he's striking an invisible target. A cynical smile pops on the lion's face as he figures out those weapons are nothing but illusions, only needing to track the path to find the enemy's exact spot. Hyped about the discovery, the cat girl celebrates the plan, while the lion lets out a war cry, pumping his fists up, thirsty to see the kid finally end that coward beast. While the cat girl celebrates like crazy, the lion stays focused, ready to see the outcome of his clash. Ignoring the cheering, the MC stays completely still, facing the colossal beast spawning on the ocean's horizon. Ignoring the rival's despair, the MC flashes a cynical smile, making it clear the goal there goes way beyond just destroying the beast. With the beast riding the wave, the warning for the kid is clear. Either he moves now, or he's gonna get totally bodied in this game. A wave of destruction tears the air in a dark boom, throwing sharp shards everywhere upon impact. Mouth wide open to devour everything, the Time Walker feels the heavy hit and lets out a deafening scream of pure pain. An invisible blade moves in, cutting the air, forcing the elf to hold her breath tight as she realizes that hit can't be blocked. Despair takes over the scene as the two figures barely dodge the piercing needles cutting the water right on their tail. A solid impact on the sand reveals the MC is facing an invisible force, firing a clean hit that shatters everything around. Recognizing the threat right in front of him, the MC drops a side smile, confirming he finally found the Time Walker. Commanding his undead troops, the MC throws his warriors straight into that mess to face the invisible danger. A shocked look takes over the MC's face as he stares at the incoming danger. With the seal active, the MC notices some weird movement in the water and decides to break the trash's hiding spot by firing raw magic into the sea. With the area surrounded, the MC lets out a laugh of someone who already knew the hit was gonna land dead on the big monster. A rain of fire drops from the sky and hammers right into the tail of the freak trying to escape to the sea. Some violent impact hits the MC dead on, forcing the guy to spit dirt while realizing the danger is coming back even more insane. At the strike mark, the MC notices the invisible blades doubled their speed, making it nearly impossible to track that menace. Sweat drips down the MC's face as he decides to bait the beast right at him, using his own chest as a lure to finally hit that scumbag. With his staff ready, the MC focuses all his energy to fire an absurd magic flash straight into the water, grabbing the attention of everyone on the map. A brutal explosion shakes the coast, making the tide pull back with the deafening blast, while the intense glow swallows everything around. Numbers pop on the floating screen, confirming a critical hit of 3,000 points right on the beast, who didn't even have time to react. That dark shield faces the MC while slashing attacks sweep the defense at an insane speed. Drinking a potion real quick, the MC locks his eyes on the ground, trying to figure out where the beast vanished to. With his visual field active, the MC spots the beast's trail and lands a clean hit that blows up in critical damage. Wide eyes show the MC's shock seeing the intense flash swallowing the entire scene. Damage numbers keep rising non-stop while the MC raises his staff to finish the job. Staff raised high, the MC unleashes an absurd fire blast that sweeps everything in its path. A huge smile pops on the MC's face while he checks the items, celebrating the golden chance to master the rules of time. That intense light blasts right into the lion, sending the guy flying and dropping him to the bottom of the hole, dropping like a sack of potatoes. The lion gets clowned while trying to run from the beatdown he took. Furious screams echo from the spiky big monster, flexing a volcano on his back and swearing that if it wasn't for the truce rule in the zone, he'd invade the kid's turf to wreck everything with his squad. At the cave entrance, the Horn crew yells, "They're gonna slice up the MC's clan the second the rule allows direct combat." A deafening explosion sends everything flying and turns the place into total chaos. Focusing on the settling dust, the MC notices the intense magic glow draining the energy of the dragon lying right there on the ground. All that energy flows straight into the MC's hand, creating an absurd sphere that leaves everyone there with their jaws dropped at his power. Euphoria screams echo everywhere while the crowd hypes the MC up like he's the ultimate savior. Back in the fancy room, the big bosses hype it up, slamming the table and laughing non-stop at the beautiful beatdown the MC handed back to the universe. The Time Walker goes down defeated, turning all that threat into a massive bonus for the entire system. With the system notifying the win, the MC commands respect from the crew and warns that the heavy training is just getting started for anyone who doesn't want to be left behind. Euphoric screams echo through the stadium, with the crowd celebrating the humiliation of the opponent who just got swallowed by the MC. Deep in the back, the horned guy lets out an insane yell, ready to wreck the lion and make him swallow every word. In this joke vibe, the MC stares at the crew while the veteran drops a low-key laugh, clearly finding it funny how things took an unexpected turn. Some guys there can't handle the pressure and start stepping to the group, threatening to use the elite troops to wreck the barrier by force. The whole enemy squad crosses their arms in the back, dropping mocking giggles and joking that even the cat girl wants to fight with zero prep. Two goons stomp their feet, telling the crowd to step down, apologize, and pay the fees to their crew without a peep. Right then, the mercenary shows up at the door, staring at the MC like she wants answers about what just went down. The guy chills in the comfort of his room, admiring the glow of that rare gem he just scored. With a precise move, the MC activates the relic and unleashes a flood of energy that distorts reality around him. Inside that whirlwind, the guy finds himself surrounded by multiple versions of himself, like he completely lost control of his own existence. An invisible force pulls the MC into the center of that weird dimension. Shattering the light source, the MC opens a dimensional tunnel that sucks everything into that temporal chaos. Drawing frantic paths across the scene, the MC seems to multiply in the air while the speed swallows the field of vision. With a steady hand, the MC tries to grab the void, dropping a curse because that slippery energy just won't stop escaping. Exhaustion hits the MC, who breathes out heavily, realizing the path is turning into an endless loop. In a flash of clarity, the MC gets real and figures out he's the actual shadow he was trying to hunt. That reveal hits like a punch to the gut, proving to the MC he was chasing his own trail this whole time. The ghosts turn their backs and drop down the drain in the blink of an eye, making the MC realize way too late what's going down there. Feeling the weight of exhaustion, the guy crashes on the bed and notices, with wide eyes, that the clock on the wall barely moved while down below the chaos lasted for hours. Wicked smiles pop on the MC's face, seeing the system screen confirm he finally unlocked a time-manipulating skill. Checking every detail on the screen, the guy can barely believe his luck, seeing he can slice up past shadows and transfer all that damage to the present. Laughing to himself while snapping his fingers, the MC realizes every dirty hit will land at max force and bypass any block. A sinister entrance swallows the scene, cracking against the golden shield while a thick cloud covers the whole area. In that cramped room, the Immortal stares down the MC while the goons get ready to move without any warning. With his nerves on edge, the guy glares at the armored brute that pops up out of nowhere in the middle of the battlefield. Pointing his finger, the master goes off on the guy, trying to intimidate the group while the big brute just lurks right there. The Time Walker's blade cuts the air in a sharp move, forcing the opponent to face death head-on while trying to hold back the despair. It all boils down to a tense clash, with the MC keeping his cool while the folks around just watch the mess. Eyes locked on the enemies, the MC takes the lead as the tension spikes in the arena. Two guys looking pretty mad surround the MC, ready to stop anyone from passing through. A panicked look takes over the cat girl, totally shocked to see how the guy predicted every single detail of the trap. Two guards block the path, glaring at the MC like that bag of items right there on the ground was the last thing he'd ever see. A sadistic smile crosses the MC's face, making it clear he has zero intention of backing down. Coins glow on the ground while the sidekicks check the situation out with a disgust bordering on stupidity. Inside the forge, the elf blacksmith goes off on the MC, treating the guy like a total maniac for wanting to craft something there. In front of the shop, the MC stares at the imposing structure with a solid plan in mind. A shocked look takes over the elf blacksmith's face, seeing all that rare material, hinting the guy finally found the right spot to invest that fortune. Giving no break, the elf blacksmith crosses her arms and tells the MC to go find another master in the city, making it clear she won't waste time on his request. Laughing slightly, the MC plays a bold card, asking if she really wants to miss the chance to work for the guy who's soon gonna run the whole city. That reaction catches the elf blacksmith off guard, while the MC pushes for an answer about the one-shot chance to forge a legendary weapon. Backing up his word, the kid bluntly says if she agrees to the deal, he can easily secure the city throne for her and even return her family relic for free. Suspicious, the elf blacksmith snaps, asking how he uncovered such intimate secrets about the empire that once belonged to her grandpa. All settled now, the elf blacksmith realizes the MC isn't playing around, and the partnership is the only way to get her family's legacy back. With a side smile, the MC closes the deal, handing the elf blacksmith all the precious gems he had up his sleeve. Eyes wide open, the elf blacksmith freezes, seeing the rarity of the jewels the MC dumps on the counter. Checking every detail of the piece, the elf blacksmith inspects the blade with a totally shocked look. Not believing what she's seeing, the elf blacksmith lets out an impressed sigh at the quality of the materials the MC managed to bring to the forge. With his eyes locked on the weapon, the MC doesn't even blink while calculating his next move. Never losing focus, the MC feels the hammer's weight in his hand while the redhead watches every detail closely. Focused on the piece in his hands, the MC checks every groove of the metal like he's reading the item's very soul. The elf blacksmith stares at the MC, going off while waving the tool in her hand. The redhead can't even hide her height, straight up telling the team the kid secured a massive advantage for the clan. The pink-haired girl pushes the front line and charges the monsters with everything she's got. The mercenary charges full throttle and takes down her opponents in a single strike. Critical damage pops on screen while the kid decimates the enemies like it's nothing. The server notification blasts on the screen for everyone to see the MC's name shining at the top of the ranking. Powerful spells cut the air as the green mage tries to fight back, but the MC doesn't even blink before vaporizing the enemy's defenses. Critical damage numbers spike on screen non-stop, proving the MC's strat is giving the enemy a massive headache. With a quick move, the spear shreds the pumpkin in a split second. That furious creature digs its claws into the ground and asks, full of rage, if the MC really had the audacity to challenge the strongest out of pure stubbornness. That mocking look gives away that the guy is setting up a pretty cruel trap for his enemies, spitting threats everywhere, swearing the lion would wipe out the human race in a bloodbath the second he made it past that door. With that mocking little smile, the guy lets out a cynical laugh and keeps it real. That crew's raw strength is just a front, and when it really goes down, the lion always ends up on the floor. The winged leader watches everything with a serious face, analyzing every detail of that clash through the device in her hands. The whole crowd cheers in sync, celebrating like the victory was already in the bag. An intense movement takes over the group, with the fighter celebrating the invasion while the Dark Lord leads the ruthless strike in that isolated zone. The big guy laughs and clenches his fist, telling his partner to chill because their boss forged that initial truce all just to make everyone climb up fast for the final massacre at the top of the tower. Furious, the horn guy screams his lungs out, demanding they quickly put an end to that trash who ruined everything. Wearing a venomous smile, the siren proposes sealing a forbidden pact to massacre the lions once and for all. Slanting the hammer, the boss validates the plan, enjoying the unbalanced fight like a real blood feast to bury the squad for good. In the middle of all that arguing, the blonde tries to shut it down, reminding them of the rules, but the brute steps all over the divine orders and straight up declares war, prepping the troops to wreck everything. Deep in that red forest, the MC figures out right away that this phantom blade attacks straight from the shadows and slice the air in a clean hit, leaving him an opening to counterattack the beast once and for all. That bat creature takes on a colossal and terrifying form, shooting a deadly glare straight at the MC, who waits for the perfect moment to counter. An intense flash shoots from the staff, pulverizing the swarm of bats in a ruthless critical hit that leaves only dust and scraps behind. Loot bags explode on the ground, and the MC celebrates, snagging the shards of the mirrored relic, securing total mastery over the time manipulation locked in that artifact. Checking the menu, the MC lets out a mocking laugh, reading the insane numbers, and instantly snaps his fingers to celebrate the damage. His hand glows brightly as he vaporizes the remaining enemies, turning that battlefield into a real zone of dust and total destruction. With zero chance to escape, the horned freaks fire desperate insults, but the guy's defense doesn't budge while the heavy hits tear the battlefield apart, trapping the horde in a solid blow that leaves everything in shreds. Arriving at the base dead tired, the MC ignores the receptionist who keeps kissing up to his victories, turning down any extra quests just to crash and forget all that mess for good. The kid throws himself on the bed with that crystal in hand, laughing at the misery of others while watching the relic's power drain the soul of that pathetic monster who's now crawling away. Blinded by pain and covered in dust, the creatures charge in, letting out a deafening roar, but the guy doesn't even lose his cool and preps the dual cast to wipe this bunch of smelly bats off the map for good. The MC raises his hand and summons a blue magic circle, firing freezing water arrows that pierce the bats with surgical precision. A rain of precise hits pulverizes the bats in the air, securing the MC a mountain of XP and some fat bonuses for his inventory. Screaming their lungs out on the sand, the duo demands the MC drops the attitude and pays the fee without a peep. Pulling up in style with her squad, an elf mocks the MC, dropping that the kid thinks he's a hero just because he casually broke the server records. Hammer in hand, the giant loses her patience and asks annoyed who that crazy beast thinks he is, telling everyone to stop poking the bear before things go totally south. On the shop's front, the blacksmith's name glows while the kid demands the boss lady shows up to take his order. The MC completely ignores the girls yelling and straight up grabs the items to convince the elf to get to work. Without hesitating, the MC drops the plan on the table and promises money won't be an issue for her to live large if she signs the contract. Baffled by such audacity, the blacksmith asks the kid if he lost his mind or if he actually thinks he can demand whatever he wants in there. That heavy bag drops on the counter, revealing shiny valuables that leave the blacksmith speechless, while the guy bluntly admits he robbed the royals blind with zero mercy. The blacksmith sighs and complains she only does pro work, telling the kid to go find some amateur on the street to fix up his junk. Flashing that little side smile, the MC stares at the elf and mocks her, asking if she won't be totally bummed missing the chance to put her name on the masterpiece he designed. Laughing, he turns his head, guaranteeing the whole kingdom's leadership for her with the family relic right in the package, without her spending a single hard-earned coin to pay the final crafting bills. With wide eyes, the elf blacksmith freezes instantly, not getting how that guy knew so much about a relic that was supposed to be an absolute secret. Giving the fire command, the orc general orders the artillery to destroy everything, and the squad pulverizes the front line, showing zero mercy to the enemies. With a mocking smile, the MC slams his magic into the ground and shatters the enemy line while the monsters thrash around before turning to dust. With a ruthless hit, the monster crushes the rock with a massive club and wrecks the defensive setup while roaring like a maniac. In that scene, the orc lets out a roar packed with hate while glaring at the MC with bloodshot eyes. In the dark, the team parties, lifts the master up and sets a record, with no crazy fees. Hyped on adrenaline, the warrior thanks the fairy and already asked for more wins. Laughing. From the floor council, the order drops, follow the kid's manual as the absolute rule to advance. At the table, the old warrior laughs and says the kid cleared the path and brought in profit with zero casualties. Standing up, the sword counselor claps and drops the message for the human race. It's time to celebrate. Down on the open floor, the crowd screams, calls the kid a legend, and celebrates the fees disappearing. Looking at the troops, the master mocks. It's too easy, so we better move up to the heavy gates. But the wise guy kills the vibe and reminds them, anyone who slips up becomes cannon fodder, even with a paved path. In the arena, a panting feline loses it and hits the rival leader with a horn strike. Hurt in his pride, the old man complains about the fees and the dirty play of those horn attacks. On the flip side, the swordsman lord leads the beast chant, wanting to end humanity in one strike. Mocking, the purple hood guy laughs and tells the feline to chill out. Not backing down, the kid fires back and tells the snake squad to show respect since the path is already clear. Seeing the mess, the blonde fairy yells, the truce bans coward attacks inside the base. Even so, the feline leader points and demands punishment right there, like the rule means absolutely nothing. With a cruel laugh, the swordmaster mocks, making it clear he wants a fight till the end. Meanwhile, out in the forest, the time rat flaps its wings and vanishes into the brush. Right after, a bat monster spits fire and spreads chaos on the field. In a quick response, wind magic crushes the bat and cuts his advantage short. From the loot, the kid grabs the drop, takes a deep breath, and shows his power is no joke. Reading the specs, he celebrates the horn strikes actually hold real value in his setup now. Sitting down, he watches the arena in silence like someone who already figured out the rhythm of the fight. Nearby, the old man gets up coughing dust, still trying to process what he just saw. In the arena, the mood goes south, and the truce goes out the window in the middle of the pushing. A big dog-like brute shows up and tries to flex his presence by force. Laughing, the kid runs over the threat and shows off his new power, leaving the monsters in a panic. Then, the magic cuts through space and drops more beasts, like it's just a routine cleanup. In the next explosion, the kid laughs, treating it all like a total joke. With the wind blowing, the dust kicks up and the field turns into a blur of motion. Still chilling, he keeps laughing, like nothing there is a real problem. Meanwhile, the monsters keep dropping and backing off, completely unable to turn the tables. Slowly, the horned ones drop too, one after another. Then the lion loses it, curses everyone and accuses the other side of breaking the truce. Then the screen drops the prompt. Does he accept a brutal duel against the blood beasts? Right away, the tough guys mock him, asking if he has the guts to take the duel. Pulling up with the old guy laughing, the kid beats his chest and accepts, saying he'll teach them a lesson in the arena. In the room, the leaders watch, and the pointy-eared old man calls his partner an idiot for forcing a war. Sensing the chance, the fairy gets hyped and asks the old man for a direct alliance, but he just listens, totally unfazed. Right after she drops the heavy rule, losers become servants and any race can join in. Instantly, the lions rebel and the blood monsters just laugh, completely full of themselves. Deep in thought, the lion asks for the kid's decision and demands a fair condition to seal the deal. Flashing a cold smile, the kid accepts but demands the same. If they lose, they become his pawns. Annoyed, the old guy complains, but the kid reminds him, the deal's already done, no turning back. Then the screen confirms the bet. The Blood Clan puts up their forging talent against the Fairyland's leadership. Way too confident, the beasts ask for the countdown to start, already acting like they won. On their side, the girl in the dress joins the hype and says the win is in the bag. With that, the sun cracks in the sky, and the energy shifts the scoreboard, making the the vibe even more tense. The Blood Crew screams, complaining about the random level, acting like the game is totally rigged. From the stands, the old warrior pushes. If it's easy, then drop into the abyss, with no arguing. Meanwhile, the kid laughs on the inside, feeling like everyone took the bait perfectly. But he notices a wounded dog trapped in the mess, still trying to stand its ground. With the souls dropping, he gets hyped, because he sees a solid chance to master the rules around here. Meanwhile, in the fairyland, the cave shakes, like the ground itself is throwing a fit. Stomping his foot, he demands the forge up front, completely out of patience for stalling. Nervous, he fires back and cuts the smoke, clearing space to see what really matters. Checking the staff out, he focuses on the detail, like someone looking for the missing puzzle piece. With that, the kid shakes off the dust and pushes forward, giving the enemy zero time to breathe. Keeping a firm look, he stares at the big mouth and asks who really calls the shots around here. Sliding through, he laughs and keeps the pressure on, pushing the truce to the absolute limit. Then he throws himself in, sweeps the area and drops another group back to back. Annoyed, he pulls the water's power and pushes everyone back, showing total control. On the flip side, the pawns panic and try to run, but the battlefield doesn't make it easy. Flashing a little smile, he watches one of them beg, completely out of ideas. Pulling rank, the master warns, whoever backs down now is gonna pay big time later. With that, the general drops the message to the fairy, making it clear things are totally out of hand. The pressure spikes, and the scene turns into a real stamina test for everyone around. Then he drops right back into the dust, already chaining another attack. In an empty pit, the enemy tries to pull it together, but it looks way too late. Watching closely, he gauges the damage and plans the next move with zero rush. Hitting hard, the dirty energy lands dead on and scatters the crowd across the dirt. Still chilled out, he slices another one down, like it's just target practice. In the end, the dirty beasts start giving in and falling back, one by one. Even so, the fury keeps spinning and absolutely nobody gets to breathe easy. Out of nowhere, another attack pops off and forces more folks to dive out of the way. But the clean force comes back and sweeps what's left, leaving zero room to react. Inside the ditch, he laughs and cuts through the smoke, keeping full control of the field. With that, the enemy line totally shatters and the retreat turns into a massive mess. With a jump, he tracks their movement and refuses to let the pressure drop. Seeing the place's fury, he just keeps pushing forward, like that chaos fuels his rhythm. Finally, the master laughs at the mess and confirms fear has already gripped everyone, and the upper hand is totally theirs.